Praetoria Session 9.
Praetoria, this is as.
I have no idea.
This is Game of Thrones.
Oh,
That's actually an interesting question.
Can't believe you didn't know it was from some
Not
show
really.
you've never
It
seen.
doesn't really apply here. But before we get started, just a quick survey.
Glad I was
Does
the
it
only one thinking.
throw off your immersion if I use music from something that you can very vividly remember is something else?
Dog.
No.
The minute we hit the forest and you roll up with that.
What do you mean from very vividly? I see you do is a Ninjago playlist.
Bro, this sun's about to hit that.
Session, my immersion will be completely from.
So like
I'm screwed because I've played most of the games that these.
an extreme. I'll give an extreme example. Right. Say in an extreme example, when I was running the sci-fi game, I used literal John Williams Star Wars music.
You didn't hit him with the.
So like, that's why I'm curious. Of like,
No, I don't care at all.
No.
I've already played through The Witcher, Dragon Age, and Skyrim, so I'm screwed either way.
The minute there's a full moon out.
If the Cantina song from Star Wars starts playing, I'll leave this table.
What?
I'm gone.
Welcome to what is it? What was it?
Wait, you'll leave the table if it plays?
The Cantina
Why?
music.
Why do you hate it that much?
My immersion's ruined.
Well, okay, yeah.
I'm playing Lego Star Wars right now, man.
The sci-fi
What is
game?
that?
Yeah.
What was that
I'm
town we all?
completely immersed.
Okay, yeah, if it's a
Kingsdale?
sci-fi game. Let's freaking
No, the
dance.
terrible
Okay, cool.
one. The one where
So
everyone's
it's not
deformed.
like.
oh shoot. Okay.
No, that song's a bop, but it doesn't belong here.
Okay, cool. I was just thinking, it's like, if you were in a sci-fi game and you heard the Mos Eisley Space Boy, you're like, Dungeon Master, you suck, I'm leaving. And you just get up and walk
I've been
out.
I will say, let's find Han Solo. Shoot him first.
Okay.
Anytime we're in Waddensburg, the Cantina theme is
At least
Okay.
it's a bop.
So going into this, Pierce just asked me a question and it brought something to mind. I do apologize. I have not been as involved with the material and the review of the last sessions as some of the other stuff. So if you ask me a question and I'm like, 1 second, it might take me a second because school's been a little rough. So, and I think with that, we are ready to.
I use Keen Mind. Tell me what's the name of that.
Verbatim list everything
right.
that happened last session, chronological order, you can't get anything wrong.
So,
Alphabetical order.
welcome back to the Isles of Praetoria. We join the adventuring crew. Before we get started, just a last double check. Does anybody need anything in regards to level up? Has everyone leveled up your HP?
No.
Have you not?
What does it level up to?
That's the one thing I haven't touched. I mean,
Alright,
what's your
you're
count?
not
What's your
leveled up
count?
your HP either? Matthew, I need you to help them too.
What is the
Plus
HP
one?
increase?
So you're both D8s, so it's going to be, what's your constitution?
My constitution is +2.
Okay, cool. So you get 7 hit points per level. You get 6 hit points
So
per
you get a
level.
total of 14
You're
more hit
leveling
points
twice.
because you leveled
So
up
you get
twice.
12 hit points more. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And Pierce gets 14 more hit points.
No, I never forget anything.
Glad I checked that.
Never made a mistake, never forgot anything. That's plain Dillon's for you. Just don't read into it. Think about it.
This poor man, we used his horn.
Alright.
Do we get an AC?
No, ACs are tied to your armor, or your dex modifier, or something in your class.
no,
Every time you level up, you
that is the
consult your character class table and your HP and stuff like that.
Oldest.
So, a recap from the dirge of Waddensburg. The grayish town overrun by some corruption that may or may not be solved. You all had arrived there at the behest of visions and cataclysm. The invasion begun by the Kirivostok Empire. Some undertones of divine intercession and movement and judgment. With visions, you were told to and moved to find a sanctum, a place long lost to time in the collision that happened some 200 years ago, a place sacred to the Church of the Ancients. Now long since gone, you had found apparently one of the few people in the world who knew where it was, but didn't have the strength to get there. Which is where you came in. You provided that strength for a woman named Helen.
She's hiding something.
You journeyed with her through some very questionable travel methods involving transport by some spirit of the lake, and arrived at a large sanctum whose doors, possibly sealed, now burned and pushed ajar by a burning flame that left char, and the stone was still yet embered on the door. Inside you found more information than you had previously. Some things about the end of the world, 3 plagues or 3 ancient evils. You investigated it a little bit, but you found at the very center of the dungeon book, a single book known as the Poetic Edda. Something that Helen had been pursuing her entire life, which she, after a bit of time, read. And the book almost entranced you in the visions of its words. You were encompassed in a living divine prophecy. Words and a voice not her own began to ring in your minds, telling you some introduction to a great story that is just beginning. Afterwards, recovering from this vision, each of you were left with a burning insignia across your chest of some ancient-looking golden rune that quickly faded, leaving no mark, trace, or wound. After very efficiently dealing with a large demon that crawled out of the depths of the crumbling palace, you returned and met up with Lytus.
Oh, yeah.
A man you had previously saved, who proves to be possibly useful. A Phobian soldier of some type, but you haven't really pushed the lead. At which point you returned, and you thought you had a moment of rest, before, in the early hours of the dawn, before the sun should ever rise, you saw light. A large comet that had struck the moon, causing shards to fall and this great and looming darkness to spill over the land. We return with our adventures, still not having rested and wounded. It's okay, don't worry about it. I understand that. Just for narrative's sake. Narrative's sake.
Yeah.
He says he's middle of putting a band-aid on. He's like, whoops.
We join you around.
Did they straight up blow up the moon, dog?
Yeah. You look and you can now see it's not gone, but it's like split into 3 chunks that now float. And you look around you, and after a large wave of some almost strong shadow, you all are currently standing back to back around a campfire built by Lytus, looking out into the darkness that seems almost to move. Each of you getting whispers of memories long since ago. I'm gonna have everybody roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no! Time to find out how fear works. Didn't get long. Wait, who's next to me? Do we want to roll for who's next to me?
You're all very close to each other.
Okay, cool. Everyone gets a +4.
Oh, what?
Which is good, because I need that.
Wisdom saving?
What's that plus?
Yikes.
18, baby.
18?
Right there. Okay. So plus 9 because of Matthew.
10.
Even with your +4? 5.
17.
I'm also not very wisdom, so
I'm not very wisdom.
I'm not very wise.
Give me a second. I had to pull up the
Are you
section.
reading the handbook right now?
No, it's the DM guide. So,
Bro's learning as he's going.
17. I heard that.
You're doing great.
17, 10, 18,
21.
21,
19.
19. Okay. So,
Y'all still stupid?
Ooh. Lightus rolled a natural 1. So,
Shit at pants.
all of you are kind of just taking this moment where it's like they're just whispers around you, and there's this there's about 5 very, very tense minutes where y'all are very close to the fire, and you can look and you can see on the ground where the firelight fades, it's almost more pitch black. You can still see, but not as far as you thought. Even for those with dark vision, it's more pitch. About 5 minutes go by. Rust. There's this moment of tension of just processing what is going on. And you like turn to the side and you look and you can see in the woods this black figure.
Uh-oh.
It's gone.
I'll raise my shield and just like turn to face it. Is it still there?
It's gone.
Ooh.
You see Lightus yell, over there! And he points and y'all look and there's nothing.
Oh. Can I stealth?
Damn.
Go ahead. Try.
Are you gonna try? Okay, we're all around a campfire. Are you leaving the light?
All right.
I don't know. Like, someone's got to find out what's in the car.
That was a failure for you and Lightus.
Oh no.
We'll see what that goes. So
That's
after,
right, boy. Run into that darkness.
after a moment,
Everyone can see your bitch ass.
So are you? Yeah, you have to leave to the darkness. What is that?
2.
Wait. Can I can help you if you want.
Please do.
I don't think you can help him hide.
I have.
I mean, can't you?
devil sight.
Devil sight.
Okay,
Can
so
I do a perception
Says if your
check?
target makes a.
what's just out of curiosity? You can roll a perception check. What is the specifics of that?
120 feet, dark vision is not impeded by any non-magical or magical means.
Let's go.
Okay. So
I think
for
that would come
you,
in so quick.
roll a perception check. This is going to be really interesting.
I close my eyes.
This is going great.
everywhere.
Perception is plus. I'm dying on the inside. Cool. 7.
7. So each of you all had felt a rather almost boost in courage, in power, in ability when you, even though it burned when you had that weird rune inscribed on your chest, and after you heard the words that come from the book, you felt a little bit more powerful. And you can tell, Doc, your sight is better. It's definitely cueing better. You can't see any figure, but what you do see is black mist, mostly everywhere. And it's like a fog. No one would be able to see it normally because it looks like night.
Does it look like it's surrounding us particularly, or it's
looks
everywhere?
Everywhere. You hear, after a moment, you hear Lightus. There's a shelter. I spotted it. It's about a couple hours journey if we walk quietly. I don't feel comfortable out in the open like this.
Don't we still have the the carriage?
Mm-hmm. You do? If
Sounds
you'd
like
like.
a plan.
Right, let's mount up.
Let's roll out.
Are you all taking light?
Taking light.
Like torches?
Yeah. Are you going to be stealthy and try and go in the dark, or are you going to try and take light?
I'm not trying to take a life.
Yeah, same. Can I take one of my arrows and just like stick it in the fire and have that?
Wow.
That won't last very long. You can do that with a torch.
What if I do that with 2 arrows?
It would be better to do it with a torch.
Oops. Would I know if there's any demons that hunt by darkness specifically?
Roll a
30 arrows.
I would say roll either a religion or a history check.
So I can, if need be, shoot it into the darkness. Religion.
Brandon, arrowheads are made of metal. So you can set the wood
20,
on fire.
22.
22.
Okay, fine. I'll just take a torch.
Some bright sucker invented torches for a reason. Some bright
Okay.
sucker.
Brandon, hold on.
Okay, how about this?
Hold on. So you're thinking, and lots of creatures hunt in the darkness, and with a 22, you can recognize you've seen this mist before, but it's very isolated. Very isolated.
Brandon, what's your character trying to do right now?
I'm just gonna take a torch.
I walk up to you and say, "Now, we need to travel in darkness." And I put out the torch and I start stomping out the fire.
All right.
With your big old feet.
Heard loud and clear.
Alright. Those that will let us not go and be seen.
All these spells and not one of them that can create light.
Can we even see in the dark?
I cast flame strike.
Who of you has dark vision?
Illuminate the area.
Orcs have dark vision? Half orcs have dark vision?
So, any of you who have dark vision, consider it halved.
Okay, cool.
Hit him with the Scooby too.
Mine's not half though.
Yours is not half because it says it's not impeded. So,
What are these special little rules you got?
maybe if you listened, you could hear that.
Oh shit! I'll drink to that.
Dilly dilly.
Dilly dilly.
All right. So, are you all journeying quietly
Patrick,
via
your
the
oasis.
horses, or?
Try and travel quietly.
All right, everyone roll stealth checks.
Yeah.
This won't go well, but I'll try.
Yeah.
Okay, I know I've asked this
Oh, disadvantage.
10 times already, but what is my plus with experience? With experience, like I
And
have
expertise.
expertise.
Double your proficiency.
Double my proficiency.
And
okay.
dex.
Oh, okay.
18.
So 8 and then plus 5.
Oh!
24.
It's right there. It's literally right there.
Nailed his
For
foot.
Brandon.
It's 8 plus dex,
I'm just gonna roll.
so that's gonna be...
No, roll again. Roll again.
No.
No.
He hit another dice on the way down, bro.
No, that
Natural
doesn't
one?
count.
Oh no, it randomized.
Natural one are only failures are only critical
That dice
failures
roll
on
was
a
too random.
So what I need you to do is still add what you
Oh,
have.
okay.
So
8 plus 5, so that's 9.
what?
9 plus 5.
8 plus 5 is 9 plus 5?
8 plus 1 plus 5.
Where's... Oh, okay.
So
I feel like I
that's,
should play some tavern music while we
that's what, like 14?
Hold
Yeah, I
on,
think
stop
so.
trying to
I
light
think
that
it's
torch.
14.
God damn it.
It's
Which is-
8
I'm
plus
bad,
6.
I got
plus 6?
a natural
Yeah, that
1,
is 14.
but it's not automatically a failure. I'm minus 1. I'm at 0.
Okay.
I got a 17.
17. So you all are traveling.
Loudly.
Got a 7.
You begin traveling through the night. You, Draco, you don't have dark vision. You
I have Eyes of the Wanderer.
That is not dark vision.
This means you're checking out all
you
the
have
honeys.
dark vision. You
60 feet of dark vision.
Wandering eyes.
So all of you all begin to journey, and it is a long and just bitter walk because you don't know what's around or anything along those lines. Kind of halfway through, about 2 hours in, or about an hour and a half in, Rust, you kind of, and like a large heavy branch snaps in half. And you see, and you see a bunch of crows fly up.
We see crows.
You hear them.
Oh, man.
I see them. You see them.
Suck it.
Just not gonna move.
Nothing happens right now. You kind of look to the side, and 30 feet, you see a shadowy figure. About 30 feet away that just looks almost shadowy. Nothing determinate about it. Humanoid, but the head is like almost longer up top. Just standing there.
I just stare at it and I'll point to
What
it.
do I see?
Nothing.
I like blink.
The first time you blink, there's 2, and the third time you blink, there's none.
Is the big guy alright?
I will have, as we get towards the end of this journey, I'm going to have everyone roll another wisdom saving.
Wisdom saving throw.
No. Just
Oh, wait, you want to go
not
first?
slightest.
No.
Oh wait, 9. Okay, cool. We're a little bit better.
Do we still get your bonus, Russ, or not?
Yeah, I mean, if you're within, if you're right next to my gorgeous self, then yes.
I get plus what if I'm right next to your gorgeous self?
+4.
Beautiful, 19.
14.
Me and you are scared of crap.
Get close.
Yeah, no, I'm
19.
still.
19.
15.
15? Okay. Ooh.
Yikes. I'm just further into madness.
Descended further into madness.
All right. That'd be fun. I haven't had to pull a D100 out in a long time.
Oh, what the? You are not rolling a D100.
Yeah. Oh, forgot.
After a moment. Oh, wait, he gets +4? Lidus does?
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
He's a.
So he's next to me. He gets +4.
He was about to
does
get.
not have to
He was about to get sandworm, bro.
You watch as Ingmar, you're kind of next to Lidus, and you kind of just for a moment, like it's almost like a sense of hyperventilating for a second, but then it kind of calms down.
You okay,
Shakes him.
Vitus?
Seeing things, man.
I man, you're gonna do me a favor right here. I hand him Jack Daniel.
Wait, hold on.
Jack Daniels.
Yeah, product placement.
Take some deep breaths there.
Not now, dog.
We're almost there. Come on.
Anyway, sorry.
At about 30 more minutes, you see a small house. This looks like to be a shelter, and you see Lidus kind of like, kind of shuffle over. It looks like just a small cottage, a small cottage. There doesn't be any lights on. You will kind of approach it. You see Lidus, with maybe a little bit more knowledge, kind of just bursts through the door, kind of, and marshes you all inside. Rust. As you're just about to walk in, you kind of just look back, and on the tree line, you can see 3 of them. These just shadowy figures, except now they have, one of them has 6 blue dots across its head.
Oh no.
And just as you're about to pull in, like it's almost like you just glimpse it, you look back, and they're gone. You turn to go inside the house, and all you can hear is, heralds are coming.
What? I look back.
And you hear Lidus like shut the door, and you're like almost brought out of a dream. You shake it off, and there's a moment of quiet. You all feel significantly better. Specifically you, Rust. You kind of like, it's like that moment when your brain finally wakes up from being half asleep. You're kind of, you all actually feel mostly normal.
Hey there, do me a favor. You gonna take a moment, drink some of that? Hey,
Doc, you look outside, that mist gets about 5 feet away from the house and stops. There's a really weird boundary that goes around the home.
you're gonna do one of them priesty thing prayers to get your damn head out of the gutter. I don't say that in your language.
Comprende.
Make sure the horses are all. We're still tied up.
What?
Why would
They're tied up, and we'll see. We'll see.
Because we were almost done with.
Also,
with
over
that.
by the stables, you can see there. For some reason, around this house, that shadowy mist that only you can see is not. It does not touch it.
Does it look like there is enchantments on the house, or there is?
Anyone who would like to roll an investigation for the house, roll an investigation check.
You're not a fiddlist this time. Your walking knowledge is not with you. Yikes.
Ooh, natural 20.
Smartest boy.
Natural 20. What does that come to?
God.
21.
21.
Yeah.
8.
All right. So, Hembrig, after you kind of follow Doc's lead.
I'm not investigating this.
Neither of you find anything particularly special. Even with the natural 20, you're fairly confident that
There's nothing.
it's fairly standard. There's no people. It looks to have been abandoned maybe for a little bit of time. There's nothing special about the house. But you see as the kind of Lightus starts a fire and kind of...
Well, it's still not the end of my night shift, so still recommend people get sleep.
Does anyone know or have any idea what was out there? Is anyone?
Do I have a piece of paper?
Yeah.
Can I draw a picture of what I saw? Mm-hmm. Okay, I just start doing that.
You start doing that.
Would I have any idea what this is?
Kind of look over his shoulder. You've seen that before. You've seen that very vividly within the past 24 hours. You've seen that specific, weird, ghastly humanoid, formless shape with 6 eyes across its face.
In the
Vision?
Yeah,
thingamabobber in the
Wasn't in
room
the
with the
vision.
3 different people.
It was in the air. It was in the room that described the 3 evils.
Yeah, the 3 evils.
That one in particular was known as the Fell, the
Fell.
Weeping Leg.
What are you
Rabbit.
thinking there?
Did that man see that? Or why is he drawing it?
See.
Hey. He's asking you. You saw that. And then I repeat in English. I say, you see that?
See, I saw it. In the darkness.
Great.
I did too.
That was one of the statues we found when we were inside that temple.
God damn it.
So, yes, I remember.
So, what is the fell anyway?
No, I don't know.
Helen,
Did
any
I
idea what the
see-
fell is?
Well,
Did I
that's all
see
Alright, no.
Well,
You see her just clutching onto the artifact that you had actually
Yeah.
managed to retrieve from this thing.
Can I cast lay on hands on myself? I spend 5. Do I feel any difference?
What is the lay on hands? I know what this
Lay on
disease
hands,
is.
diseases and poisons.
You don't feel a difference.
Yeah, stories is sick, plague, disease, sickness.
I switch over to your language and then I say,
Switch.
you saying, it is a disease or?
No, it is not a disease.
Okay.
Diseases I can cure, poisons too. The fog is neither.
I repeat, and to everybody else, it's not a disease or poison.
Is it magic?
I say magic.
I do not know, no sabo.
It didn't feel like the arcane.
They say plague.
Well,
We should get sleep. See what the sun brings.
Aye.
Come on. You see him, it's like Lightus has a lot more composure now. He's like, it's almost though you can tell he's like a little secondhand embarrassed that he almost lost his cool. He's like, come on.
Yo, sorry, fam. I was mad cringe.
I will. My brother, that was fat cream.
How big is this cottage? Is it like, are there rooms?
It's
Or is it just like one big room?
you see there's about 2 rooms. There's one small bedroom, it looks like, and one just large room with a table and like a very humble Northern European, not very well decorated cottage.
hey,
Who's gonna sleep in the bed?
can you see in this darkness?
To a certain extent.
I'm sleeping on the ceiling.
Not
Hey.
well.
Yes.
Can you see?
In
Who
the
in this
dark.
room can see when you look out the damn window?
Can I see anything?
No.
Oh.
You are. It is pitch beyond pitch, almost. You can only see like.
It looks like
5
pitch
feet.
beyond pitch outside.
It's only you can only
You
see
can
about
only
like
see
5
up to
feet in
60
front of you.
feet.
And then I'm assuming
No,
the
you can
child
only see
can't
about
see.
30.
I have 120.
Never mind.
I can see how fucking ugly you are.
All right, we're putting him to sleep.
All right. We can really only split the watches between the three of us then.
No.
No what?
30 minutes till dawn. We talked for 2 hours. It was 4 o'clock. That struck. We only have about 30 minutes left before daylight.
If daylight comes.
Let's hope.
Let's see. Can I cast Divine Sense? The amulet light up?
What is divine sense?
Divine Sense. you
Normally,
can
I know about
sense
your amulet. What-
Fiends, Fae, undead within 60 or 30 feet. Don't remember. I can find that.
No, it's fine. It's not that big of a house. The
Amulet though is a mile.
the amulet does
or
not
5.
the amulet does not proc, but the general divine sense is like there's just an evil presence that's just lurking outside the house. Not specifically waiting for you, just almost like an odor that is just there.
Duck.
Yeah.
It preys on fear.
Great.
It knows what you're afraid of. Specific.
Well. Great.
Light reaches. After about 20.
Kind. I relay that to everybody else.
Kind of as you're relaying, you see a small, dull glow on the horizon. There's a moment of panic, but after a couple minutes, it looks natural. After a little bit, you can, and there's just this begins this tense minute of 10 minutes of watching the sunrise, and you see the first bits of daylight pop over the horizon from what you can see. And you see streams of daylight shoot through the trees. You all watch, and just ever so slowly, the mist starts to dissipate.
Well.
You can, and it's interesting to note, those of you who can't see the mist besides Doc, when the sun comes out, you can. It's like a black fog. And then it just dissipates, and the more sunlight that comes out, you see it less like morning dew that's burning up.
Does it look like it takes longer to dissipate if it's in the shade?
It only really dissipates in your light.
Is there any places where it kind
Okay, cool. Yeah. No questions then.
Okay. So
questions, right?
after you all just continually watch as eventually the sun crests the horizon, and there's this brief moment of relaxation. You open the door. You don't see any of the shadow. You just look, and you can see beautiful, clear blue skies, a cold breeze. You see the trees around you as you are in kind of this woodland area, or this wood flatlands, glowing.
Man.
Well, no more traveling by night, I guess.
You think it'll be back?
I don't see why not.
Fair point.
Doesn't seem like a thing that's a one and done kind of scenario, I'm not gonna lie.
Man,
I ain't gonna lie.
man, I'll tell you something. I knew this one chick. She used to tell me that the moon and the sun, they were connected, but I guess she's fucking wrong. So
Can we still see the shards of the moon?
Not right.
Past, like, the normal orbit?
Was she also a rabbit?
Not right now. I'll say with the orbit that it was, because it's struck kind of low to the horizon, you cannot see it.
So, was your
Doc looks at you with so much disappointment, and he just goes,
Starting early.
God damn.
All right.
I don't know. It could have been maybe it was a squirrel or something.
I don't know how to handle that, man. I really don't.
I don't know. I don't know how many of yous there are. I don't know if there's females
God
in their
damn
species.
it. Anytime you call anyone use, there's a damn problem. Okay?
How far is city?
Oh, yeah. He
Where do we
wants,
wanna go?
he's asking about cities and shit.
You would know. You would know geographically, although you've never been there. And you would have heard of it too. Is Beumont Keep. And you know Beumont Keep is one, it's about, pull up the actual map here. It is roughly from where you are, you went north, it's about 4 days travel, I'll say. But it is, you know for a fact that Beumont Keep is one of the stronger bastions of the Novgorod, because they are on the very western side of the Isles, directly facing the Kirivostok Empire, and they have stood there to this day, and they have yet to
It's like,
sides.
it's like a straight shot north, right?
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah.
And what about Mogus' throne or whatever? How many days is that?
Mogus's throne, you would have to do about maybe a day and a half detour to go straight. You would, with whatever that would mean, you would technically cross into Empire territory briefly.
Yeah.
Not again.
You run out of your shadow.
I stand corrected.
Oh no.
2 days travel because you have horses.
Oh.
I was going by
go.
feet, by walking, but since you have horses,
Wait.
That Mogus
So
is thrown by like a day or
is
something.
it still a day and a half to Mogus?
it'd be about you could probably make there by evening today if you had horses and you put them at a pretty good pace.
And then we're about to Google Maps how far from Mogus' throne to the city.
That is
It's like we're in the HUD
with
looking at the map.
with the horses, it would be 3 days travel.
With our party this close to the border, I'd like to try to visit Mogus's throne before we do anything
You want
else.
to go to Mogus's throne?
Yes.
You come. Why?
Oh, he's already all in.
Why?
God damn.
Are you of Mogus stock?
Mogus is the store that I pledged my service to. I wanted to see if he was still there at his throne. Something funny.
It's past the border.
I'm aware.
Yeah, you pass the border, you deal with the worms. The worms. You ever wonder why Kirivostok Empire people are so good at taking land and not giving it back up? They don't even inhabit it. They just keep moving. What they do is they spawn these really, really big worms underground, and then they plant them like nests in the land that they conquer.
God damn it.
Although, actually, last time I checked, intelligence said that they had a lifespan of 150 years, and they take 20 years to reach at least any kind of maturity, and they technically only took that part of the Isles 12 years ago, roughly.
Yeah.
How big do they get once they reach full maturity?
Okay.
Worm size.
They're a kingdom of dragons. Nest. Hick.
Translate for Brian. Okay, but
nest?
okay.
Yes.
Sure. I would be happy to go. You bring the tail back home.
Hey, you got a piece of paper? I then go through and I write. You can fucking read, right?
Damn. Me and my job interview. You and your job interview. You can fucking.
Blaine starts sweating.
Remember, this is a fantasy world.
Yeah, I can do what I want.
I'm sorry.
I go through and I write, what is? My name is Russ. How do you? Up? Down? I make him a little cheat sheet of like maybe seven different little phrases.
Sure, I have my cheat sheet. Yeah.
Okay.
Where is the bathroom? I have math for fifth period.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the kind of crap they teach you in schools, man.
Is like fuck inserted into like several.
You just assume you're gonna say everything the way Doc would have said it.
Okay, cool.
As your.
Okay, cool.
It's
All right,
not. It's not like what is this? What incarnation is this?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
So y'all are gonna make it to go to Mogus and then go to the
What do we?
Beumont Keep.
What are we gaining by going to your boy Mogus's?
Well, I've been trying to reach him, but I haven't been successful, and I feel like he might have some knowledge or information on how we can tackle this threat.
Do those big guys normally have knowledge, or normally just see them walking?
Depends on what you believe.
They're the most vast sources of knowledge and power that this realm has to hold.
Or they do nothing for anyone.
Well,
Depends on what you believe.
I'm getting a lot of. Well, I don't really care what the fuck either of you believe. I'd care what I'm wasting my goddamn time doing. So.
I tell you, there's no certainties.
Out of game question. If I cast Commune, can I speak with Bird, or do I just have to do it and see if I get the radio frequency happens? Okay.
To answer your question, then
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna
You
cast.
just asked me,
Yeah.
do I have to do this, or can you tell me what happens if I would do it?
Damn.
Okay, commune requires stuff, and it takes time.
Oh wait.
It says incense. I have incense.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's just
Which
commune.
It says and holy or unholy water, which I'm assuming is just water.
holy or unholy water?
That's the one where you get to ask 3 questions, right?
It takes a minute to cast. Yes, it is.
Okay. Are
But
you?
I'm trying. First, I'm trying to reach Mogus.
So how do you cast it?
Also, does it take setup? And are we watching you do the setup?
No, it just takes a minute to cast, I think.
I was just asking if you have any particular flair, if you're just meditating.
Yeah, I'd like to take my scythe and like draw like a circle in the ground, and then I'm gonna like kneel down, sitting in the circle, and kind of use the scythe as a focus and just kind of try to meditate and connect with.
You take a moment, and there's a beautiful sense of the cold wind is blowing in your face, the sun is just shining. It's very, very Praetorian of nature. It's very wild, it's very rugged, it's very untamed. And you get to a very calm state that you used to reach. What do you ask?
Do I know who I'm talking to?
This is kind of just how you used to talk to and commune. You reach this state. You don't necessarily immediately feel, but you never really did before.
Mogus, can you hear me?
Silence for a minute. And then
No.
Shut up.
For the last time.
then you just kind of feel a
This is Patrick.
No, this is bad. We're off to the side.
Sorry.
you feel almost a swirl of, the best analogy to phrase to say it would be flame in your soul, of just a burning sense of like, as if to confirm yes.
should we journey to see you on your throne?
You gain that fire that you feel in your soul. It kind of just transforms to warm wind that just keeps blowing. The interpretation you gain is uncertain. You have one more.
Is the arrival of the Fel related to the invasion of the Kirivostok Empire?
I'm just thinking.
I can
the
pick
best
a
way to
different
phrase
one
it.
if you want.
No. I'm thinking. I've got the answer. I'm just picking the best way to phrase it. You said related. So,
If they was cousins, they'd be married.
you gain just you start recalling memories that are brought to your mind almost of all the past events and how how impossible it would be to happen by chance. As if to confirm, yes. And after that, you feel more cold wind on your face. You're back to.
We're like 50 feet away just staring at it.
Yeah.
What are y'all doing over there?
Did he answer? Do you still want to go to his throne?
Yes, I was able to reach him,
Well, that's good.
so I know he's still out there. I couldn't tell if he wants us to go to his throne or not, but I definitely get the sense that this Fel spirit coming to this realm has something to do with Tiamat's invasion. They aren't unrelated.
Well, this Mogus guy ever been right before?
Always to me.
You're religious, aren't you? It's basically a god. Just treat it like that.
Dude, if you can watch it walk, it's not basically a god.
I mean, according to many of the murals we just saw, you can also watch whatever you believe in walk. So
You shutting the fuck up, man.
you
That's
can
too
also
much.
treat possibly Tiamat, which I would say probably has the powers that would rival a god that we just saw walk. So
I'm gonna be honest, he's making some good points. I'm gonna have to back down on this one.
yeah, it's more of a question of whether or not they actually help you.
That was. I know you barely know what's going on, Russ, but that was hurtful.
You see,
I touch him and put a point of feeling into it.
Oh my gosh. heal his wounded ego.
Yeah, exactly.
Did we get like short rest benefits from?
we'll say you now have the long rest benefits.
All right,
Let's go.
love that.
Long rest.
And you are leveled up.
Again!
No, I'm kidding.
all of you gain 10 temporary hit points, and I gain 15.
Dang. Wait, what?
Yep,
Wait, like just permanently? That override anything? Like what happened?
Temporary.
that's temporary.
Temporary.
Contemporary.
Which only comes into effect because you can't stack temporary.
Correct.
You cannot stack, so you have to pick your source of temporary hit points. But since no one else has a source of temporary hit points, that is irrelevant.
We get that every rest.
Every rest.
Short or long.
I'd say, by the way, that potion, if we ever get in a fight and that stuff, yeah. Okay.
So
And Midas gets that too.
Definitely, if you get, like... If you get,
And Helena.
Well, I think Helen.
Yeah,
would be,
was still
No, you can only
Speaking
get
of-
5.
Never mind.
Hembrig,
Just
unfortunately, potions are very much
Hembrig.
like...
As you are kind of standing at the door, you kind of see Helen kind of walk out next to you. And you watch as she steps out, she's still holding the book. The book hits the daylight, and you see this looks like counting clocking mechanism with this different emblems of suns.
What?
She
It's a sundial.
real shit.
looks at it and tries and opens. She can't get it opened.
That's
And it looks
awesome.
like there's like 3 like locks before it fills. Like all of them are filled.
So it's just like they're locks though. They're not like a.
It's like little emblems.
Lock,
It's like little emblems, and some of them are lit up. 4 of them are lit
It's
up.
definitely a medical log.
4 of them are lit up, and 3 of them are yet to light up. The 4th one just.
So can it only be red?
Hey, you memorized it, right?
Every single one of you has the words burned into your memory.
Oh, good. Good.
Why you also have the handout. But who's counting?
You want the handheld plane?
Thus shall the ancient.
The door no full spot.
So, we'll say you all start to make your way to the throne. Mounting up, I will have 1 person guide and navigate just through the wilds, and 2 people can make perception checks if they would like.
I feel like canonically I would guide because I've been there before, but he might be the best
Yeah, it's y'all's decision.
like traversal navigator.
I volunteer.
Touches the horse is good.
1 perception. Anyone else want to do perception?
I will.
You're navigating though.
You're
Yeah, I can roll.
Unless you don't want to.
I can roll perception.
You have a lot of survival, so it might make sense.
You're rolling for survival to guide them. They will keep watch.
All right.
Dark sleeps on the carriage.
Doc gives no shits today.
He ain't never found none to give, I'll tell you what.
29.
29. All right. So, you know your way back, but as you're kind of guiding, you're just watching Hembrig kind of like he just seems to know his way around these hills, and even if, in your sense, you haven't been to most of this before, but you're a skilled enough adventurer that you can adapt on the fly well enough to seem like you've already been here 100 times. So you guide them. You guide them a very efficient route with a 29. I'll say you actually get them there early.
Bit of schedule.
You, ironically, as you're journeying out about 6 hours into the day, if anyone wants to be doing anything, just holler. About 6 hours into the day, you can pass over a ridge and you see in the distance Wadensburg. As you actually have to come back down and pass by it.
Can I throw up in my mouth?
You can't.
Get it up in my mouth.
Okay.
We wave goodbye.
So,
Someone wake up Doc.
Wait, do we come down the same road?
no. You're currently just moving through just a hunting trail in the wild. But I'm saying you can see.
is the mayor of Wattenberg on the side of the road?
That's what I was wondering, but we're on a different
Naked.
No, you are far away. You just can see it in the distance because of the plumes of smoke. So,
the ozone layer that's been destroyed above Wattenberg.
at about, you've been traveling now for 12 hours. Yes.
Doc would like to ask every individual person of the party what they're good at, and from a combat point of view,
Wow.
to get an overview of.
Okay.
You have unlocked metagaming perk. We'll say you can do that and talk if anyone refuses though.
Does anyone refuse to tell me shit?
No.
Lightus does.
Lightus refuses to tell
Common
you.
or Espanol. No, I was telling you.
Lightus tells you a little bit, but you can see he's holding back. I'll actually have you roll an insight check.
I give a very.
Are you talking to him too, or just them?
I'm going through. I'm talking to everybody.
Okay.
Can I inside Lightus as well?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Rabbits.
I believe him. I'll tell you what.
Elmer Fudd. Hey, you could be medieval.
18?
Nine.
9. Okay, so you see, as you're kind of talking to Lightus, he's pretty much, he starts talking to you about he had some high-ranking position, and he mentions he's part of the Alabaster Watch, but that doesn't
High-ranking position.
really ring a bell.
This man got clapped in the fog by a foot soldier.
No.
So he kind of just doesn't really lean into what he's good at. You remember back in Wadensburg, he summoned 3 knives and killed 2 people in the course of 6 seconds, which is fairly impressive, but nothing
Hey man.
beside that. What did you roll for insight?
18.
18. You gain a stronger sense that he's leading on weakness. And from a soldier's perspective, it almost... Actually, roll a history check for me on the Alabaster Watch when he says that, since you were paying attention.
0.
Never mind. You do not know anything about the Alabaster Watch, but you get the impression maybe he was part of a special, almost task force.
You just think it's a white pocket watch.
Yes.
I'm gonna go up to the guy and ask him. 'Cause
Which
I'm
guy?
Curious.
Linus?
Linus.
Oh.
Interrupt, inject yourself into the conversation.
I use interruption.
Doc hates you more.
If that's possible.
Wait, do I know that? Did I know that he was like
you
a
can
high-
hear him just mention Alabaster Watch.
We're all like walking on a trail together.
No, you're all riding in a carriage together.
Oh.
So it's not, you don't gain the insights they just got, but you can hear the Alabaster
driving
Watch.
the carriage?
He currently
Can I
is.
kind of climb up and sit next to him?
You can.
Like a son.
He kind of just
He
like
was underneath.
kind of sits to the side.
Fireworks?
Underneath.
Yes.
Tell me about this alabaster. Or would I know anything about the alabaster?
You've
Watch?
heard him say it.
Check.
Roll a history check.
Uh, 12.
No, you don't know. So he kind of just,
I'm part of a group that serves the Phobian Empire and the greater political interests, and especially here in the Isles. That's where I'm stationed. I don't actually have a station, more of just kind of a warden, if you will.
Such a political answer.
Yeah, really. Don't you think the
you catch that. That's rehearsed.
ah
That's rehearsed, which is interesting. But I'll say about 12.
I want to talk to Pierce's character.
Oh yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. While we're in the carriage.
Well,
So you follow Mogus?
yes.
Explains the skeleton. Are you part of a Motime, or do you just follow him as a separate branch?
Yeah, I just follow him on my own. I'm not affiliated with any other group.
I was just curious. Some of my old tribe members became Motime and followed Mogus.
Oh. What do I know of the Motime? I am their leader.
You know they're wildly. You know they're widely variable because depending, a lot of the tenets of Mogus as they currently stand deal with combat and slaughter. So generally, people who are the more devoted you are, the more generally you're not accepted in society as a whole.
Okay, but Mogus isn't a store of death. He's a store of war.
No, the store of death and the underworld is Erebos. They're very, very different. One is, so Mogus is a brother. There are two brother giants. It is Mogus and Erois. Mogus is the god of pretty much, or the giant of slaughter and violence as a lot of Praetorians understand it. Erois is victory and combat and achievement. So there's a little overlap there with the two brothers. You also know they're very not in favor of each other.
Very not in favor.
They are nothing. They actually, there's been constant instances of religious warfare between the different followings of the giants.
Okay, got you. Sorry.
They don't just all get along?
Is there a specific reason why you follow him? Or did you just decide that slaughter was a life for you?
It was a long time ago. My memory is fuzzy, but when I was in a time of need, I sought out Mogus for revenge against the dragons. He granted me that power. So I dedicated my life to defending the border and destroying any dragons or dragonkind I came in contact with.
Well, I hope he keeps serving you well. That's why.
Solid cutscene.
Oh, go ahead, you.
What?
I-
What do you want?
So I want to continue my conversation with
Lidus.
Lidus.
Oh my god.
So
Sorry, never change, Brandon. Keep behaving the same way you always do.
Shut up, Piers. We want to hear Brandon.
So, do you guys ever deal with anything like extortion? Like, have y'all ever dealt with like organized crime?
Quite common. If in regards to, I mean, as they say, all's fair in love and war. You know, all's fair in love and war. The Curie Vostok Empire is known for being ruthless, cruel, barbaric, bloodthirsty, and never satisfied. But you would have to be blind if you did not believe that the Phobian Empire and the Council of Cruel are not in their own ways a bit twisted.
I see. Well, what I'm getting at is my family is, we're kind of in a little predicament. I'm having to do these dirty jobs in order to keep my family alive. So,
Basic blackmail.
yeah, if we get out of this alive, I could really use you and your organization's help. And I would owe you guys a favor.
Well, as far as helping a friend, that is different. But as far as Phobian, I cannot really get involved in as much as long as it doesn't affect the war effort, unfortunately. There is a very, very delicate balance. At any given time, there are hundreds and hundreds of people allied with the Empire, listening, watching, and working for the Empire in the Isles. And at any point in time, there is an equally numerous amount of people for the Phobians. Nothing you do for the war effort would ever go unseen. Not anymore. But this is why I have to be a little bit careful. But I don't really know how much war matters right now, to be honest with you. I candidly just want to find out if home is okay.
Yes.
But if we get through this, you know, perhaps if you don't kill me in the end, I would love to help you.
Thank you.
DM, is he wearing a red shirt now?
Apparates. Essentially.
Why?
Star Trek red shirt.
Oh.
He's gonna die.
No, he's not wearing a red shirt. No.
Of course he's not.
I say to Rust, there a reason you're traveling alone?
Handsome.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Tell me, Rob.
I know I'm racist towards your kind, but you kind of looking hot.
No, my author usually travels alone.
Interesting.
I don't mind traveling with people, though try not to keep too much company. Will end up slowing me down, or worse, things catch up to me. But as long as I think I stay moving, it's no issue. Stay in one place, though, I don't know.
How many places you been?
Where? Oh yeah, okay. My homeland is more near in the Phobos area, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Your homeland is in New Phobos.
Cool. Just trying to get that.
Especially because the Bastions were a Phobian guild. They were entirely part of the Phobian. They only came to New Phobos recently with the collision.
Gotcha. Wandered much, never around this country. I'm from Phobos, the area where my people are from. Though recently I come here, trying to do good and fix things. Also, just stay out of sight. I am not... people use word I've heard adequate. It's dangerous for me to stay in one place.
I take my little prayer circle. I go, this all still means something to you?
What does this prayer circle look like? What does it look like again?
It's a metal circle. It's been broken into two pieces. That
Where did you
should
get
be
it?
One piece. From my original order.
The seraphim.
Yes.
You see it? Yeah, it's a fairly normal. You would know this with your religious background. The collision when the churches split. The biggest split that happened was pretty much the two big divisions that arose were the seraphim and the paragons. The seraphim were an amassed, not really organized collection of sects that followed individual angels. More akin to, following like an angel centered around healing, around prophecy, around knowledge. Yeah.
The Paragons were the Crusaders. They were the ones that worked to take Phobos back. They were the ones that wanted to drive away the night. And you also know there's a couple other small ones. The Bastions were different.
Yeah, because they
The Bastions were often considered to be too extreme to be for the Paragons, but small enough too that they were not ever classified as one of the major orders, at least in history books.
And the church that ended up splitting apart, did that get like teleported in, or was that always here?
The church, no, the church was not. The Church of the Ancient, or of the Ancients, was not in Praetoria prior to the collision.
Okay, cool.
Prior to the collision, there was none of that influence. It was very, very primitive. Praetoria has pretty much has been like an airplane tire hitting the runway and is burning rubber, catching up with where Phobos and Kirovostok were, because they were very primitive, which is why there's a lot of hostile change.
Gotcha. See, yes, I know this. Seraphim, established order. My order's a little bit odd, a little different. Probably have never heard. We'd have conversations sometime. I explain. But mine exists. Yours exists from a long line. Mine is old, but more comes from. There is another order, opposite. It exists. That is the reason mine exists. It's a long story. We talk at the time.
So, as you continue to travel, about a couple hours later, you hear Lydas go, "We should be good. We just passed into territory. And it's still green. You can tell if the worms are in the area because they'll tear up the ground so much you will see random patches." Kind of just points, because you're in very large open plains at this point. The farther south you go, it becomes more open plains. It's very covered in greens. You will see large patches or areas or circles or trace it doesn't look like, and they would be at the very, very edge of the border. They're very precise, so I think we should be good, which is interesting. I should... About an hour past that, you see in the distance Draco, you are familiar with, you guiding. And as you're guiding it, you're kind of thinking in your head, is this where this is? You're guiding along the map with Draco's instructions, and then you're like, oh, that's interesting. You're guiding them to a volcano. And known to be an active volcano. And you've known about this before. You just never put two and two together before. This is allegedly where the throne of Mogus is. And you're kind of thinking for a second, you remember. And especially you know this, and you are also very vividly aware of this. You as well, but you two are not impressionate about this. Praetoria is very, very connected to the actual thrones of the giants. Almost as much to the actual giants themselves. They are rumored to be the connections of their power, or the epicenter of where their influence is. and across all of known Praetorian Isle history, passed down from lineage and lineage because there's no one recorded history. They have survived winter, storm, war. There has never been anything to push them off of the face of the Isles. They are the pillars of the Isles. You know this is where the throne of Mogus would be. You've been here to this area before. And as you approach, you see it in the distance that kind of just approaches more and more, although it's almost you're on the flatlands, and the flatlands kind of spew downward, and you can see it. It's almost, make sure I got the description right. Yes, you can see it in this valley that falls low, and you can see from it the ground about 2 miles around the volcano is black and covered in ash. And you look and you can see just smoke coming out of the top of the volcano. I'll have everyone roll a nature check, please.
Is it warm?
Nature check.
War. Roll a nature. Are you sweating? I don't know. Roll a nature.
No, tell me.
10.
Damn it!
Damn.
Damn it!
Light Yagami really came out in that one.
1.
Oh, man, that's real solid, man. I got a 4.
It's not a question of if you're sweating.
I just want to know if I'm sweating, dog.
17?
want to know if I'm sweating.
10.
10?
Yeah.
Pierce?
5.
5? Okay, so only you catch. That probably has erupted within the past 2 weeks.
Oh.
That's why all the ash is there. It would be more ash if it was closer, but it seems like most of it is either blown away. But you look and you can see evidence that it erupted relatively recently.
How long ago was it since we woke up with no memories?
That's a great
About 2 weeks,
question.
roughly. Actually, I will give you the exact day because I can do that. You are on the 71st, and your first session was on the 61st. So actually, just shy of 2 weeks. Just shy of 2 weeks. It's been 10 days.
Packed it in.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
It's fucking hot up here. What the hell's wrong with you? I'm made of fur. Why are we going here? This is a horrible idea.
It's not hot.
That's all I wanted.
Sorry, I just.
Doc is having a hot flash.
What are you talking about?
You're looking at.
It's burning in here. What are you talking about?
Been looking at
He looks a little. He looks a little boozed. He looks a little boozed.
I'm a little boozed. I'm not gonna lie to you, man, but that don't mean it. What?
Translate this to rust. This erupted roughly 2 weeks ago.
Hey,
It's 10 days ago that we woke up.
what the hell? Woke up from. I wake up every day.
Great for you.
Don't we have a rune?
Hey.
A rune?
Hey, man.
rune
He's
is
telling me.
invisible
Hey, he's telling me to tell you, man.
I undrunk him.
Undrunk?
You can do that.
Yeah, I can.
You can do
I
that.
just like.
And there's a blinding white flash.
He wants to fuck you, man. Let me just say that.
He wants to fuck you.
What's going on back there?
He said you guys, it erupted about 2 weeks ago, same time you woke up.
No.
Hey, can you put it back?
I look at the flask. Does it ever end? Is it like a?
Yeah, it ends. I'll tell you what.
It's pretty low. It's pretty low.
I ain't
He
got
needs a
infinite
refill.
booze over here.
He's still got like a half a buzz left in the bottle.
Half a buzz.
You think this is cheap? I've been trying to make it last longer.
Have you considered help?
I take a deep breath. Rust couldn't hear me. Sorry, I can't translate it for you. You'll never know what the fuck you were saying.
Oh, this coincidence. 2 weeks ago.
Okay, that was an inside of 16. So.
My deception.
Okay, I believe him. He has more than a +1, so.
Oh, get fucked.
Yeah, it's a 24.
The volcano
24.
was erupting the last time I was here, and I was all right. So we should be fine.
But Russ did answer
Just
your
didn't know if it was
question.
connected.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
You do know because he still answered you poorly in English.
But then I'm like, he just answered me, but you just told me you couldn't hear. I'm so
Oh
confused.
god.
Does your thing cure hangovers, or am I just really quickly hungover right now?
If you, I don't know,
it
if
cures
you're
you.
only hungover if you're dehydrated, because I can't
you're
hydrate you.
cured. It's a cure.
I can't hydrate you.
If it can cure poison that can kill you, it can cure a hangover.
Yeah, you don't have a hangover. You may have a headache from being dehydrated, because your dumbass hasn't drinking water.
Drunken.
I don't even own water.
He doesn't own water.
None of us do, but
Oh, I own some.
I hold up a massive thing of water.
that's not owning, that's having.
I'm being honest.
Did you buy the
I don't
water?
have sex. I just own it.
It's language.
Did you buy the sex?
Hey man, that's been illegal for a while.
I rent it.
Anyway, that could be connected, but let's keep going.
You just said owning and having.
Man,
was
I
like,
just-
What's the difference?
Well, one you pay for it.
No, that's renting.
So, as you
that's if
continue
you give it back
towards
after
the
paying.
mountain, alright, as you continue towards, you eventually get to the point where you have, just for a clocker, you have about 5 hours left of daylight.
Oh. It's probably a pretty safe place to be, though.
You gain,
For the mist.
out.
Well, there's light from the hot magma.
so you gain,
The not hot magma. The cold magma.
you start to climb the volcano. It's not a large volcano, and you know for a fact it's more of a inverted. It's more of an inverted funnel
an
to where
innie.
it actually does not come up above the ground near as much as deep as it goes. And as you're walking, especially you, Draco, there's a feeling of anticipation and curiosity. What are you going to see? Are you going to see what you want to see? Do you even know what you want to see? You kind of have some ideas of what you know you don't want to see. There's this bit of walking, and eventually you get towards the top, and you see Draco. I'm assuming, Draco, you're leading up front.
Sure.
Do we follow him?
Do you want to?
Yep.
Okay.
He's like, I'm not.
Yeah, and I walk in a straight line too.
As you are walking, as you are going, you can see constantly across the sides of the slopes of this volcano is cooled magma. Like, some of it is still warm because it takes that long to cool off, but most of it it's not recent. And in that moment of anticipation, when you kind of crest to the top, the wind blowing in your face, you crest and you look inward. And you can see there is a throne. The proper size for Mogus. The throne itself stands about 150 feet tall. It is made out of solid and smooth, squarish stones. Not individual ones, but giant, solid blocks. It is not detailed, it is not ornamental, it is primal, and it is sturdy. One singular backrest with 2 armrests. And you can see on the back rest a ginormous, glowing, not evilish red, but flame red rune on the back, in the symbol of Mogus, which is this intricate weavings with almost a minotaur's head. And you can see, sitting on the throne, a huge, hulking figure, immense.
He's himself.
A giant. You see this ginormous belt around its waist, inscribed with Nordic writing around it. 2 hulking bronze pauldrons at the shoulders, greaves, and gloves of this just immense make. A 300-foot tall ebony black axe cut into the ground and around it in volcanic ash. The axe head the size of 20 men. The body that sits on the throne. Not much of a body. You see remnants of ashen flesh that sits upon a figure of bones. The skeleton of Mogus sitting on the throne, ajar. A humongous minotaur mantle, which normally was mostly bone, but now completely. With its mouth ajar, huge, with these rows of sharp teeth standing. And one you look and see in the ribs in the center, 5 of the ribs are all cracked inward with a ginormous gaping hole in the center.
I drop to my knees.
Yo,
I start to weep.
man.
God damn it!
That is
And-
your god, well,
I'm gonna start walking away.
As you say that,
Respectfully.
and there's this moment of pure, unbridled, just rage. You hear a voice. The only voice in your mind that you can hear that somehow cuts and is loud as a hurricane. The body breaks. The spirit endures.
Are you still here? Does your spirit still reside in this place? I'd like to... Can I move closer to the throne?
There's a way down. There's a steps that go all the way down that approach the throne.
Yeah, I would like to... I'm gonna run.
You run down the
throne.
steps. You see Draco kind of, and all y'all saw, he was kind of sitting and immediately goes, he sits up rapidly in a different essence and then immediately starts sprinting down the steps towards the throne.
I follow, but I'm going to stop where the steps end.
I'd stand at the top of the steps.
I'll
Take my
stay.
hat off respectfully.
There we go.
I'll stay with Doc. I'll do something. I don't have.
Run down.
Yeah.
How close do you get?
I want to climb onto the throne.
So you can't climb up to
I
the
can't
throne,
climb
but I'll
up to
say
it.
you can get up to touch it because it is 150 feet tall and like if it's kind of like this but stone. So this is about 75 feet of sheer stone rock and the legs. As you kind of get to the threshold, you're just standing there and you're just staring at this form. I'll have you roll a wisdom saving throw.
Never mind.
Oh man.
Had a devious idea. Whoa, come on. Natural 1.
No.
Natural 1.
And you're not next to me either.
Don't worry, I'll take the bonus.
Can I cast guidance on myself?
You pass out. But you don't fall prone. You kind of fall to your knees, and then you watch as his body kind of just goes lifeless. You feel yourself taken into a vision. As you kind of, the moment you step into this threshold, there's this swirl, this familiarity that you know previously from your visions. And you look around and it's a different time. You look, the day is different, the dawn is different, and you don't actually know if you're there. But you hear, you turn to the side as you see the 300-pound or the 300-foot tall axe head fall into the ground.
And you look, and as the dust settles, you see thrust against his throne the flaming figure that is just a coiling abyss of embers beneath the pauldrons of Mogus as again. And in the moment when you want to speak with him, to reach out, you see a claw hit its shoulder, and the sunlight disappears, and you look up and you see the hideous, blasphemous form of Tiamat resting over it, and you hear a thundering voice that curls your soul. Where is your... You see Mogus kind of... The red dragon head, ancient with humongous orb eyes of this serpent evil nature, just get close. It's over. I will end your leash. You see like 3 of the heads circle around Mogus. Is he? And you hear. And you see the hand come up and grab the red dragon's head. And you see immediately the 3 other dragons that just bite into it. And you can see just flame start to spew out of it. But you watch as he looks up, his hand clutching it. As the dragon's head tries to move, he's got it in a grip. And you see a hand mark of flame he's leaving upon the red dragon's head and just burning it into it. He's like, and he stares and he goes, the body will always break. You know what happens when you kill me. And you see, as the hand is pulled off by this white dragon head that pulls it off, and you see Tiamat go and just stare at him, and then you hear, and you look and you see the green ancient dragon head sticks its entire maw into the chest of Mogus, pulls out this large organ and swallows. And you watch as Tiamat, all 5 heads just look at Mogus as his head sinks back, and Mogus staring. And you hear this loud dragon's roar, and flame consumes everything around you. And you come back.
Drago, what?
What happened?
Dude.
What? Get off me!
Just throws me.
Shovel.
He flies into the lava. 10d10 damage immediately.
I won't miss him.
Get off of me! Drago, we gotta get out of here. Why? It's hot.
It is hot now.
Doc's like, I told you.
All the way from the top of the volcano.
Oh my gosh. Is there anything else in the area around the throne? Nothing there.
Ash.
I'm gonna try to cast some kind of spell using my scythe.
What do you should cast?
I'll cast thaumaturgy and just try to create like
A rumble?
yeah.
Still works?
Can I climb up the body?
No. Well, hey, you want to climb up the body, roll an athletics check. Or excuse me, an acrobatics check.
I've got spider climbing.
Are you going to activate them and
I
walk
am.
up? All right, then you don't need to roll.
Climb up that body, I shoot you.
You
I have
take
20 in dexterity.
You have your foot on. You can continue to proceed if you'd like, but you hear the giant Yotun man.
about 100 feet back, which is still, range for a longbow.
All right. I just want to like slip my dagger behind my back, slice off a tiny piece of flesh.
Are you doing it stealthily?
Yeah.
Roll a stealth
Tiny
check. Or
piece
sleight
of
of hand
flesh.
check, roll a perception check.
You mean bone or flesh?
There's remnants.
Whatever's whatever DNA I can.
Actually, no, I'll say you won't be able to do that because he's got these giant greaves.
Time to close
He has bronze armor on his
Jurassic
legs.
Park.
He has bronze armor on his legs, so I will say you cannot. There's
Yeah,
no
I can't. I'm gonna
bit of
cast
that.
animate death.
All right. You know what? I climb down. That was disrespectful. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna imagine that wouldn't work. By the way, I did think about what if you try to cast animate death on the skeleton of Mogus. That's
Try.
no, it's
That might be blasphemous.
that might be blasphemy.
Did he yell loud enough where I heard him?
Yeah, you're like, he's toward, yeah, I'll say.
I'll make my way down.
I translate. He seems real mad.
I'll walk down.
You can quickly garner
stay
the
at the
sense
top.
of you see this monument of Praetorian sense, and you can you can see the standoff nature between the very stoic but offended nature of your Jotun friend, looking at the
Maybe I should go with you.
looks maybe like standing at the base foot of the
Are his toes covered?
What do you want with his toes, man?
I would like to want to angle my. Compadre, you serve this god.
No. But my people are still believed to be kin of them. And to blaspheme their body is still not something I'd stand for, even if I have no love for Mogus itself.
Can I tell how long ago? I know the vision was in the past.
That is, I will, I'm sorry, you're going to hate this answer. I have given you enough clues at this point that it's up to Pierce to find out.
Yeah, my guess was that it would coordinate with when the eruption happened.
Possibly. There was an
Or the
eruption.
vision you had. Metagaming pigeon, or the vision you had. Where Mogus, turned into the clouds.
Yeah. I mean that's a good point. All right.
So,
I'll start to walk back to kind of take one last look at the throne and then step away, turn back to the group.
For you two, who are very attuned to runic magic, you can tell that's not the entirety of the giant's spirit does not rest there. You can both still very strongly feel the throne. Very powerfully.
giant.
Did you have a vision? I saw you when Lim.
Yes. Tiamat did this. It destroyed Mogus here.
Destroy.
I wouldn't say destroy. Kill.
See.
There are plenty of, I don't know if they're true, but there are plenty of stories of different store killing each other. Mogus himself once broke out of hell, according to one of my grandmother's stories.
I think it might have happened before we saw Tiamat at Seagrammer's steeple. I was always going to destroy Tiamat, but it seems now that she has her sights set on me as well.
Tu es a servant of this god. No?
See,
How long?
20 years? 15 years?
Comprende.
I'm sorry I dragged all of you to this place. But I would not have believed this if I didn't see it with my own eyes.
So is good. We know. No.
How long till it looks like it's about to be night?
3 hours.
camp out at Mogus' throne. Everybody.
Wait, no, we're all still in a group, right?
I'm kind of like
We'll say at this point you are in the only people you are separate from are Lightus and Helen, who are still back at the carriage watching it. So if you would like to speak freely without them there, you can.
I wait for an opportunity
without
to
the
grab
spares.
him. But I'm gonna wait until.
We'll say that they're leaving.
Okay.
Doc says, not to be disrespectful, we don't have too much daylight left, and I don't imagine a throne attracts weak demons.
Agree, it's safe to stay around here, but I myself will not step any closer. It would go against my traditions. I'm fine with camping near on the mountain, but past this step I will not go.
Fair
Unless
enough.
I must.
Well, are you saying that you think things will be attracted to the throne, so we
Yes.
should get away from it?
That's what I think.
Okay.
No backing to that, but that's what I think.
It's not an unbased opinion. Powerful things draw powerful things.
Also, I know that light attracts shit, and this is a fucking volcano.
Powerful things attract powerful things.
I'm heard
As
the
far
exact
as-
opposite of
Sorry.
what you said, so
That's why I asked him. But Nathaniel was like, "We can be as close to the throne as we want to be." Yeah, I'm just kind of like still like out of it, like in shock, just kind of like going along with whatever they're doing. But I don't need to be here any longer.
El Servant. And I assume this is out of your earshot.
Yeah,
You hear none of this.
I'm watching you.
He is a
I'm sorry.
of this.
No, I'm sorry.
yes.
You're gone. Die.
I work in metal.
Sorry about that.
Were I to have a piece of armor, I could make something for you. But I know not your customs. This is important to my people. I know not yours.
He was a steward of war. Go ahead. I walk up. I just do not wish to watch.
Draco,
Yes.
I need you to come with me. He's your god, not mine.
Oh, and then before I walk away, though, I imbue you with a fire rune, which means that any proficiency checks you have, you double your proficiency bonus.
Let's go! That's good. That's what I needed.
I go to Brandon's character.
Ember.
I don't think it's our place here.
I agree.
And I start walking up the mountain with him.
I go with Russ.
I lead him to the, I walk up to the throne. I make sure not to step forward more than he does. And I very carefully set my pack on the ground. Is there any of the armor present immediately?
The greaves connect to his feet. The actual front feet of his toes were exposed. You never let me answer. Y'all never let me answer. I was ready to say his toes were exposed.
We're very glad he's gone now. That's,
They connect around the heel. So yes, there is metal.
I very carefully pull out my tools and I look to Draco. You serve this one. For my people, armor is passed from master to servant. Generation to generation is important. I may take some of this and make something for you, but only if you wish. I will have no use of it.
All right.
Okay. So I'm going to attempt to collect the brass from Mogus's armor.
Roll a smithing check, I'll say, with your.
Cool.
Cue house building montage from Red Dead Redemption. Down, 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 down.
Fear me a bird.
Cut in the middle off dead gods.
Is smithing strength?
So
That's a layered
how are you?
question.
I'm just curious. How are you harvesting the metal?
Okay, so that's a great question.
Are you breaking a piece off of it, attempting to break a piece off of it, or are you, say,
I feel like I'm gonna kill the fans of this throne. Angel
just kicks you.
You triggered his funny bone.
Or do you have a source of like heat that you could use to?
I mean, we're in a volcano. I assume there's like some kind of.
I'll say.
Lava.
Yeah, there's lava everywhere, and lava gets pretty hot, like melt rocks. Rock melts before metal, right?
So, I'll say, which you could what?
Could this break the armor?
I don't know. You haven't tried.
I wasn't asked.
I'm just curious how.
How? Well, it's like the armor all in massive plates.
Yes.
Okay, there's no like disconnected pieces.
Well, it's the problem. I'm trying to figure out here is it's for a character that's roughly 250 feet high.
Yeah.
So the proportions of a belt buckle are like.
So I'm literally looking to get the metal and any pieces of significance that are
I'll say you
immediately.
can attempt to break some off.
Cool. Can I use my chisel and use like divine smites to get the armor off?
Sure.
I assume I can apply divine smite to a chisel.
Sure.
Nice.
It's a melee attack.
It's called,
Yeah, exactly. Like
it's divine chisel.
divine chisel. Yeah.
Divizzle.
I assume. Yeah, maybe like 5 to 8 points of like radiant damage does.
I'll say if you use it with a couple attacks with the fire rune and one use of, actually I'll say 2 uses of a first level smite. I'll say you can harvest off a chunk. So this is a good point for me to give this to you, Matthew.
What?
I know you'd
Appreciate you going through all this rigmarole.
I know you'd be happy.
Really, eventually, it's gonna
But I knew you were gonna add.
smithing for low intelligence
You have to
build.
flip it over, so that's just how it's gonna work.
hate
for dummies.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a D&D way of saying it.
This is the best thing.
Okay, so
intelligence.
here's how it works. And for
Okay.
anyone who's interested, if you look in the player's handbook, all basic equipment like that has a weight associated with it.
Yeah.
Each bar of, which is the standard steel or iron, is worth 5 pounds.
Okay.
So what you have to do is you have to get enough material for the weightage rounded up. So if you have a 12-pound weapon, you need 3 bars to craft it.
Yay.
You treat the crafting process with your proficiency in the same skills, but it's like death saving throws.
Okay. Cool.
Dog, if you make me a full suit of berserker armor from the armor of my fallen deity, I'll polish off your orc knob right here. This volcano.
Can I use?
It's gonna be hot for a different reason.
We're about to sleep, and honestly, this is a morally
We're not gonna get
significant
any
moment.
sleep with you clang, clang.
Can I just use all my spell
Yes, 3
slots
hours.
to lower the DC a little bit?
No, if you're pumping that much, you don't need a DC.
Okay.
With his thing and the 2, if you use 2 smites and his bonus,
So
I
this
will
is
say you do not. I'll say. So for that, you would have. How much are you getting for one attempt? What are you trying to make? A full set of armor?
Armor.
Okay.
Full set?
What armor
type-
do you wear?
You can wear all heavy armor if I remember correctly.
I can wear all armor. Up until now, I was wearing I think it was bear splint armor.
This is where you need
what's
to
your
grab.
dex?
This is the thing, Matthew. This is where you need
But
to grab
for
the
flavor,
player's
it was
handbook.
more
I don't know where the
scale
player's
mail.
Who has
handbook
the?
is.
Oh, it's over there. So what you need to do is you need to pick which armor you want to make, and then pick how many attempts you wish to get. If you want, like for example, if you want to make full plate armor, you need 82 pounds for 2 attempts.
My dexterity is 0.
Now that's for 2 attempts. It's 40 pounds.
And I need 3 attempts to make it?
No.
It's my modifier.
What it
it's
is on the
11.
card, Matthew, is I give the example of making a lance. A lance is a 12-pound weapon.
Okay.
You will cash your 3 bars to start an attempt.
Some real shit.
The attempt is determined successful or failure based on how the saving throws, the death save throws go.
Yeah.
So in the card, it'll say you will begin to make checks that need to meet a DC that is set by what you're trying to do.
Oh, because it's 3 checks. Yeah.
So it's 3, but no, it's not 3 checks. It's first to 3 successes or 3 failures.
Yeah. Sorry.
Natural ones.
You can make
natural
whatever
20,
you want, by the way. If you don't want to make
Natural
armor, you
ones
wanna
and
make
natural
something
20s
else.
apply.
I make you a pocket watch.
Okay.
Okay.
But if you fail, the materials are
Doesn't even tell
used.
Can anyone help me, or am
The
I?
materials are used.
alone? Okay.
So how much do you want to get? I'm
Yeah, I
saying
can
you can get
assist
it
you.
free. You don't need assist. You've already getting it. It's how much do you want to get?
We have a cart, right? Yeah, you're looking in the wrong place.
do have a cart.
Go the other way.
Yep.
It's to the equipment.
Oh,
section.
shit. He knew from a freaking distance that you were going the wrong direction in the book.
Well, we have a cart.
This man's never had sex.
There you go. Those are the weapons, and you'll notice all the weapons and all the armor you
Also,
get.
he's
Yeah,
never had
right
sex
there.
with a woman.
All of them have weights. Round up.
Oh gosh.
So if it's 12, you need 3 bars. Because each one's worth 5.
This is like the first Iron Man.
I am going to try and garner
Snap.
100 pounds of this stuff.
You can. That's what I said. This is how much do you want to gain.
We have nothing in the cart otherwise. All right, you know what? We'll grab like 150 pounds of this because that's.
We'll make
a weapon.
Helen carry it.
Yeah.
That is Helen. That is more than Helen's weight. That's more than Helen's weight.
Can I have him assist me by holding things, maybe, or something?
Yes, you don't need to roll.
Oh, I just get it. Sorry.
Yeah, because you use
Sorry.
the smites and my.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got new system. Who this? Yeah, I get it. Okay, cool. All right.
Smith out for low intelligence.
Zach,
I'm really sorry, Zach.
Zach, look at me. Zach, before you jump,
He just
I feel you.
I want no more there were 3 body jokes.
Oh,
No more there were 3 body.
All right, you got me. You got me.
I'm just joking.
But I can make fun of both of you now.
Yeah.
Yes.
well, Zach
take
has
your
fully
beer. Drink the
absolved
beer.
his sin.
As we know, their heritage is confused.
Okay.
Anyone of the Micmac line?
I know you need it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be drinking right now. Thank you, Mike.
I know, but I'm gonna keep making the joke.
All right.
All right. I acquire the things.
I
and-
will say, however, with acquiring that much, you have about an hour and a half before the sun starts to set.
This is the most time-consuming shit I've ever seen in my life.
I thought were you still up there watching?
Yeah, what am I supposed to be doing?
Just imagine you in the nosebleeds, just like, can you believe this shit?
This motherfucker.
Like the two-
I'm not even. I don't have enough
When you,
alcohol.
just for the
Mother did
record,
that good stuff. They're in the box. These guys are in the
for
back row.
Hembry and Doc, about 15 minutes in to the process, you notice Lytus kind of, he gets off and he unhitches one of the horses and he says, I'll be back, I'm gonna go find shelter. That'll take a bit.
Hey man, when does he do this?
About 15 minutes in.
Hey man, I mean, I guess you can do that.
Familiar following.
May I accompany
Can
you?
you? Oh.
Okay, all right.
Roll a survival check, or would you like to give him advantage?
I'll give him advantage.
I summon a rat familiar.
That would take an hour unless it's a pseudo dragon.
All right.
I send my pseudo dragon with him too.
Okay. The pseudo dragon, when it eventually gets back and reports to you about 30 minutes later, and with you,
It has vision.
yeah, no, it reports to you.
I know. I have feet. I can see when it sees. I can hear what it hears.
So what you also see is
God, there's an unconscious rabbit next to me.
what you also see is he does exactly that. He pretty much just takes the horse, and with you on the back because you're not a very heavy build, he pretty much is putting the horse pretty much at full bore for 30 minutes and does a radius of around, and he unfortunately does not find any shelter. He did not roll well at all, even with advantage. So, you gave him advantage, so try again when y'all get back and venture out again. You can try again to find shelter.
Can we make one?
I'll say you can try and make one if you want to.
So how far into the process are they?
This is when they get back.
So before they get back, my pseudo dragon splits off and does his own little fly around journey.
Roll a survival check for your pseudo dragon. Does he use his stats?
Yep.
Because he's looking through it, yes. Otherwise, it would use the pseudo dragon stats plus his, like,
survival?
charisma mod. Yeah.
Survival.
Okay. That's a 12.
12, same thing. So you can eventually get back. We'll say just as they kind of get back and hitch the horse back on, and you take the sacks, which, there were a lot of empty sacks in the cart that you were able to use of large pieces of Warforged bronze. And
Just a robot.
so you now have it. You now have about an hour and a half before dusk, and you see Lytus kind of
there was nothing in the radius, we might just have to make a break and see what we find along the road. What do y'all think?
Can we not make like little tents?
I'd prefer to not make a tent.
We can.
Let's at least travel an hour in that direction if we can. I know there's nothing that way, but
No, there might be. I mostly did a circle, so I didn't do a straight line. And you said we're heading to Beumont?
Yep.
I think we go straight to Beaumont and see how far we can get in a goddamn hour.
All right.
150 pounds of metal on the back.
We should go.
And so all y'all hop in and begin the journey once more into the...
Oh man, is
I will have...
I'm just sitting in the back with a stack of 150 pounds of bronze.
I will say...
Sitting on top of a stack of
after about 15 minutes of horse ride, where you can tell he is kind of like giving them the whips where you are going fast.
Giving him the whips.
If anyone would like to roll a survival check to see if they can find shelter.
Can I send my familiar in a radius around us, in front of us, to see if there's any either roads or civilizations start aiming in the right direction?
Brandon, roll with advantage. I'll say you're
Cool. Absolutely.
I'm rolling for survival.
I'm really.
What the fuck?
How does that rune of yours? Never mind. I don't want to know how the rune works.
So
roll with advantage.
I was just gonna see if
Damn,
I don't really want to
me.
count his roll, but he was also rolling for survival.
I got
so,
you, don't worry. You just roll with advantage because you add a ton to survival if I remember.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Oh. Natural 20.
Okay.
You find a 10-story mansion.
Natural 20.
I'm gonna give it to you again. Don't worry.
So, Blaine, Doc, excuse me, you're a familiar. Pretty much, you start barreling down the road. After about 45 minutes, you come across a road, not a hunting trail, a carved road. This is one of the one of the western roads. And you now know, just for context for world building, you have pretty much officially entered the Aegis. The Aegis is the nickname given to, and you are very familiar with this, the nickname given to the western border because that is currently, for the past 200 years, it has been the border between the Empire, or it is the border that there's a stretch of the Grand Sea that comes straight down from the north, and then across that is Kirivostok mainland from what happened with the collision. So, from Doc's bird, you kind of garner a little bit of the territory, and you know Novgorod. These are Novgorod. They're one of the three kind of subgenres of humans in Praetorian Isles. You've done a lot of business with them. They are the architects. They are the ones that are the castles, the ones who make siege equipment. In fact, I will have everyone roll a history check, just so I can gain a perspective of where you're all at in regards to the Novgorod culture.
I'm lucky. That was cock.
It was cock.
Wow, I got really lucky. 17.
15.
Natural 20 minus 1.
Okay.
Dirty 19.
Yeah, that's what that minus
So,
Dude, I know shit about
wait.
17, 19. What'd you roll, Brandon?
What's your wisdom?
10.
Okay. Matthew, what did you roll?
15.
15. So Brandon.
Wait,
That's not Brandon. Russ.
that's not right.
You sure?
What? Your history is -1?
But my wisdom.
No. I was asking an unrelated question.
He was asking something completely unrelated.
So Doc, Rust, and you. This is kind of their perspective. And you are very familiar with this because you've been to Beumont Fort before quite a few times. Beumont Fort and Novgorod are a very family caste-based culture. They are the rulers of the villages are based off royal families and long-lasting royal families. It is rare to have a new one pop up. There's a bunch of them. It is not a couple large families. No, it is an assortment of royal families. They are the city and stronghold builders of Praetoria. If there is stonework in Praetoria that was not built by dwarves after the collision, 9 out of 10 times it was built by Novgorod smiths, woodsmen, and stonemasons. So using that information, yes.
Would Doc know any bartenders in this town?
No, because bartender is an exceptionally high turnover rate in D&D worlds. So you do not. There's a new one there every time.
Damn it! That hot girl's not there anymore. Damn it!
Well, you know, Beumont Fort is also one of the bigger fortresses of the Novgorod. Using that knowledge, you start looking for something different. You stop looking for houses and caves, and you start looking for ruined fortresses, bits of stonework. And with a natural 20, which brings it to what? You have expertise,
29.
right? 29. With a 29, you, from a little bit of the prompt, stop the carriage and take a 10-minute journey off to the side on a hunch based on some factors you've seen. And it's not long before you come across, kind of in the cleft of a rock, in amidst these like little patch of woods, you see a stone ruin. It looks like a stone outpost. But actually, you kind of take a little bit of investigation. It's a Windpikes outpost, the Scouting Guild. It's a Novgorod Windpikes scouting outpost that is meant to be shelter for winter storms. So they're very, very adequate shelters. Convey it, the information, you see a rush of relief come across Lytus and Helen's face. As you are going this, and as you're doing this, the rest of you all, you're kind of watching, and this is about an hour and 15 minutes in, and the sun is just starting to set. And you can look, and you look across the countryside as you're on a little bit of an incline. It's beautiful with the sun setting. It's beautiful. You watch as the sunlight is still present, but the sun falls below the horizon. And you look at some of the deeper parts of the valleys, and just ever so faintly, sometimes you can see black mist start to pool up. Yeah. At which point, you bring this information, you all marshal in. You gather yourself for a night of rest after a lot of revelation. And after a minute, you still feel secure. But if you look out the front door of this cobblestone stone outpost, the night is black, beyond black once more. But you look out into it, and from within the fortress, you do not feel any creeping or whispering in your mind. And that is where we're going to take our bathroom/dinner break, because it is 6:30 on the dot.
Is there any booze in here?
Oh my god.
We will get to that when we get back.
I need to know.
So,
Otherwise, Doc's
it is 6:30. There's
There's an anvil sitting in the corner along with
I
a pile
know.
of booze.
I don't mean to rush dinner,
magazine.
but I did make, y'all want to keep going. Beumont Keep is right here. All of it. So if we want to have some time, we want to have some time to enjoy it. Let's do it.
We're at Pierce's house. Go to the Chipotle.
All right.
When Benji dies,
It's basically like a cat.
You think Benji's gonna die?
That guy's immortal.
He's gonna be the last one standing.
Yeah. We're gonna make sure of it.
As Cedric passes away, I'm gonna be like, Benji, it was supposed to be you.
Right as Captain Megatron decapitates you.
Captain Megatron.
You're gonna be dying saying this
Kane
beautiful speech. I'm gonna pop you with a
Frederick.
health potion.
Kane is like Thanos. He's like, I am inevitable.
Yeah, it's like right as Kane executes all of them and he leaves Benji.
I am. That makes so much more sense. I was like, I don't remember putting this song
I'm just
in
waiting
my
till that
wandering
moment where you
playlist.
decide.
All right.
Can't have a hairball.
We will say for the purposes of brevity, the night passes coming back in. You can take washes if you like, but the night passes. In
Take
the end.
washes?
What would you like to do?
Is there booze?
Can I get a good scrub? Yeah.
Roll a investigation check.
Can he have it because he's desperate?
No.
Investigation.
You're gonna have a -1.
15.
Bust
15.
Buff rust shower montage.
Oh yeah, can we cut to that?
Yeah, that's fuck what I'm doing.
You said you guys can take watches, but it's not like you said you guys can take washes. And I was like a bath, and he's like,
I did this.
That's good.
Don't even take your armor off.
we've been thoroughly washed.
No,
I bathed.
not in my head canon.
Well, no, we want to, but I found it funny.
Okay, canonically,
And there's conveniently like steam covering our intimate bits.
no. Canonically,
There's
no booze.
And bathed.
No booze, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Not with a 15. You look around, you do not find very much.
What is here? Is this like one room or?
It is a
holes
windpike's
we got there.
outpost.
We heated them up.
Windpike's outpost that they are spread around. They're pretty much think like geocaches for scouts. They're pretty much a place you need to stay the night or anything. There's a system and a map to that system, but that's usually kept within the windbreaker ranks. So generally there's a couple bit of supplies. There's some food, there's some rations, there's some clean water, but nothing really in the sense of comforts. More of along the lines of utility, which you are feeling. But as the night comes, again, you can see the ever-present shadows of the fell outside lingering, but not entering into the premise of the abode. Night passes and daylight arrives. So I'm assuming that you all are just booking it to Beumont Keep.
Yep.
Okay.
Book to
So
Beaumont.
we'll say
I don't think we have any other reason.
there are technically a couple places of small villages you could stop along the way, but unless anyone has any specific things they're looking for, we're just probably going to
A new god to start.
we're going to start we're just going to go into a bit of a travel montage, as at this point I will say with a very experienced ranger archetype, in between Lidus and the rest of you, and the general knowledge that you now share that you need to find shelter before it's nighttime, you travel for the next 3 days across the countryside, moving along the Aegis. At times you can look out to your left and see the vast expanse that is a great channel of the Grand Sea that flows all the way down from the north to the south, and across of which is the left goes left, right goes right.
From the north to the south.
I noticed that too. At the at the second day, however, which you can start to feel, all of you can feel, after the first day, it gets significantly colder, and the wind starts to die down, as in it's very, very calm. The second day, you wake up, and your journey is encapsulated by gray skies and plummeting temperatures. By the end of the second day, you all have to resort to the special clothes, except for the people who are accustomed to living in and have bodies adjusted to the cold of that level. The temperature plummets, and at the start, during the night of the second day and going into the third day, your final day of travel, in the morning, it's snowing heavily. Heavy, thick, beautiful flakes of snow fall from the sky and begin to dot the landscape about. But by midday, that light flurry is turning rapidly into a blizzard. And the wind is picking up. It is heavy wind. It is bitter, bitter cold. At around 3 o'clock, the wind has gotten so severe and so bundled that for a moment, the road that you were following is no longer available due to the constant snowfall, and is now going to rely on y'all's ability. So if I can have someone roll a survival check to see.
One last.
I'll give him advantage.
We'll say you can give him advantage.
Can I give him advantage?
If you get lost now, we have to wander around. We never get to.
Also, anyone who wants to roll a nature check about the storm.
If you fail, we wind back up in Wartensburg.
No.
18.
Don't roll put on a flat surface. If you roll it in your hand, it's gonna be all.
Did you roll with advantage?
Yes.
Your knee is gonna fall.
13 plus 8.
Really do be surviving up in here. Have I found any booze?
That's pretty good.
So,
Wait, for survival?
I'm 3 days sober.
yeah.
It's the worst.
Or, oh, wait, no. 14 plus 9. That's like
23.
23. So 23 will keep you on track as you begin the horses who are used to this by now. This is not by any means cruelty for them. As you're just plowing on, each of you bundled with heavy, heavy wind in your face. You guide them for the next 2 hours. You should be exceptionally close to where you should be. Where you, since you were keeping watch, you spot about, you kind of seeing through the snow very briefly, you can see a figure in the snow, someone mounted on horseback, kind of moving your direction, not at a rapid pace, but walking down the road. This heavy set mare with very, very thick fur, and you can see the figure has some sort of spear and shield, and kind of as you get closer, you can see a sword at their back. And after about 30 feet, you're about 60 feet away, you can see the rider makes an adjustment and starts trotting to make intercept. If there's anything you would like to do.
Wave at him.
You wave at him, and for... You see the horse kind of like trance up to you, this younger man, and it's very interesting. You can see it is kind of a stark change to the normal people or the normal clientele you've seen of the different races. You are very far west. This is the heart of Novgorod. You can see their features are fine but smaller, and their hair is longer and stringier and of darker color. It's very black hair that kind of curls back, a really well-trimmed bit of facial hair, even though this man that approaches you looks to be in his 20s. It just kind of like pulls down this mask, this scarf, and says, "My lords, this is no time to be out in the storm. Who goes there?"
We're travelers making our way to the city's name appears in
Beumont.
Beumont Keep.
I say you found the way, my lord. May I ask your business in these lands?
We're looking for a place to set up shop for a little bit.
I can get behind that. This will be a nasty storm. It's only getting worse. Follow me. I'll escort you into town.
Thank
this
you.
way.
Doc's sitting in the carriage.
We're just,
He has his last
having
round
a
of
look
alcohol,
around.
and he's just spinning it and staring at
The
it.
most excellent dialogue option ever to say to anyone when you enter it.
Can I roll an insight check on Doc?
Yes.
Is he having withdrawals?
Yes. Roll an inside check.
I thought you just said
Yes. He only had half a buzz left in that.
No, that ain't gonna be great. That's only gonna be 10.
1 second.
Wait. 14.
Do any of us have any booze?
I don't.
I
Why
don't
do I
think
feel like I've started something? I can fear the clicking.
I have. Oh no.
Why are you asking that question?
How long have you been abusing?
How long have I been an alcoholic? At least 9 years.
So, I would say you're actually. So I just looked it up. It takes between days and weeks. So if you've been for that long, I would say you're starting to feel the third day. You've actually been okay for the past 2 days. So, but it's kind of like you feel like itchy, kind of like your hair of the rabbit hair is just itchy. So you're kind
The
of
hair's hair is itchy.
every now and then like.
No, you don't see me. I'm like just kind of like just behind you. Just
You can tell he's starting to feel it, but he's still in
Walk
control.
over and start screaming.
No.
okay. Cool. Good to know.
Cast Spirit Guardian.
It isn't long. About 5 minutes later of him leading the horse, and he kind of has a little bit of a trot. You come across a wall, a stone wall, a very thick, about 10 foot tall, or about 15 foot tall stone wall made of this very fine
brick, and you're following what you can now garner as the road, and you see before you a very thick oak gate with like metal bars going across it, and you can now see figures posted along this wall, one about every 10 feet, which is interesting because that's a lot of men, and the wall goes beyond what you can see from the snore, which is not, well, that's, you don't have actually, you can only see about 100 feet in front of you, if. So, but you see all these figures with these bows in black, this black armor with black cloth on it. And you kind of just walk for a little bit. You see the guard who was escorting you kind of go up to the front, give instructions.
Execute them.
The doors open. I'll have everyone for this town roll a history check. See what you know.
Nothing.
Try that again.
14. Come on now, boys.
I'm rolling well today. 15.
9.
Gosh dang. Not much. No, like
So you know, Beumont Keep is nicknamed the Castle of Three. It is nicknamed the Castle of Three because it is infamous for 3 walls, each segmenting different parts of the city, which has led it to where the fort, given 250 men, could fight off 10,000. So if there's 1,000 men there, you're fairly well to secure. It would cost a lot to effectively siege the town without losing too many lives, which is one of the reasons why it's stayed and it's so infamous. You know, the Beumont Keep is named after the royal family that rules it, the family sake, the Beumont family. You don't remember any specifics about them, unfortunately. So you don't remember their disposition or if they have any political sides or anything, but that's just kind of what you garner. So, and it's well to know when they opened the gate, it wasn't locked currently. They kind of just opened it up, and as you kind of pass, you can see, you get a closer look at the guards. They're not towns guards. Some of them are. You can tell a stark difference between these, which is interesting, these Novgorodian soldiers who wear, like, plate armor that have very, like, it's made of metal and pauldrons and everything like that with swords and shields that look more of a Victorian era knights. But a lot of them are these black plated armors, which you have actually seen before. They were the Doombringers. The guild, one of the guilds you had briefly seen a couple people of in Segerheimer's Steep.
Oh,
It was one of the 3. And you know, it's not uncommon for villages to outsource their protection to one of the major guilds, especially the Doombringers, who are infamous for their fighting capabilities.
Bringing doom.
Yes.
Bringing doom.
You come in and you can kind of see.
How did you know?
Yes. You would also know that stuff because you've been here before. Sorry.
Out of the guys at the front that I'm seeing, who looks the oldest?
There is a man at the gate, kind of on the outside of the gate, who is standing on a horse, or not, he's not standing on a horse. He's sitting on a horse.
Standing on top
He
of
has
it.
a very large halberd kind of at the side with this very nice, but not ornate, but just well-made steel plate armor. And you see this very well-trimmed beard with a hair that's kind of put back in a ponytail. You would actually know this man. This man, because he's been captain of the guard for a very long time, or at least captain of the outer wall. His name is, pretty much everyone just calls him Captain Leon. And just for the record, because you would know, the best way to achieve success in a Novgorodian culture is they are very etiquette-based. So if someone has a title above you, you should, if you want to be successful, recommend or refer to them as Lord or Sire or something along those lines. It's also known as just being polite, as you saw the man say to y'all along the road.
I jump off the our horse. I take my hat off, and I walk up to him and I say, "Howdy there, Captain Leon."
You see the man kind of.
Oh, yes. I'm terribly sorry, my lord. I did forget your name, but I do recognize
That's all
you.
right.
You're welcome in. The storm is pretty fierce. You're on business?
Yeah, in some sorts. You know the best place to drink in this town?
Oh, well, certainly. You're going to go to Sanctuary.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Are you here to see the old man again?
The old man you know is is Lawrence. Lawrence is the headmaster of the order, the other order I said to, not the
Paragon?
no, the one that's not
Seraphim.
Seraphim. Thank you. I was wanting to say Nephilim, and I'm like, that's not the right word. So the order, the headmaster of the order of the both the Seraphim and the Crusaders. But you know there's actually other churches in this village, but you know he is one of the higher ups.
I say, to be frank with you, friend, I might be on business, but I'm not quite sure what that business is yet.
Very well. Well, you're more than welcome to come in. Except, did you check them?
He says to the man.
No, sir. I forgot. My bad, my lord. That's all right. If you will, don't mind. Casey.
And a man comes up.
We need to see your eyes, please.
Uh-oh.
Kind of goes up and to see the man. Kind of just goes up to each of you and like drops your eyelid a little bit, and you see Leon.
You will forgive the intrusion. I'm sure you have noticed the lasting effects of whatever the madness of the night that has been plaguing the lands. Well, amongst us, it seems that it can even have effect on those who walk in the day. There are agents of the madness about. You can tell. The agents have no light in their eyes. They have only dark. But as much as cryptic as that is, it's rather frankly the only way to explain it.
And you see kind of the guard give him a nod.
Very well. Welcome to Beumont Keep.
Do you go in? The door is kind of shut behind you. And you see, this is the outer layer, the first layer, which is residentials and farmland. So pretty much most of the houses and most of the farmland. Also, where the steeple of the Paragon, where Lawrence is somewhere here in the garden. But you all now have the town ahead of you. What would y'all like to do?
I take the little bit of alcohol I have, and I immediately drink it.
Wow. Pre-gaming.
We need to find a place to stay. We will be here quite a few days.
Yeah.
Agreed.
No
Wow.
good places to stay here?
We're so spiritual.
The bar.
Zach, Sanctuary. Besides Sanctuary, do I know anything else about this town?
Other than what I've been, not much more than what I've been saying. It's a pretty good hub. If you're talking about the locales, I'll have you roll a just general intelligence check to see how much you remember about the unique places in this town, because there are a few.
We need to find
History?
Just intelligence. Actually, you can do history for memory.
It's -1 either way.
It sucks either way. 16?
16. I would say you remember Sanctuary, which is the very infamous tavern for its hospitality. You remember the steeple of the Paragon. You remember the market, which is kind of an open concept market. And you also remember that the royal court, which is the third layer of the town, is actually accessible to the public between sunrise and sunset.
What's the... Sorry. Yeah,
Sanctuary.
Sanctuary is going to be the most place where we can actually find somewhere to stay. They got some pretty okay markets here, so we can get what we need. I can't remember if there's any blacksmiths in this town, but if they're here, probably somebody in Sanctuary.
I'll start Sanctuary.
Lead the way to Sanctuary, I guess.
To the inn. We need to find someplace quiet to talk.
Yeah.
And I lean close to Doc. We have a lot of money we need to split up. And we should not do it in public.
All right, then.
So you continue to make your way in. It's a little bit of a walk. As you kind of get to further in, you see the second wall, and you still can't see really details about where this village is or what it actually looks like on the whole because the snow is still so big. Yeah. But you make your way through a equally impressive wall that is the second one. Still also in that area facing outward. You don't know if it goes in a circle. You do, but into the second one, it's not long before you hit cobblestone streets. Even though they are covered with snow, you see houses made of fine craftsmanship with well-carved stone, with wood cedars for supports. You see chimneys with fires in them. You see a few people in the streets, but most everyone is tucking in for the storm that is currently raging. The people you see in this village look. It's interesting. It's almost refreshing. You look at it and it's reminiscent of before things went crazy. You see people without swords on their belts. There are people unarmed walking the streets. You see armed guards walking the streets. You see just like a man with his very thick furred dog walking down the street, kind of taking a cart of wood to whatever delivery he is making. You see people like this of a very medieval village feel. It takes a little bit, but you can follow street signs until you find this large. It looks like a large cottage. It is this beautifully well built, looks like giant home. You enter, and immediately you are hit with a rush of the senses, a good rush of the senses, as warm, very fresh air hits you, and the sounds of revelry. You hear lots and lots of voices. You look in, and there's this moment as you kind of shake off the snow in the foyer area. You see a large room filled with individuals lit with torches and a large bonfire to the back. You see tables with candles on them. You also see balconies, this massive interior balconies that lead to rooms. There is a general sense of revelry involved. You see tables with food. You see lots of people laughing, and on the walls, it's an assortment of trophies. Towards the very back of the room, you can kind of see there, almost like a centerpiece, there are 3 heads of giant beasts hanging on the wall, one of which appears to be a small dragon. The other one is this large python snake mouth that seems to be open. And the third is this white-haired owl bear with this long beak. And it's just the 3 of them in the back. You see in the center is this square, just bar area with large, thick glasses hanging off of hooks, kind of just lining. You see canteens of ale everywhere. You see lots of hustle and bustle of this village, and you almost have to speak at a higher volume because of the noise that you hear.
Immediately looking around, do I recognize anybody?
Immediately looking around,
Cerveza.
it's too many faces. You'd have to spend some time in here. Like, there's a lot of people.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a bar?
The bar is in the center. There's tons of tables around. No one immediately comes and talks to you. It seems like everyone's busy. If you want attention, you're going to have to go up to the bar.
Okay, cool.
I head up to the bar immediately.
I'll go with Doc.
You head up to the bar and kind
behind him.
of saddle up to it. It's not long before you see this woman with long, light red hair and kind of a white blouse with a almost overalls that is like almost a functional apron. And overalls is like cleaning a glass. Hi, what can I get you?
Howdy there, miss. How much for some rooms? And I also need some drinks, like now.
Would you like me to open a tab?
Oh, absolutely.
I'll open a tab. Would you like me to put the rooms on the tab?
Yeah, put the rooms on
many?
the tab. I mean, how big are your rooms? I can't remember.
It depends on how much you're willing to pay, lad.
Oh, man. I'm trying to think.
We have 7.
Is there anything left under the tab, Doc?
Let me check. And she goes off for a little bit.
No last name.
Comes back.
13,000
Sorry, I
gold.
don't have any doc.
Oh, thank
doc
God.
bills.
Thank God. I'll take whatever your, medium price rooms are. How much is that?
It'll be about, for the lot of you, it's usually 5 copper a night for low and a silver a night for, I'll say, how about, are you going to be staying a week? It looks like the storm's going to be out. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a storm. Well, you're more than welcome to stay. How about I charge you 5 gold for the week for rooms, and then any excess is alcohol?
Uno mas.
Wait a minute. That don't really make. That don't immediately make sense to me, math-wise.
Getting swindled.
But I'm not.
But I don't give a
You need a drink, honey?
Yeah, I think if you order the drinks,
And
I
she
might
kinda
like the
goes back
prices
and
a
takes
lot
off
more.
one of the mugs and kind of.
What time is it right now?
Y'all got there it's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So there's a lot of commotion in here. You gather people. It's like people are on their holiday because a lot of the people can't work outside during the blizzard. So you see a lot of workers and a lot of people.
Food now, food later.
Food later.
What?
Alright.
You want to have
What do we skip lunch or?
Living on trail rations. Okay, for what it's worth, we've been living on trail rations for a week.
I'm eating lamb.
Of course, the gnome isn't feeling it. One piece of beef jerky
It's
is
it's the experienced wander. He's not feeling it at all.
Oh yeah, that's
God
right.
damn.
We can eat.
We'll wait.
You want to have it brought up to your rooms?
Absolutely. What was your name again, miss?
Sarah.
Sarah? I'm Doc.
Nice to meet you. Are you a doctor?
No,
Oh, I wouldn't call yourself doc if you're not a doctor. You
No,
might have
it's-
some sick people come up
it's
here.
a name.
Oh,
The laugh is not.
your heavy flask of.
The laugh is not
ale.
canonically your hiccups. Canonically your hiccups. Yeah.
Anything else I can get you around?
Do you have any mead?
Oh yeah, I have lots of meat. She kind of goes back and gets a glass and.
I didn't know you were a mead, man. God damn.
I pull out 5 gold.
Oh fuck.
I put it on the table. Feast at 6.
Okay.
And I find a table. That table.
5 gold worth
What?
of freaking food, dog.
And
It's gonna be a whole.
It's gonna be a lot of food.
Oh, I thought that was the deposit for the rooms.
You was asking that for the food.
no, he's trying to. He don't really get it. You know what I mean? Wrong side of the wall. Goddamn. He's trying to order food in advance. I don't think he knows how this really works. Essentially, he's saying he wants to give you all them 5 damn all of them 5 damn pieces for whatever your best food is.
Okay, we can make that happen. It'll be ready at 6.
Oh, thank you.
She kind of moves around. You can tell there's a little bit of a gleam in her eye, and it's not malicious, but there's a gleam in the eye as a sense of a server who just witnessed someone pull 5 gold for food. It's
Yeah.
like,
Hey man, just so you know, you're a dumbass. Let's go upstairs now. What room? Is there numbers?
I'll show you the room.
Oh,
and
awesome.
She kind of steps by and we'll say you escorted to your room. How many rooms did y'all get?
How much was the 5 gold? How many rooms was
We'll
that?
say
I don't
five-
think we
the
discussed
five,
that.
The 5 gold can be divvied up into bigger pair rooms or individual smaller rooms. So it's just literally what you want.
We could have 7 individual rooms.
You can have 7 individual rooms that are smaller.
Is that smart? Do we want to like pair up in
wanna-
case
do
someone
we
gets
wanna-
shanked in the
Nah,
middle of
pairing
the
up
night?
smart.
Okay, cool.
Who's gonna pair up with poor Helen?
With poor who?
Helen.
Helen.
He said Hannah.
Did I say Hannah?
I thought you said Hannah.
He said that.
Absolutely
Who
not.
sleep with the witch?
Absolutely not.
No, she gets a room
Absolutely
by
not.
herself.
Absolutely not. No offense.
No, yeah. Shouldn't we
No, that's
pick
some fair
someone
points
who
right
has the
there.
least amount of beef with
What?
Helen?
Well, that's obviously not.
I'll stay with Lidus.
What?
Go straight into Linus.
I got a light. A goddamn player right there, light. Just so you know, we already killed her husband yesterday.
Lidus kind of go, and you see Helen.
Allegedly.
We threw that son of a bitch off that chair.
wanna go up
chariot.
to the,
You remember that? I remember that.
I want to go up to the bar maiden and, excuse me, ma'am, how much for,
I'm not wasting healing points on you right now.
I'm a gnome, so like,
I can see.
just a cut, yeah, so like,
You want a smaller glass?
well, what a small glass would be for them is like a bucket for me.
Okay.
So can I maybe get like a,
She knows what
How about I give you one large glass and you sip on it for a little bit, and you can
that's
have
exactly
that.
what I want. Thank you so much.
He goes and gets it and brings you your drink. We'll say for intents and purposes, you all find your table nestled in a little nook. Nestled in a little nook. Food is eventually brought to you. It's a humongous.
Wait, are we eating yet?
Yeah, well, I mean, unless anyone has anything else, we can.
We need to talk about the gold.
That's what I'm saying. It's
oh,
part of the
sorry.
conversation. So we'll say at the table you can discuss freely.
They're bringing chips and dip.
Yeah, while you're talking.
Gotcha. My bad.
While you're talking. So.
I'm dumb. I was born on the wrong side of the wall.
Rolls.
Wrong side of them railroad tracks, man.
What do you think?
All right. So y'all are free to
Talk?
amidst the hustle and bustle.
Give me 1 second.
Is there smoking allowed inside the tavern?
Yes, there's lots of smoke in the tavern.
Alright, I'm gonna light up a pipe.
Oh, goddamn.
Are there any other gnomes in the bar?
Some. It's actually a widespread of races. You know, this town is actually relatively large. Like, there's not many big places, big organizations, or big collections of people in Praetoria. This is bigger than normal. So there may
He's
be
just offended they didn't have a kitty glass for him at the bar. He's like, are there any other people my size here?
I'll take a vodka soda in a Spider-Man glass.
But yeah, no, there's actually, you see some humans, you see occasionally like maybe one half orc, you see a couple people of different
Tieflings.
you do not see any tieflings. You do not see any tieflings, but you see a couple. You actually even something interesting. You see a couple half and full elves in the bar,
Elves, eh?
which you are closer relatively to one of the twin elven establishments. So,
Are
they're
there
a
any
little bit
like
more common.
games going on? Like, are there any like
Some
card
games, some
or-
games, yeah, in between a couple people or a couple table with games.
My friend over here is. He was saying something about
Shuffleboard.
splitting up our funds because he has some or something like that.
I pull out a small, like,
Fortune.
handwritten ledger. No, I'm not pulling out the money here. Just dump it all on the table. Anyway, and I pass it around so everyone gets a look at it for awareness. We have 15,000 gold, 2 50 GP emeralds, a lot of metal things that I'm going to use, and then we have 2 minor healing potions, 1 greater healing potion, and that's it. Minus.
Did you also get a potion of true sight?
Yes, we also have a potion of true sight, as well as 2 arrows of guiding bolt, a +1 shield, a potion of courage,
You're wielding the +1 shield, though, right?
We have a lightning bolt. Yeah, we have a lightning bolt wand. I don't know who has that. Boots of spider climbing. He has that, and a cloak of protection. I believe he has that.
Yeah, I have the cloak of protection. I think the wand of lightnings.
Yeah, and technically, while listing everything, 10 bars of pickled Niflheim steel.
Pickled?
Yeah, because we dipped it in the holy water. 4 winter coats and 2 splints. Yeah, it took me a while to figure that out in my notes. 2 splint armor sets for cannibalizing.
Right, pickle.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, is that pickled? Oh. Anyway, so yeah.
So you see Lytus kind of look at it. Lytus, although there, does not seem to, and he had talked to you about this earlier, he did not want any share, or he did not need any share of the riches. And so he kind of leans forward.
Apparently he's getting paid enough by the Phobos CIA over there.
Yeah.
So what's the next step? We can maybe get information here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We have
I
a
mean, we're
lot of
kinda-
names.
We're flying by the seat of our pants, so.
Memory.
Well, it seems like the guards are aware of the darkness fell thing, but I don't think the invasion's made it this far inland yet.
Interesting. You have not seen trace of invasion when you went down to Mogus' throne, which technically now you've walked across like literally half of the Aegis. You never saw evidence of invasion, and you would see like the tracks left by something like that, which implies they maybe didn't go this way.
They know.
Should we try to notify the leaders of the town?
I imagine
Look at Linus.
anything that they could have learned, they would have already learned from other people.
Not necessarily. Well, think about it. If you have some kind of... It used to be a lot of couriers would make those journeys by night. Who knows how many of them survived after whatever happened 4 days ago.
Well, I mean,
Courier soup.
The fall of Sveppelheim.
Seegerheimer Steep.
Seegerheimer Steep. People could have made it here by then. What other stuff would we have to relay besides the things that I imagine everybody saw happen in the sky?
which the rune is still there, but Ryus goes,
I would actually bet dimes to gold pieces that most of the people here, maybe the people, the high officials in the Beumont court, are unaware of what happened there. I actually would bet they would not. You would be very surprised at how hard it is to get information across the Isles. That is one of the reasons why it's so hard. It's so hard for them to conquer it.
Then you're trying to have faith in the in the news system and
Any mercenaries in Doomsbringer are going literally anywhere.
What was the name of the priest
Well, we've
guy
been
right
on
now?
horseback.
Lawrence.
Lawrence?
Yeah,
We've made a pretty straight shot.
we took our time going other places first.
Did we?
Yes.
because we had to
We
go.
literally went to a completely different city, then went to a lake, then went to a throne, then came here.
The lake was like a day.
Yeah.
Aha,
Yeah,
well,
I'm just saying
actually,
they could have gone an actual straight shot and should have been here by now.
for the record, everything went. The invasion you saw begin happened on the 66th. It is
I
currently.
want to get up on the table and start shaking what my mama gave me.
Give me a second. Okay, well that's just interesting. It's currently 71. The 71. So it's technically only been 5 days.
Godzilla guy.
We could ask it. The guards will know.
Well,
I mean, if we had people to tell, sure. I don't know who we would give that information to.
Memories.
What do you mean by memory?
yeah, man, you keep saying that, man, but I'm remembering good.
I don't know if tonight's
Really
the
thinking
night.
about slapping him with holiness.
I think tonight might be the night for celebration.
God damn, that's a good point right there, young boy.
Another.
Draco celebrating the death of his god.
I'm mourning, not celebrating.
It looks different for everyone.
I wanted to talk about the memories.
No.
Well, we'll probably have to visit Clarence.
Clarence.
Why would it be that?
Huh?
Who's Clarence?
Who's
Why?
Clarence?
It's the head of the church.
And why is that helpful?
I don't know, man. I thought all this freaky deakiness, was somewhat religious.
I don't know. Don't we have a magical religious text that has a lot of info?
Yeah.
Man.
And one more lock to unlock. Over the course of the days, you have one. Every day at dawn, another lock went off. So it looks like tomorrow all the locks would be filled with whatever that means.
Well,
Book vanishes.
It's mighty board.
Wait, so they're locking or unlocking?
You don't know.
Oh.
It's just something's happening. We'll find out
Tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Gosh, it's like the prophecies locked behind the daily challenge. Yeah.
What time is it now? What time is it right? It's only like what, 4?
4 in the afternoon.
4? Should we go to a wizard place and ask about the book? Be like,
What book?
the book that's
Book
locking,
Helen has.
unlocking.
Wouldn't you want to go to a religious person, not a magician?
Whatever.
that's what I said.
Whoever you guys think.
I just assume we have a person who's been researching this her entire life, so.
Yes.
Never know.
He was so salty.
You can't
Dude, I love
keep information in your head. You have to have references and books. I don't remember everything I studied. I know where I can find the information.
Is Helen here right now?
Helen and Linus are there.
It's like in the children's seat, like.
I thought she was in Linus's room, dog. I didn't
No,
know she
that's
was still here.
that's
That
where
happens later
sleeping
tonight.
assignments.
Yeah.
That'll happen tonight.
Damn.
But
give me access to a library and maybe I can help. But
There we go.
Who wants to take Helen to the
I-
library?
all my
Not
research, 90% of my research was finding the book. That involves the context of what was in it, but I don't actually know. I don't have access to all of the stuff that would really give the information that we need. That is held by the church.
well,
And well, after that, my little snafu with the
who'd you snafu?
well, the whole execution thing. They don't usually let you,
Execution.
She was going to be asked. We explained this
What?
to you.
No way, man.
We spent an entire.
I threateningly raise my hand.
With a healing spell.
Yeah, exactly.
Prepped.
I know exactly what she's talking about. She's learning too much English.
So, Doc,
I don't know what this difference is.
if we
Common.
wanted to notify somebody about what happened at Seagerheimer Steep,
It would probably be Clarence. He does a lot of stuff here.
all right. Well, I'll go with Doc to the church then.
Well, I assume we'd all go there. I don't really want to though. You should just say you know me.
Why do you not want to go to Clarence?
Reasons of my own personal.
Did you get kicked
Yes,
out of
a
the
bit of-
church for drinking?
No, I didn't get kicked out of the church for drinking too much.
Insight check.
Roll an insight check.
Would you have
I
disadvantage
got
at
kicked
this
out of
point?
the church for blasphemy. That's
The real
what I saw.
question is, am I rolling deception or persuasion?
Confusion.
That's. I don't. You
Do
didn't
you
tell me
need
the
to
answer
roll?
to that question. That's an answer for Blaine.
If you're telling the truth, you don't even necessarily need to roll.
I am telling the truth.
Well,
I did not specifically.
have sexual relations with that woman.
Exactly.
Okay, you did not get
With
kicked out
Clarence.
for having sexual relationships with Clarence. I somehow magically gleaned that from that interaction.
Yeah, so we can go
I mean, I
there.
know I rolled a
Clarence,
22,
Doc's
but
old flame.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, we can go to Clarence. It'll be fine. I'll
Is
go
he,
with you.
is he a duck?
What? He's an angel. Da-dum-tsh. That was a good reference for
Yeah.
Blaine. So we can do
I
that.
have a bell I can ring.
We should probably do it in the morning though. Them priesty types don't like night.
Meetings.
What?
Nothing.
God damn it. Well, good chat. We're gonna do that. You give me my share so I can go buy some more booze. I'm running out of cash, man.
I promise I'm good for it.
He's on tab. He hasn't given any money to the bar yet.
What?
You're on tab.
Oh, dude. Never mind.
In that case,
Get with me later if you guys need something from me. I'll be right over there. And I'll be having a great
I'm gonna like give a glazed pan over look to Draco.
Doc goes and he goes sits at the bar and he just drinks. He's talking to people.
Drink. You make some good friends that you probably won't remember.
Good to know.
I'm gonna
You meet the
go over to
BBEG.
join Doc at the bar.
Join Doc. Okay.
I'm drowning my sorrows in
So both of you will
finest
say,
mead that this
unless
town
you
has to
have
offer.
any other things to do for the
Man.
evening, we'll say you two can live it up. Gambling, dancing,
Live it up.
whatever.
So they're drinking
Doing
at the
shots
bar.
at each other.
I am going to consume an entire side of beef.
You consume an entire side of beef.
Yep.
It's like a side of a cow.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
An
Entire rack of ribs.
I've been on trail food. I haven't been eating much for the past week. And I'm 300 pounds. And 6'3". So I am hungry.
I am 300 pounds.
I am pretty hungry.
You gotta make
Man is
this
doing
side.
the Zorro diet.
Yes,
right now.
I am, actually.
He said, I've been eating trail rations and I'm 300.
Are you going to join me, Ingemar?
I will join you in eating, but I will not eat as
Nearly
much
as
as that. I will not eat
Well,
half a
it's
cow.
like that scene from Monster Hunter where I'm just...
probably higher.
Ironically, as you're eating, the longer
Still
it
waiting
takes,
for it.
and just as y'all start really going, the 6 o'clock, you see more people start to flock into the bar, and it becomes more lively. And it's almost packed. There's almost too much room. A little bit about a couple minutes after you finish eating. Hold on, let me make sure that
Are you okay? You're neither stuffing your gullet nor drinking hella booze, so what are you?
Man, I'm
Trying to decide which one I want to do.
Well, the food's about to be gone, man. So, like,
I will grab.
a side of rib.
I will grab my sippy cup of whiskey and
Whiskey?
I will grab a rib.
I'll
Do
make
both
sure
at the
you
same
have a
time.
massively heaped high plate.
Thank you.
And
I would like to, as I'm deep within intoxication, I put my hand on it. Hey man, we've all been there. Gods die, you know?
Really?
Yeah, man. Sometimes you're just sitting there, and then everyone you love isn't.
I feel like there's something you're not telling me.
Hey man,
Have you lost somebody?
what? You need to drink some more, my friend. And then I just.
Doc fighting back tears as he drinks some more alcohol.
But yeah, man. So I'm there with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You just need to drink some more. It'll make it go away.
Alright. Another mead.
Right as you kind of finish and you're kind of finishing, you look over and there's this weird moment of bonding with
that
Gus
like
and Lightus as all of y'all kind of just sit back and look at the swaying figures of Doc and Draco. Ingemar, you hear, Blimey, Spear Twister! And you look and you kind of you look and you see a young Goliath kind of like push his way past the crowd. He's got these black kind of tattoos that kind of curve around the face and kind of go down the back with this almost fox hair like tunic about it. And you recognize him. It's Haldor. It was one of your.
Hey.
You recognize it as Haldor, and you see him kind of run up. Sir, oh,
Haldor!
Haldor, you're alive.
Somehow.
That's good. Sorry for the. If he kind of just grabs your hand. Oh, sir, it's good to see you, sir. Where have you been?
Well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure. We were traveling, and then all of a sudden I woke up in a completely different village. And I woke up with...
You don't remember?
No.
You don't remember?
No. Please tell me at this point. How
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh yes.
They're passed out, right?
May I have a seat?
What, us?
See, sit.
Haldor.
Rust.
Haldor. You can see this. He's a very young Goliath, and you can see markings on him that actually you've seen before. He's part of the Sordak tribe. And you can kind of see he doesn't have any weapons on him right now. But he's kind of, sorry, this is a lot to take in. Not a single hair on him, but very bright blue eyes, very light blue eyes. It's a lot to take in.
What happened, Haldor? To be honest, I've been very confused.
Well, you really don't remember?
No.
I wonder what must have happened. And he kind of is just like shifting around, looking for like his fidgeting with a cup in front of him, and he's like, oh, I don't even know where to begin. We were wandering. The crows watched the whole gang. Oh my gosh. Agnar's gonna be interesting. We were wandering, and we eventually made our way to some small. We were just going along. We were going through the motions. We were moving one way from job to another, and we stopped by this village. I can't remember what its name was. Buckskin.
Shit.
Dale Brook.
Buckingsdale?
Buckingsdale. That's the one. Buckingsdale was a small 10-buck-2 town. It wasn't much to it. But we got there. We were just passing over for the night. There was. We were at the bar, and this old man came in, and he was furious at something. We didn't really know what. He was furious. He was in a panic. He was upset. All we knew is that you went over and you kind of calmed him down. You took him outside. Next thing you came back in, you came and told us we had a new job. You said something. I can't remember the details. He was some religious man, an old man, some religious man in the town, and he could swear by all the giants that something bad was going to happen to the village, something bad, and he knew it was going to come from the northwest. You made it sound vague, but I couldn't even tell if you were being vague or if he was vague. So I don't actually know if you have more details. Anyway, we went out and we went to the northwest and we camped out in the woods there. And sure enough, it wasn't long before the end of the day, we had some kind of force come through. There were these soldiers, bronze armor, and we couldn't. Bo came back. He told us he couldn't recognize any of the markings, any of the make. It didn't make sense. Finally, we kind of met with them a little bit in the woods. You sent Bo back to the village to warn them. And we could tell there was something off about them, so we started engaging. Because, they were armed soldiers. They fought like devils, I'll tell you what. It took me like the better part of a minute to get Wrestle One down. There were a good 100 of them marching in some sort of formation, but we were able to separate them in the woods and take care of a couple. Anyway, that went on for about 15 minutes to an hour. I couldn't even remember. It was really hot fighting. And then some out of nowhere. I know it's a lot, I'm sorry. And you see him kind of pose, and you've seen it before, that like Sordak tradition of instantly all of the emotions drop out of their face. There was a wall of fire, split through the woods. It was like a bonfire that came out of nowhere. It separated the entire group. But the important part was, you were behind the wall. We were in front. There were enough soldiers behind where we couldn't break away. The last thing we saw was you keeping chase, taking a few as you could, keeping chase with them. I remember you had some wounds, but we got separated, I lost sight. After about 10 minutes, we retreated. We were wounded, beaten down. There was nothing else really to us. So we had to wait. Bo came back from the village. He said there was an old man, some man in a robe.
he said he saw you die. And so we figured that was that. And then we regrouped at a nearby village. And probably should have gone back now, looking back at that, but we kind of just caught up in the moment. We decided we were going for R&R, so we decided we'd at least maybe catch a break. We will go on a little ways for a little bit, meet up in a couple months over by the Ashen Peaks.
Sorry.
The Ashen
Peaks.
That is the autoplay kicking in.
Great.
You have a blurry video of Zendaya standing on the Ashen Peaks, looking at you.
You actually been playing that game. That's good.
We decided to go our own ways, and we'd come back in a couple of months after we'd done a little bit of mourning and R&R. And that's why I came back here. I've got family here. And to see you, it's lovely, sir. It's wonderful. You see kind of like, he's young. You see it kind of break, where the more experienced wars you saw going with the chief's son, this one's much more less refined. It's good to see you, sir. Also, humongous muscles. Like, humongous. Like, he is,
Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
he looks very, very built. He acts, his demeanor is almost like a young man, just more small, but he is incredibly massive. You knew he was even, his physical prowess was rivaling yours. So we kind of just,
Stay seated. We have food, plenty.
thank you.
Yes, help yourself. Do I remember, is anything coming back to me
No,
from this conversation?
not a thing.
Well, let me tell you what's happened to me since then. To be honest, I do not remember the battle you speak of. But I woke up in Buckingsdale. I don't know how long after that, but there was 4 of us. One of the ones swaying over there. You'll see him with the giant scythe.
Yeah, I clocked him coming in here. Rather interesting looking fellow.
He's one of the followers of Mogus.
One of the reasons probably why I clocked him.
Yep. And then a couple others. One of them has already passed since we woke up from there. Killed by a dragon. But
What a dragon! How did you end up fighting a dragon? I thought we decided we weren't going to take any political contracts.
well, honestly, I didn't want to even go there. But tell him the story.
No, they had to go see
How
the magic
much did you tell him? Like, do you tell him all about you witnessing the giants die? You went to the temple?
Let's see. We will.
I embellish everything.
I will be completely honest. All the way up to Mogus's throne. I'll be honest with like Stubbleheim, all that kind of stuff.
Even the sanctum?
Yeah, I trust. This is one of my peeps.
He is one of your peeps.
One of my peeps, man.
He's also one of you people.
Yeah. He's Haldor. He's my race. I trust him implicitly.
In-group racism!
Damn. He's of my race. I trust him implicitly.
Heck, I practically raised him for like 2 years.
Holy hell, that's a lot.
Yes. So now I've been branded with some kind of weird religious thing. The rabbit swaying over there.
You're very happy about that.
Oh. Yes, totally. As you know, I've never had really any love for the giants, but it seems
No, you didn't die.
whatever old man we spoke to has apparently got me wrapped up in some stuff.
Bald hair, beard, simple robes, no eyebrows. You must have lost them due to old age. Roll an intelligence check.
I know, that's the guy. That's the dude we saw in our vision. I knew it. Oh, just 17. There we go. That's
17? That was actually to determine if you understood the English.
Oh,
You
okay.
actually do think you might know who he's talking about. You specifically, because you remember waking up and the first thing you seen was a dead body of an old man.
Yeah, because he got stabbed.
And there's something, yeah, some memory of voice you can't remember about there is hope. And then someone dying. But
Yeah.
Very, very.
Was this
very.
from a vision you had, or is
No,
this
we
from
all had it.
the vision that we had in the?
Wait,
in
was
the
it me who had it?
No, everyone heard that. Well, everyone has that little memory of that voice.
Yeah, but
woke up.
I found the body.
You woke up fairly close to that body.
Face to face with his eyebrows.
No.
I woke up close to the body. Did it look like he just fell down later next to me?
From what you could tell, you couldn't tell. And either you didn't look at the time, or if you, by the time you went back to look, it was raining, because it was
Gotcha.
raining that day, so there would have been no way to tell. The group
dead.
is, if you want, actually, he's got some adjustments. He's trying his best, but Agnar's fitting in fairly well. He kind of stepped up when you left.
That's good.
He's had a couple territorial problems with some of the others because he's young, but he's managing. He's managing. He's kept the group through it, and that's enough to say for some people. So we were going to meet some point in the Ashen Peaks in the next 2 months. I can let them know. Honestly, at this point, sir, you don't really have to. I mean, we would want you back very much, but I think you better figure that out.
If I hadn't woken up with no memories of what we just spoke about, and then also got branded with some weird religious symbol, I would much rather go back to the Crow's Watch. However, one of the reasons we formed the mercenary band was to help people. And apparently, whatever's going down should hopefully help people.
And I can say I'm fairly happy that if there's some weird, divine, inspired rune on anyone in this isle, I'm glad it's at least you. I know a lot of people I really would not want that on.
You place too much trust in me, but I appreciate you.
Anyway, so maybe the new king can help you. He's been doing a lot. How long have you been here?
I got here today.
Oh, poor story. Well, actually, the town is in a bit of an upheaval right now. Apparently, they just had their king assassinated. Yeah, don't know why, but he was taken over by his son, and I've never gotten to meet him, but I've heard the son is a little bit liberal. He started negotiations, and there's words that he struck deals with some of the local druids that had been. He seems to be more of a surrounding with allies type than his previous keep the walls pure father. So you might be able to find favor in his eyes. But
We can at least try, thank you.
you could try, or you can try the Seraphim Temple. They actually, I've heard the Reverend Mother there is fairly powerful in regards to healing.
Reverend Mother Clarence.
Goddamn.
Clarence is a girl!
Yes, the
Now we know why he was
gonna go-
excommunicated.
Just not all of y'all.
yes, the heavily drunk rabbit over there is apparently a part of them. We're gonna visit them tomorrow.
Funny, I didn't peg him for that.
No, you really wouldn't. But he's apparently connected, and as well
At
as
least he's
this.
Phobian, you can tell that much.
Bro, are you reading smithing for low intelligence?
No.
Over here as well. Though he speaks very little English.
Well,
It's like a sky.
so, found out actually something since last we were here. Remember last time we were here, we thought it was a little bit of a deadbeat town in regards to resources?
Yep.
Well, apparently, get this. You ever heard of the Wyvern's Whisper?
Have I, do you?
No. Oh, get this. They've got some family or something. There's some sort of special arms dealer in this town. Apparently a duo or something. They're infamous for some of the most eclectic weaponry or armor around. They have around the Isles. They have an outpost here. I went there once. Creepy people. But you can find some interesting stuff there. That was about 2 weeks ago, so I bet you the stock has shifted.
I think when I was talking to him, because I was a little bit curious, he talks about how they constantly are shifting what they have in supply because the items cannot stay in one place very long. So, but I'd recommend, it's a little bit, if you follow the market district and you follow to the back northwest, there's a bit of a dirge turnaround that you can follow and you'll find a door there.
All right, thank you.
Apparently it's if you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't.
Well, thanks for putting us in the know.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. So, I've had a few. I probably should turn in, at least get my bed warm before the rest of the night cold comes in.
Yeah,
So I imagine
we'll be staying here, so.
I imagine that storm looks out there. At least it'll go 5 days, maybe more. So winter's coming early. Did you ever figure out what that thing in the sky is that's constantly glowing?
We haven't gotten to the giant room yet. But
What's that? And you remember the kind of curiosity inquisitor look, and he kind of points to the book.
it's
Oh,
some
is that
kind
the
of.
book?
Yes.
Can I touch it?
Honestly, I haven't even touched it, so.
I would not. I
It's a.
would not.
We don't even know if it's locking or unlocking or what's going on with it.
Just in case, let's not touch it. Remember,
You mean you're robbing me of my only chance to get a weird, cool, brandy thing on top of my chest? I'm gonna change the fate of the world and forge a new rune, requiem.
it's not nearly as fun as it sounds.
It's only the people who are in the know get to say that. All right, well,
All in favor of Boulder joining the party?
sir, I will leave you to it.
I will. Let me know if you hear from any of the others.
I will. And
And
probably won't.
you heard it, and be careful of the mist outside.
Yeah, I'll do that. Do you know why it didn't get you?
We've been staying indoors. It seems to not like any type of house or home. So if you travel outside, make sure you know where the next place you can rest is.
I can do that.
Outside seems to bring strange visions. I never saw any of them.
I wonder if it's in the
but
streets.
others.
I'll check that out tonight.
And if you see a black cloud on the ground or in your vicinity, just back away. Go inside.
I'll do that.
Oh, and if you see, what is it, 6 eyes?
Yeah,
8
6 eyes.
6 blue eyes in that darkness.
Generally, my
Double
friend, if
back.
I see 6 blue eyes in anything, I'm a little bit averse to it.
It's good.
Not many things in this isle have 6 eyes.
Good.
Let alone
Instincts.
blue. I leave you to it, sir. It was a pleasure.
You see a black cloud.
Yeah. I really thought you were about to say man, and I was like, you see an orc late at night.
Cross the earth.
So,
King's little.
you see Haldor kind of give you a little
Oh,
away.
Haldor, one more question. Do you happen to know where a blacksmith is?
Yes, sir. They've got the what's it? The Hammer and Hands. It's just in the market district. You find it. Find it by the smoke.
Do these arms dealers, do they ring any bells?
Roll an history check.
Yeah, you gotta know something about this.
Yeah.
Shady stuff you in.
You're a bad person.
Found out he was being blackmailed, dog. That's news to me.
How have you not heard that before?
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
I generally don't listen to Hamburg's backstage.
Goodness. I don't listen to your dumbass back.
You know what? Fine, because evidently it's dead.
I did steal the toe. I did.
Oh my god. Well, I knew he's got a family back home, but I thought he was like just, doing this.
Don't act like you care.
Doing
Don't
this
act
for
like
funsies.
I call Brendan.
11.
11?
Yeah.
You don't know. No, it doesn't ring a bell. You know some of the criminal underworld, but arms dealing? Arms dealing is a really interesting industry in Praetoria because you have to be of a certain type to either know where it is or even have a semblance of affording it. So, all right. With revelry commencing Is anyone else going to do anything for the night?
Is there anyone else? Is there anyone playing music in the room?
Sounds like it.
Right.
Yeah, this isn't Sarah's
Do you not remember
Spotify
the Ashen
playlist.
Peaks
He's got-
music?
Huh?
Do you not remember the Ashen Peaks music just suddenly starting?
Want to thine
The
break
Ashen
from the ass? Submit 5 to blues.
So I guess there's like a live band.
There's a couple people playing instruments.
Forget about it.
They're not friends with each other.
I was gonna play my flute for you guys, but
Play flute, dog.
Do jazz with them, dog.
Yeah.
You can play the flute?
I go because I have proficiency in
Flute?
flute
Cat threw
proficiency.
up on your sheet.
Bro, he's just been fucking up his clipboard. He's been tearing off like a freaking termite, just eroding it.
I jump in with the Ashen Peaks and I start
With the Ashen
hitting
Peaks.
my flute solo.
You hit the Ashen Peaks flute solo.
Nice.
Let's see if I
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
Is anyone else doing anything
kind of
while
flute?
the Ashen Peaks?
Pan flute, recorder, reed pipe.
Me and Draco, I
I
tried.
think The Witcher
forget
3
my
has
name?
every time
Yes, I
music
did.
has a
What?
flute.
No, he didn't. He's fine.
I look over there and I see Cedric. But I know it's not true.
A clarinet. I'm busting out a clarinet.
Me and
Squidward, he said.
In E minor.
so
I'm listening, by the way. I'm just.
me and
Play my clarinet.
me and Draco, I try to hook him up with the bartender Sarah.
Oh damn.
Okay. How
Roll
are you attempting to do
deception.
this?
So
How do you want to do this?
absolutely, I'm
Ready for another one, lad?
absolutely. Goddamn.
Yeah. And with the Childish Gambino.
Oh, I wish I had it. I guess I don't. I'm sorry. I knew a flute song that I could find, but I can't.
You know what
No,
they
I much prefer this.
All right.
Hey Sarah, you know what
I'm
they
like
say?
vibing in the corner.
What are
I
they?
don't speak
The
this
bigger the
language.
man's
This is great.
scythe, the bigger the man's scythe. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
completely full of chicken and
Not really.
potatoes.
Huh?
Mushroom.
I think I need 2 more things of mead. My friend over here, best friend I would say. He's got a really big scythe.
I can see.
Yeah,
Very impressive.
What,
I got you, homie. She gonna love you.
Loud enough for her to hear.
wait, wait.
Would you like some lavender for his hangover? I can give you a little something that you can give him in the morning.
Sure, yeah.
Hey, I see what you're trying to do there. Trying to approach on my boy. I see it. Absolutely. Do it.
God.
That's
Draco?
Yes.
No, DM.
Oh.
DM to Draco.
Yeah.
DM to Draco. Do you wear one?
Or what?
Are you married?
I would say no. I don't think I would at this point, no.
She's like, how about one more and then we'll call it a night?
Do I have any of the money on me?
No.
Fuck.
Whatever your personal would have been, which is
I
starting out as
You
technically
could try
15.
agonizing blast. I can
Damn. You should try. You should try my agonizing blast tonight.
How about and I slide 15 gold on the table. How about that bottle, and that bottle?
How about I give it to you in the morning?
After you're with my boy, absolutely.
You haven't seen this rabbit get down. When he wants to finish off that bottle, it'll be
Oh,
gone.
that's not where I thought that was going. I'm gonna. Normally, the stigma behind rabbits is getting down on something else. So I was just a little bit,
Oh
curious.
well, I mean,
I'm gonna.
Wait, do I? Oh, I see dogs a lot.
big ass feet in the air.
You see a couple of you see these couple burly guys go, hey!
I'm
irritated that I have to leave Hembrig's flute solo, get up, and hike Doc over my fucking shoulder and put him in his
What shoulder? I'm sorry, that was sad. Okay.
and put him in his room.
You heard him. Put him in his room. So we'll say,
All right, Peter
Doc,
Cottontail.
Talk in the morning.
sweet, feverish alcohol dreams greet you. You're familiar.
Greet you.
I'll make sure there's a bucket of water next to
It
him.
is the
No.
very coarse, rough, warm embrace to which you call home.
Hey man, I just finish it off, man. You got this.
You see, you look up. Just as you're attempting to, just as you look up to continue this, you see Sarah. Here's the lavender for him, and turns away.
Wench.
I like dust my hands off and go back to listening to Hembrig's music.
Why you say that with such indignant? Go back to listening to Hembrig's.
This is what
I'll have you roll a performance check for me there, Hembrig.
That's how him.
What is the Witcher one that's got the flute? I can't remember.
Every single, all of the tavern ones.
Witcher Tavern number 3.
I rolled a 10.
No, it's got plus proficiency, man.
I am not proficient.
Oh, you're not proficient in the flute?
And I have a -1 on charisma.
Wait, are you proficient in the flute though?
Yeah.
Yeah, that counts as your proficiency.
Yeah!
Bonus, bro.
And is there a modifier?
14.
Is it dexterity or intelligence or wisdom?
No, it's charisma.
Is your charisma negative?
Yeah, it's -1.
Oh, so it's plus.
But
14.
it's 14.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you watch as kind of to give you a little bit of a drum beat as you kind of get ready and you're a little tipsy, but you start to warm up and you get ready. I will say over the course of the night, you can provide a rather well-received flute performance.
Yeah.
Which takes a really weird black southern gospel revival.
You mean jazz?
Yeah.
That was. What did you say? I said you mean jazz? Jazz?
You like jazz?
Jazz.
Take me to the magic shop.
But that transpires, and we'll say, unless anyone has anything else they'd like to do, revelry and a night without a full day of your lives being imminently at risk is welcome.
Right before I go to sleep, can I just walk over to the side of the tavern and just peek through the window? Is the mist in the streets?
The mist is not in the streets, which is interesting. And you look and you can see dark. That's night.
I'll smile and I'll go to bed.
Go to bed. Dawn is greeted with blood. No, I'm just kidding.
Doc is dead.
So,
How
Doc
do
is
I
dead.
nailed to my door?
Some a more pleasant morning than others.
Wait, what?
David, I shouldn't.
The Goliath we just met.
Oh, yeah.
I died for the penalty of playing a spellcaster. There is no roll.
I don't know. I'm still here.
Bleeding out the side.
He's over 5, so he's like halfway there.
Yeah, until Tiamat takes a
Nobody.
big old chunkity bite out of my midsection.
Nobody is safe. So the morning greets you all. You kind of come down and we'll see you recuperate at the tavern. Some feeling more fresh than others. The day is yours. You look outside. There is a lot of snow on the ground.
I give Doc some lavender.
Thanks. I can't seem to find my money. Did I buy something?
Yeah,
Did I pay off the tab?
I think so, yeah. You also bought like half their stock.
Oh, where is it?
Passed
Did
out.
I drink it already?
No, she said she'd bring it to you in the morning.
Where the fuck is it then?
Arthur, where's the news, Arthur?
She stole my liquor, Josh.
I paid for 3 bottles. I didn't get none.
I paid for 3? Alright.
Lenny, my boy. Where are my bottles?
I kidnapped his wife.
You just switched over to GTA.
I know. I'm sorry. Come back to it. You all kind of recuperate downstairs. You check with the bar, and you check there is a package for Doc that is
We'll hear the dog,
wrapped in the bottles themselves are wrapped in kind of actually they've been transferred to flat to like these canteens.
Hell yeah.
They assumed it was for travel, and you don't really take glass with you on travel unless you're transporting for merchandise. So you now have, we'll say, 3 more bottles of liquor. The day is before you all. You look outside and you can hear some people talking. There's talk that the storm will continue sporadically throughout the week, but it looks like you kind of look outside and the snow has stopped. Still gray skies and lots of snow on the ground and bitter cold, but for the moment the blizzard has ceased. It's still above you, but it's ceased. What would y'all like to do? Y'all are okay to keep going for maybe like an hour.
Mm-hmm. I'm good, yeah.
It's time.
Big and it's fantastical. Send some. Oh, see, what's up? Yeah.
That's the one he bit off of, so indirect kiss right there.
I have no idea what he just said.
That's a slice of life.
I know you were sharing a room with him, so.
Oh wait, am I sleeping with Hembrig?
What?
Now you were.
You were now.
Hey man, what did we decide we were gonna do?
Well, we have to stay here for 5 days. Then we're gonna go visit your priest friend, as well as the divine matriarch.
No,
That'd be 5 days.
Reverend Mother at the Seraphim.
Wouldn't that
The
be
Raven Mother at the
My
Seraphim.
priest friend's in the town.
the Raven
Yes.
Mother?
We have to be here for 5 days. There's a storm.
You sure that's not going to be
Oh
5 days
shit!
too, man?
No, I think. How clear are the streets?
There's about a
Streets are
foot
clear.
of snow.
It's walkable around town, right?
Yeah, it's actually
Oh, okay.
the day is better for walking around now that the snowfall has stopped. It's still bitter cold, but the wind has died down.
So we can go to the priest thing now, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Do we
Oh,
have
I've
5
heard you
days?
backwards in my head.
Hey, we're hearing each other backwards.
Yeah, no.
If like the moon is broken apart and the invasion is, would we have 5 days to lose?
Hey man, I knew this girl and she
if you
told me
wanna
the
try.
moon and the sun was connected.
You already told this story.
That's rough, buddy.
Good God, Doc. Can we all just sit down for a second?
There's also a farms dealer.
Can we all just? I mean, we're all having breakfast. Can we just?
Hembrig.
Doc, no. It's just this is.
I imagine he's on. Is Hembrig on the table now?
Yeah, standing.
He's like slowly crawling onto it.
Doc, man.
What's up, man?
I wouldn't try to have an adventure.
I know we don't always see eye to eye, but
Yeah, because you're so damn short.
yeah, all right. I'm gonna let that one slide.
Yeah, you got a lot of slide from down there.
Yeah.
Can you be short with the sentence?
Man, you're gonna drink yourself
He
to
just
death,
right in the
man.
front of the race.
That's what I've been trying to do.
I mean, am I alone in observing this?
What?
Hey man, you might be alone in observing it, but you could be alone and never speaking about it again. Oh,
All right, so be it.
great.
Don't
What's wrong, Hembrig?
don't anybody say I didn't try.
Has the rabbit been chapping your hide again?
He's an alcoholic. Whoa. My uncle was an alcoholic, and he left his
Wise
wife.
man.
Honestly writing down Brandon's loyalty.
He had 3 thimbles full every night, huh?
Well, man, I'm
That was enough.
He went through a bottle a month.
For a bottle a month, and that was
All right.
crazy.
I've seen men drink their lives away.
Yeah. Well, get ready to watch again, man.
Funk music starts.
Seinfeld up opening.
All right.
We can also meet with the new king, possibly. He seems
Oh.
to be more welcoming to outside forces.
Need to warn
Sorry.
town that there was
Unfortunately, the
something
rabbit's
happening.
alcohol.
Where is
Oh,
where's
that's
Linus? Donde Linus?
He
Is
seems
he right
He
there?
eventually comes down. You see him kind of strapping back on his armor, kind of. And you see
scared for people.
he's actually now shaved to where it's now kind of the hair is just
Shaved after sleeping with Helen.
Man, I bet she didn't come down yet because she too hard to walk right now.
Man, is he still drunk?
Yes.
No. Well,
Yeah, how'd it go?
don't sell yourself short. You're not walking too well yourself, so.
I don't walk. Oh goddamn! What in the hell are you trying to imply there? We'll keep it at that. Hey man, I don't know what hell it did to you, but that's what that is. Okay.
Yeah, how'd it go, Lightus?
Warn about invasion.
Yeah.
Go to library. Take woman to library.
You trying to? Okay.
Who's
Happy with consent, of course.
Be fit, get degree.
Sorry. Returning.
Sorry. What were you saying, man?
I think so.
Go to Smith. Go to weapons dealer. What else?
Who's going with her to the library?
You.
Me? I thought I was gonna go to the sanctuary with him.
I guess where y'all want to hit first? Want to split up? How you want to do this? I don't really give a shit.
Invasion.
I mean, if no one wants to
Information
go to the library,
first.
go to the library.
We have 5 days. So
Awesome. Let's.
I think we can take our time.
How the fuck do we get to the king?
The king!
I have no idea.
Are we going to?
Well-
I thought you said the best way was for us to talk to Clarence.
Okay, let's go talk to Clarence.
I thought you didn't want to talk to
I don't want to talk to Clarence.
And the
Clearance.
the divine mother.
Bitch, is he
Nathaniel can
half
remember
right?
the name
Reverend Mother.
Yes, the patron divine Reverend Mother.
Reverend Mother.
I
Reverend
guess
Mother.
I start getting ready to make my way to Clarence.
And do you know a Reverend Mother?
Reverend Mother.
In here?
It's usually a title bestowed to the head woman in the church of, or in a church of Seraphim. It's a title, but it's not specific to an individual.
I've known a lot of Reverend Mothers. I've known them quite well,
Clarence
actually.
one of them?
No. Wait.
Wait, what?
Is Clarence a Reverend Mother?
No. He was a.
I was about to say his name wasn't Clarence.
No, he was just a high up
Clarice,
in the Paragons.
Okay.
He was a headmaster in the Paragon.
Awesome. I chuckled to myself. I said, no. Acted like one, but no.
Alright. Well, I guess we'll head there first then.
Alright.
Sure.
Easy enough. You
To
remember?
Clarence.
You remember where the steeple of the Paragon is in the outer district. And as y'all are walking, and it's very beautiful with the fresh snow on the ground, there's actually a lot more people moving here and there and workers in the snow out in the fields. You eventually find, you remember generally where it is, and it's enough to go off clues. You walk through this garden, and it's actually a really, really pretty garden with this like stone step pathway that has been shoveled. The snow is shoveled off, and you can see like poking through some really pretty plants. It would be really pretty if the flowers were there, but with the cold, they just seem to have receded. You see in the distance a very tall but thin tower points that arise from a triangular shaped building. Like it looks very much like a small-time steeple. You see a few stonework extensions to it, sharp edges with this just very ancient Catholic church architecture about it. And you kind of go up to the front, and there is 2 large wooden doors
Awesome.
with knockers.
I turn to Rust and I say in Spanish, these knockers are my favorite part of this game.
Can you give the knockers a squeeze?
Hey, Clarence!
The last hit, the door shifts open slightly. It's not locked.
That's really lame. Normally they like have all this confetti and shit, man.
You walk in,
I'll follow.
and it's very tall ceilings. You see a couple rafters.
Two people praying.
This long hall. It's actually empty,
Please
but you
get the guy knocking to go away.
Yep, exactly.
no, not the Mormons. There's actually no pews in this long hall. The first hall you enter. There's no pews. Actually, in the back there's a T intersection with a large, huge table. And kind of you look and you see there's a couple beautiful rafters that go along the side. There's woodwork and it's beautiful design. And you walk in. You don't see anyone. But as you walk in, you can see kind of like he was trying to hide a figure on the rafters, kind of standing up there, and you hear,
Howdy.
"Let you, Doc."
Unfortunately.
Oh, not another one.
You see him kind of step forward, and you see this man in these very well-kept, tight black robes with this white band around it. This goatee that kind of comes down to about here, and this grayish hair with
Is he a man or is he a rabbit?
with a pair of glasses on his face.
Oh, no.
And he, you see him kind of with this chin, and he kind of steps forward in the light, and you can see the light coming through one of the, these glass windows. You see him hold up this very interesting looking, looks like triple bolted crossbow. That kind of.
Hey, man. You know, if you would have shot me, you would have done it already, goddammit.
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen the likes of you. A little worried I didn't recognize you in the garden. 1 second, and you see him walks down, and eventually opens up. He comes out, not with the crossbow in hand. You see he's got his hands kind of tucked behind him with this hair that's very well combed back, and his hands behind him, a very formal structure. Welcome to the steeple of the Paragon. I am Lawrence, the headmaster here. How may I help you, Doc? Are you here for work?
No.
You're not.
Not this time.
What brings you down this path? I thought you were, last time you and me spoke, you were hunting a frostborn gargoyle over near Lake Secession, I believe is what it was.
Yeah, Matt ain't here
Are
no
you sure
more.
you don't have, you're not interested in any work? There's a lot of stuff going around. I've got imps spottings in the northern region.
Hey, man, I ain't... There's some cave and some shit, and now, like, the end of the world or something. I don't know, man. But... Well, for some reason, we think your Reverend Mother... I know what happened with the last one. Your Reverend Mother...
Reverend.
That's what I said. We're we need to meet with one of those. My friends here, I guess they got knocked out or something. They forgot a bunch of shit.
How do you do? It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lawrence. I am the headmaster here of the Paragons.
It's not Claire.
I thought we were looking for a guy named Clarence.
What?
Clarence.
That's what he said.
He said Lawrence.
That's what I said.
Wait.
His name is Clarence.
Is your name Clarence?
No.
Am I the only one that sees a problem?
However, ironically, me and Doc have a very interesting relationship. He is actually one of the finer and more promising demon hunters I've witnessed over the days. However, his conduct is sometimes rendered as
Just sometimes.
unsocially acceptable. So if he is to
What
get
in the hell? You got a problem with my...
You will not
Conduct.
swear in this building, boy.
God damn it.
Guess
I am
maybe
still the headmaster of this Paragon.
He's not going to be in here very long then.
You can swear in the garden, not in the steeple.
Swearing garden.
Right. So,
My sorry, sir.
Well,
it is a pleasure to meet you, and good to see you all well.
We got a book.
what?
Where's the book?
What do you mean by book?
I like glare ice picks at Doc. Just.
I say in Spanish, what the hell, you got a problem?
And I pull out the book.
Hey, man. Don't touch it, because it ain't good.
I assume that means the book wench is with us.
Oh, snap!
Yes, Helen and Lytus are going to follow unless you all explicitly say for them to.
Go ahead.
They have more unfinished business.
That is very. Excuse my manners. I was just about to have lunch. Would you care to join me?
Sure.
Yeah.
And he kind of escorts you over to the table, and a couple other servants come out, these monks, and they kind of bring you some food. It is not as...
Hey, Charlie, you still bringing food?
You see one of them, saw? Yes. You see him kind of take his glasses and put them to the side.
Please tell me about this book and where you
Found it.
I must say, this is very interesting. A very interesting mix you have going here. You trust these people, Doc?
Yeah.
Well, if Doc trusts you, this is more than my fair share pleasure. Although, do not fear, I see the eyes of men like you before. I know the uncomfortability that comes with a place like this. I know the questions, maybe the differences.
And we are always, and he says in Orcish, and we always will welcome other members of sex in this town.
Thank you.
How may I help you? May I see the book?
Push
No.
it over.
No.
Why not? Why will you bring me a book if I'm not to see it? I cannot really help you.
Well, it's been a minute. How's the...
Shut up,
Not-
Doc. I push him.
You see him once again put on his glasses.
Is it open now?
Don't read.
Well, we don't know if it's locking. Oh, it's open. Is it?
No,
open?
he's not opening. He's just twisting it and looking at it.
Yeah,
He's
we don't
inspecting it.
know if it's locking or unlocking. It's been like fidgeting and like twitching day by day.
Gyrating on its own.
There was a very strong connection tied to it. If the divine of the Church of the Ancients. This is an old textbook. How did you find it?
We stumbled across it.
Yeah.
What do you mean by stumble across it?
As in, we found where it was, and we stumbled across it.
Oh my god.
We were doing
Kills.
this thing. and
An
there was a
old
lake.
temple.
We killed several greater demons.
Yeah,
For
that
the
too.
book.
Context is going to be the key if I'm going to help you identify, possibly, unless you have specific names or anything. If Doc can vouch for you, then accompanied by one of the friars, we can, let you use the library if you'd like.
Can I do an insight check on this fella,
Roll an
Oh,
insight
no.
check.
as well as survey the room?
4.
Just other people.
Okay. Roll an insight check.
What was the name of the temple we were in?
I don't know.
Gosh, darn
Temple
it.
Sanctum of Requiem.
Sanctum of Requiem. That's it. I knew there was
Everyone
a temple.
knows the Sanctum of Requiem.
Yeah,
Nobody expects the Sanctum of Requiem.
What?
Yeah, this
We have the rune of Requiem in that.
this woman Helga is quite the book nerd.
29
Wait a
natural.
minute.
You gain from him
That's what I said.
a very strong will. Not in opposition, but you look at it and that is a very, very potent will. Whoever this man is, he possesses more knowledge than he looks. He has more connections than you probably realize, but he doesn't seem domineering about it. He seems curious. He does not show any suspicion towards Doc, or actually towards anyone of the group. He's experiencing a mild level of frustration at the vaguity y'all are giving him. But he looks like he's trying to put pieces together. And so he
It was the Temple of Requiem.
The Sanctum of Requiem.
Sorry, the Sanctum.
You found
Of
the
Requiem.
Sanctum of Requiem?
Somehow.
What?
We didn't find, we just went there.
Yeah, technically somebody else found it and we
Get
followed
ready
the
to go
trail.
to the
Oh
bottom
yeah,
of the
I
lake.
guess that's a good point.
Oh, well, that's very interesting. That's very interesting indeed. Well, there are certain subject matters that I'm sure you all are more well versed about it than me than in the context of the situation, so I'll be brief. Not
Pans away and we all.
I'll be brief. You're all about to die.
Fires on us immediately.
I don't know why it keeps going to autoplay, but I'll see if that
Lawrence
fixes it.
Lawrence changes into Clarence. His name was always Lawrence.
Yep.
Wait, what?
I will.
Blaine got his name wrong.
Oh.
I will. I am here to help if you need it. Do you have access
Well-
to the library?
Yeah, we'll definitely be needing access to the library, at least for her. Would you happen to know them something about some of the inscriptions in the walls in that temple we found?
What did the inscriptions say?
No, they were like pictures, man.
Yeah, what were the pictures?
Essentially, a lot of those dark, shadowy things you lose your madness to outside seem to be foretelling of some prophecies or something.
I believe a lot of us made charcoal graphic or like rubbings of them, yeah.
It kind of takes them one over a time and kind of examines them over lunch. We've really stumbled across something here.
Unfortunately, so. As well as the matter of their memory that's missing. I'm curious if the Grand Priestess or whatever can do something about it.
One at a time. These are referencing to the three great ancient evils. What did you read from this book?
We didn't, but Helen did.
What did it say? Why have you wanted me not to open it?
Well,
Alright, DM, roleplay with yourself real quick. No, I'm joking.
can I share with him the Dawn of Volspa message?
Reading it.
Yep. Sorry, no, I wasn't judging your actions at all. I was just being like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Imagine that I tell it to him.
And it's like really epic.
Yeah, and I'm like, there's a lot of gravitas, and like, I pronounce all these things right.
Those shall the
That's the most
ancient
important
words.
Be remembered. This is very, very interesting. I can offer you a couple insights. One, the three ancient evils are established in our records. The church, we have many records of them across time. They vary based on theory. The more concurrent issues, the deciding sin. What were these champions of darkness again? Read them to me, please.
The single line ones at the bottom.
Yeah, Fell, the Weeping Plague, the Emberborn, Prognesis of Teia.
Yeah, Progenies of Teia.
Sorry, I told you. That's why. The Void and its nameless within.
Those, people cut you off, those are the three ancient evils. And what they are varies for context, Doc. The Fell, we have the current leading theory, at least from the information you're giving me, that it is whatever these shadowy creatures are on the outsides of the walls at night. The information that would be stored about them would be in this temple, if there was any information about that you possess it. The sons, the progenies of Ta, you said?
Yeah. Yes.
This is referring to hell, if you will. Ta is generally considered to be, in layman's terms, hell, although a bit more personified and moving. The common folk associate hell as with a place that the wicked go to burn. It is far more maliceful than that. Evil is built out of the shadow of good, and the shadow of good is always in motion to bring about the betterment of others. So the reflection of that, the embodiment of evil, will always be working towards the downfall of others. This last one you speak of, I have known a little bit of vocabulary, so I do not criticize you, Doc, for not realizing. The Void. I believe this might be a reference to what can be described as true demons. And Doc will tell you, and I'm sure Doc very much knows, if a man sees a flaming, unholy zombie walking the streets, consumed by hellfire, he will assume him to be a demon. And in layman's terms, that is the easiest way to refer to it. It is a demon. But these are the creation, the real souls of evil. Are those they are much more dangerous, and they are often not physical. That is the problem. And I'm sure Doc, as Doc knows, which you do, hunting true demons is a far more difficult task than hunting lesser. Continue, please.
Wait, so that was the witch ones?
The Void.
Oh, yeah.
Void and its nameless with
So voids have no shame.
the deciding sin with its puppet named Death.
I have no idea what this means.
Well, thanks, Sultan.
The question from the very beginning.
Oh,
And
might not directly apply, but they're. I'm so sorry.
yeah,
What was your guy's name again?
The store Mogus.
The Giants. I am one.
Dead. Well, killed. Not destroyed.
They've been missing. It's been theorized that they're dead, but
They're at least being killed off. Though their thrones still hold power.
killed off by
A dragon.
One line.
Tiamat.
Tiamat,
And
the queen of the Kirovostar Empire.
Yep.
Yes.
Forgive me, I failed to see how this applies to our conversation. Tiamat has been wanting to kill the
And the usurper, born of flame and blasphemy.
You believe this to be Tiamat?
Be some crazy coincidences.
It's possible.
Wasn't on
We
the
watched
murals there was
we
also
watched
like
the
dragons
Dragon
and
Queen
sword.
kill Stigerheimer.
And that's when the rune in the sky showed up.
Uh-oh.
He kind of looks at you for a little while.
Has there been news of invasion here?
No.
Good. Know where we go next then.
Can I roll an insight?
Yeah, sure. What are you trying to find out?
Did he know about it?
What he was reading just there?
Oh, into Rust? Yeah.
You know, maybe if you weren't drunk, you'd roll better.
True. You have like
11.
You can't tell.
You know him to always be intense. So she's here. She's finally made it in. Damn.
Don't curse in the temple.
We're not. Are we in the garden or where are we at?
No, you're still in the. You're at the dinner table or lunch table. You're dining with him. You see him just like for the next 5 minutes, he's just rubbing his temples, and you can tell he's not frustrated. You can tell he's rapidly thinking. Well, I must say you have my gratitude for bringing me this news. The church has a lot to think about and respond to. Especially how we will deal with the fact that Midland position in the war is no longer minimizable. I fear they take sides. You have free access to my libraries. If you would like to stay. Only then please be accompanied by a friar, but there's usually a friar in there with your studies anyways. When we come in here at any time, we will be associated with soon to be friends. I do not gain the sense that you're lying. But I've been wrong before.
Well,
but if what you say is actually true, then I doubt it would really matter. But this coincides with the timeline you said and the golden rune that surfaced in the sky. And the earthquake. And this is a whole new question to fear. If the queen of that empire has allied herself with the likes of those three, and whatever this mysterious figure is, this deciding sin puppet named Death. Do you have any more context on what this sin could be? Where, who, in history? I have fairly recent records of history that we could maybe cross-examine.
Maybe Helena can find something.
Oh.
Using your library, but
I think he was talking about me.
Oh, that's your name?
No. I think he. Sorry, we're talking about back whenever I had the vision of Mogus dying. Didn't he say like where's your?
He said, or Tiamat said, "Where is your?"
Okay.
Yeah.
And the words do say the primal covets of your in that.
Okay. I thought he meant like your servant.
No, just your as in Y-O-R-E.
Okay.
He said, Tiamat said, "Where is your? I will consume your filthy lineage."
Yeah. Who is your?
Are you asking him?
Oh no. We're making the religious guy roll.
We're making the religious guy roll.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I think this is more in the realm of relative. You can roll. You can roll.
We'll try my best.
And you can roll too.
Oh, 17.
Don't worry about it.
What check?
Your is he is known as the father of the store. He was the first, the one that gave. He is the father of the current standing 12 store in mythology.
Oh boy, got busy.
she was looking for
With
your.
a lot of different women.
Yeah, who's the mother of the store? Or is this more of
We
like
always slept with a multi-headed snake and a bull.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Yours the father of the current 12 store. So she is hunting the head. And does your have a throne or no?
No, your by all intents and purposes doesn't exist. No one's ever seen him. No one knows where he is. He's more of a mythological figure as just the father of the store. It was generally assumed that the store is so old that Yor would have been around whenever the creation was happening, perhaps.
You mean to tell me that Yor may actually be real?
And on this realm?
Or at least a way to get to him.
Not that I know of.
any more than the deciding sin? Any more? After that, and the usurper?
Hope will endure. Rise, rune bearers, seize the ashes of Volspa and craft the rune of a new age, Requiem.
Ashes. That would be a good question for you to seek. Where are the ashes? If I remember correctly, you said they will scatter the ashes. Each of them. The ashes will be scattered. If the ashes are scattered in a metaphorical sense, that means something has been spread or is hidden across the land that gives you the key to, again, all metaphorical. It's weird. As you're talking, he bounces in this weird in-between between Novgorod and almost a southern-style accent. He almost has both. That is a metaphor. I don't know, it might be reality, but if you are looking for ashes, or these rune bearers are looking for ashes, what are the ashes? And the second thing, there is 2 runes, you said. Requiem and Ragnarok. Then may I advise you caution in who you trust, as it seems then not all rune bearers may not be divinely appointed by causes in favor of the world's continuing. But this is just the wisdom and theory of an old man.
Rune bearers and a rune called Ragnarok. Does that ring a bell?
Roll a religion.
It's cocked. 9.
Pretty much the context you've heard it in. It's like German for a second. The context you've heard it in is really within the past 10 days.
Damn it.
You have a lot of busy work to do, Doc.
Yep.
We need
Always
to
do.
get to the king.
If you are seeking healing, did I hear correctly?
Yeah, we're all missing a portion of our memories.
Currently, the Reverend Mother would be able to, most likely to possess the power to restore your memories. However, you are going to need to get a... I forget the actual name. You're going to need to get a permission slip from the king. Currently, because of the way that the war is turning in preparation, they knew something big was happening, not quite that. But... Excuse me. He's put in a standing order that all of the clerical order need to reserve some level of power on hand at all times in case of an attack. They can deviate from this power by exception written by the king in his seal. So if you're going to get some of that, you're going to need to get permission from the king.
How do we have an audience with the king?
It's an open court.
We have some news. We have news?
It's an open court.
Oh, yeah.
The king currently acts as judge, which means the people bring their cases before him each day. From sunset to sunrise to sunset. You may visit the king in order. I hope you find favor with him.
We go. Vamos.
Well,
Yep.
Miss Helen, would you care to stay? Oh yeah, I will. You see Linus, I can stay too.
All right.
Should one of us stay? like just to.
I'd like to point out that Linus has been with the crew longer than Doc.
Yeah, that's true.
From like a trust perspective,
I trust Linus.
I trust Linus more than Doc. So
that's fair.
Well, I mean, the only difference to me is that.
We should not leave someone. Because we're splitting the party if we leave.
No, sure. I just.
Helen turns into a demon.
Put the hell in Helen, am I right?
No.
I just mean that the rest of us are, I think, mostly native Midlanders, and so it's like we all know Lytus is more loyal to the Phobian Empire than to Midland. That's the only reason why I don't trust him as much.
We all hate
Well.
the dragons.
Not all of us hate dragons, okay?
No, but I just mean
I say I pay my respects before I leave. And I go walk into whatever room that would be.
Which one, the library or?
If I was to pay my respects, what room would that be? The main chapel?
Oh, that would be the I would actually. You look at the layout. Normally, it would be inside where you are currently, but it means they've probably taken out all the pews and everything and turned it into more of a war area. It would mean it would actually probably be in the garden. There's an area to pay respects in the garden.
I go do that.
You go. You pay respects, and it's actually rather nice. The area where they have the area to pay respects is cleaner of the snow. It seems they cleaned it off, and there's a little bit of an altar there with a well-carved and inlaid cross with a backsplash of stone, and there's just a little bit of a foyer with these beautiful flowers around it. You're kind of there for about 5 minutes until Lawrence had said, "Excuse me," for a moment, if you will, and you hear the hard shoe on cobblestone feet behind you, and you hear Lawrence. You still carry that?
Yep.
Right as you're about to grab it, he walks over to you, takes it out of your hand, takes it this way, hands it back.
Thanks.
He turns to you and he looks at you and he goes, "Just remember, Doc, you're here and you have a gift of helping people by hunting demons. If you're going to hunt demons, you're going to have to not create any more in your head than you already have."
It's always good to see you, Clarence. Doc stands up, does not make eye contact. Puts a hand on him as he's walking. Good to see you.
Always.
Can I see if these two are related in any way?
these two.
Blood related? There's
One
a
of them
very
is a
stark
rebel.
difference between
Right. But you never know.
You know,
He's not
you've
rebel.
heard talking in part of the drunk ramblings of Doc that he is part of, and you've heard of them before. He's part of what's called the Paragons. The Paragons are a side of the Church of the Ancients that are pretty much we are going to drive back the night, we are going to hunt all that is evil, and we are going to send it back from whence it came. They're the hunters of evil, pretty much. You know he's been a part of that for a very long time. And this figure is a headmaster, a regional headmaster of the Paragons. So at a bare-bone basic level, you don't know what previous history they have, but at bare-bone basic level, they would be intrinsically, platonically connected via professions.
And sometimes not platonically connected.
But quite intriguing.
That's only during
That's
the
why
rituals.
intrinsically, yeah.
To the king.
Yeah, let's go to the king. No dilly dally here.
All right, so after, by the way, Blaine, these are yours.
What?
Oh, you took it from me. Goddamn. Doc's gotta pee.
Crazy.
Canonically.
Canonically speaking. Okay. So, you,
What'd you say?
Said dab up the cat on your way.
Okay. After a little bit, you take a little bit of time wandering through the village. You can now see it. The stone keep itself is tied into a small mountain. like it's a small mountain. The keep and castle face outward. There's the wall, and the wall. Then there's lake succession. So it's pretty much like there's a mountain, a cliff face, and the wall comes out of it in 3 layers.
Oh, it's like an onion.
Yes, very much so.
See, when you said 3 walls, I thought it was a triangle.
No. It is
1,
3,
2, 3.
And that's why it's completely impenetrable. It's because it's a triangle.
Well, when you think about it, everyone else has to defend 4 walls. They only have to defend 3.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so
Unless it's a circle, then it's 1 wall.
Oh shit, you're right. Think of the defensive capabilities of a circle.
they are also nested at the base of Lake Succession, which is one of the biggest lakes in Midland. So,
Any frontal assault will just bounce off the side.
you don't understand?
Yes.
There is no frontal assault. There is only assault. There's no front.
I have removed your options.
You can't even flank. You just can. That's all you can do.
These poor bastards haven't read the basics of geometry.
You fell for the classic blunders. It's an old Sicilian trait.
You ever put a square peg in a round hole?
You eventually make your way through the second layer and through the market district. You pass through the market. Again, more of these houses. And you had seen them previously when you had gone to the tavern. You see the smoke billowing from what you would assume to be the blacksmith shop. But on your way to the... you enter towards the royal court. The actual castle itself, and it is, by all intents and purposes, a castle. You see 3 square towers that loom up 50 feet on this large square cathedral-esque stone building that's like half outside and connected to the wall of the rock face. The moment you pass through it, immediately there's a lot less space here because it continually gets smaller per level, but the streets are very well taken care of. The stonework here is beautiful. You see statues of civil figures, and you see guards passing by. These are not the black armored guards. These ones you can see are very nice plate armor. They have banners on their backs and on their backs and on their helmets. They all carry swords and spears. Some carry bows, as you can see in the top of the towers. There are flags at the top of these towers that are flying with the insignia of the house. It is not very hard at all to find your way. Just pretty much you're walking down Main Street until eventually you get to the royal court, and then you reach the front of the castle, at which point you see these very beautiful front doors, and in front of these are these 2 very nicely decorated guards with these like fur coats coming out of their coming out of their armor, just heading to the back, and the door's currently closed. They just stand there. You all approach?
Yes.
Yep.
Who goes first?
Sure, I'll go first.
You seek an audience with the king.
We do. We bring news of insert city name here. That
Singerheimer Steep.
Singerheimer Steep. I cannot remember that city's name to save the life of me, dude. Singerheimer Steep has fallen.
Well, best tell the king. He kind of like opens the door a little bit, looks in for a few seconds. We enter. Please remember to address his lordsmanship with proper respect and etiquette when you are in his hall. Disrespect shall not be tolerated of any means necessary. The results vary based on severity. Welcome.
You stay quiet.
My lords.
Thank you.
He motions you all in, and the first thing you see, you come in this beautiful, beautiful stone castle hall, and you come into what would be the throne room. Immediately, it seems it's the front. All along the ground is this intricately woven red carpet tapestry that flows to the ground. And all along the tapestry in these large circular stone pillars, standing in front of each one is a knight looking like the ones out front. with these like very ceremonial like halberds just in a hall, about 20, 10 on each side. And you see towards the end, the back wall is also lined with soldiers. And in front of that are made of this like black metal, these small human-sized thrones. There are 6 thrones, but you only see one filled, the center one. And you look, and assuming this is the king, and you can see a figure with a crown, this small white gold crown that covers the brow of this kind of just light brown hair that kind of flows back a little bit. And you've known kings before, and something immediately strikes you. The door opens, and the king looks up, and it's a boy. You have to take a minute, and you look at it, and you have to like not catch yourself. You feel awkward. You're staring at it. He's maybe 14. And you remember your coworker's message that recently the father was assassinated.
By who?
Do I know anything of the etiquette?
The etiquette is just represent with my lord. Not You would actually. I will say all of y'all don't know this, but you kind of feel it in the social pressure. Don't walk off the red carpet. And you kind of approach, and the king kind of sees you all when you first came in, and kind of looks down and is
step off the red.
kind of twirling a ring, one of the rings on his hands.
Don't let someone talk before Doc starts talking.
Yeah.
My lord, we bring news of, please insert city name here for me now.
Siegerheimer Steep.
Siegerheimer Steep has fallen. And the Stock Empire has invaded Midland. I can't remember the names in this campaign. I don't know why.
And he just went for it.
I just pushed
You see
on.
him kind of step up and kind of sit up. And you all can see this now. He's a very fine looking, but a very young boy. Don't make me give you disadvantage. You too. He kind of looks up.
Does he look mature for his age?
I see. Very well. You see, it's instantly, he kind of looks up to you, and you notice you're caught off guard because he looks at you. You've seen those eyes before. They're really deep set blue that seems to gaze a little bit farther and deeper than most eyes do. You've seen that before on an individual, and he kind of looks at you. All 3 of you don't know this, but all of you kind of actually except you. But you kind of remember, because you weren't there for that session, you remember seeing similar eyes in an old prophet you had met one time.
Oh, yeah. The prophet.
Wait, the Dragonborn guy?
Yeah.
You look at him and you see the same eyes. They're not serpentine at all. It's not any kind of evil. They're more of just...
Is it the son of the dude that was like walking right next to us?
I don't think so.
No.
Who was getting the ritual done?
I thought it was like a shepherd dude.
No, that was just a farmer boy. Very different boy.
Yeah.
Very different boy.
Wild.
No, it is very different boy. Thank you.
It's only one 14-year-old boy in all the land.
There is
This one guy.
introductions. I am Lord Edward Beumont. It is nice to meet you. You say it is falling. Do you bring proof?
The sky.
I do not have any physical proof, for we had to run from it, my lord, but Tiamat herself showed up, killed Insert
Seegerheimer.
Seegerheimer.
Alright, everybody, let's pause real quick. Let's do a group exercise. Seegerheimer, Seegerheimer, Seegerheimer.
Demon appears.
And you see,
I'm the demon of
you see him kind of raise his hand for you to stop talking. And he kind of whispers, and one of the knights leans down and he whispers something. And he sits back and he kind of sits. It's really weird. Especially you, as an insightful person, you're a little caught off guard by how very insightful he is for how young he is. He looks like he's a little bit sharper than he leads on. And after a moment, it's an awkward moment of whether or not you should talk, the castle doors open and you see 3 other guards come in with 2 individuals in very ornate clothes, beautifully made clothes. One is a man with this long, curly hair, graying at the tips. More pronounced nose, more pronounced jawline, and slight fuzz. A very Phobian-looking man. And right beside him, in a very well-dressed cloak, is a green dragonborn. In an equally well-dressed cloak. And they both come in and take seats that are placed at the sides of the corners.
I position myself a little closer to Draco, and I put my hand over him.
And you see the king. He kind of puts his hands up and starts twirling the ring. My lords, as ambassadors of the 2 kingdoms, I figured you should hear some news that has been brought to my ears.
Oh, shit.
And you watch this, both of them. Of course, my lord.
Oh, this.
And then you see, please continue.
We're going to jail.
Ambassadors, we have come from.
Please, no. Address me.
Sorry, my lord. Seegerheimer has fallen. Tiamat killed Seegenheimer, roared, and a rune appeared in the sky. The one that still hangs up there.
And the city fell.
And the city completely collapsed. We barely managed to escape. I do not know how many survived.
You see there's a pause and a long, awkward silence, and then you see the king look to the dragonborn. And you see the dragonborn. He looks at the king and says, "Well, my lord, you can't expect me to give you any insight into this. You have made sure my connections with my homeland have been severed. We both know that this position is not a real ambassadorship."
I was about to say, this is the coolest thing. Like Stardew Valley as the guillotine raises into the air.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
It had like almost little drummer boys.
Oh no! And you see him.
Henrik's like, oh, sorry.
You see the dragonborn kind of. I have not had contact. You can't expect me to have given you insight into whether or not my homeland would have invaded. And you see the king. Very true. How would the Phobian government respond to such an invasion? And you see the man. And then it seeming in a bit of a moment of fluster, you see the king kind of just stop. Don't worry. I'll let you think on it, you two. Especially, one of the three of you fine knights, escort these gentlemen to the foyer and let them talk. You kind of sit up and begin moving into the other room, and you see him catch one of the guards, and you see him whisper, or you can hear him whisper, transcribe everything.
Ooh, dear.
You have my gratitude for bringing me this news. Okay, girl.
And my lord, we also have a request, if you may.
Please.
4 of us woke up soon before Siegenheimer's steeple fell with no memory. We heard that the Reverend Mother may be able to help us with that, but I understand that currently she is unavailable to the general public.
Hey, yo, why bro grinning like that?
You see,
Why are you smirking like that?
normally, you speak of a high amount of restoration magic.
It is yours. And you see, like, one of the court advisors kind of, like, look at the king.
My lord,
Yes?
you realize the tax on that would be enough coin to fix the outer wall. And he says,
Yes, I do.
but you see, a funny thing, you have done more service for me than you actually realize. It is wonderful what you can do in connections. My father was a very strict man. But I have found that if you really are going to survive in this world, you have to surround yourself with the people that maybe not necessarily you want to trust, but you have to. But I have few family left. One of them happens to be a man very close to me, my uncle. And my uncle was not much into politics. He was more into the military. And when he retired from his military pursuits, he was given a command of a small town south of the Chaos Reach Woods. And I recently got a report from him that said that his entire village was ransacked, but that there were a couple individuals who actually helped ensure the safety of the villages and suppliers.
No, I think he's talking about Buckingham.
Yes.
For a second, I thought he was talking about Waters. His uncle comes in. I was like, look,
And I was like, what the fuck are you talking? I was like, why do you have that thing? For a second, I was like, oh wait, no, it's Buckingsdale. And I looked over and Pierce was like, I'm like, what's wrong?
You killed my uncle right after my father died.
Dude, that's right now. I was like, no.
The accent all of a sudden comes out. Yeah.
Sorry.
Our cleric will cast spells on you. Inflict wounds. No, just.
I'm quite grateful. So you have my thanks. I received word of the individuals bearing your description. Is this that the same letter entered the town yesterday? I figured it was you, but I would like to see what come of it, and I can say I'm pleased. And he kind of reaches over and gets a piece of paper from his advisors, and over the course of the next few minutes, he puts a seal on it and hands it to you. This will give the Reverend Mother permission to do what you need.
Thank you, my lord.
Just remember, we have friends in these hard times. The more, the merrier. He begins to go back, puts his head down, and starts twirling his ring.
Yeah, good day. Bow and
As you're kind of going, you look back and
press
all
the
you
sprint
can
button
see
out of the.
is and as you're leaving, all you can see is just the drilling, crystal clear blue eyes, just gazing in your direction. Not full of malice or any kind of ill intent, but just gazing.
We have them executed. No.
Make sure they don't leave. All right.
Shadows with 6 eyes disappear.
So, after that, you kind of get out, catch your breath.
Well, we got what we wanted.
Two was awkward.
Buckingdale was a lucky thing, I guess.
We don't know yet. Find out.
Yep. To the
Where the hell is Bucky?
I will say, just for narrative sake, since we're, it's a little bit later there. Don't worry, I'm not cutting it off. But the storm is going to give you a total of 4 more days of downtime. For narrative sake, it would make more sense to cover what you would do during those downtimes. If you have any specific projects or any of the vendors you'd like to meet beforehand, before we tackle that, if that's okay.
Yes.
I find out where the Dragonborn ambassador lives.
Burn down his
What
house.
room does he sleep in?
No, man, I don't want to mess with this 14-year-old dude.
Yeah, why were y'all I didn't pick up on anything.
He was
why were y'all
weird.
sussed out just because he had people from other empires?
No.
No, it's
Like,
the
what do you-
amount of wisdom he had
Well,
for a
like, he's a
14-year-old with
king.
piercing blue eyes. He's a 14-year-old who's a king. You never know what to expect.
Yeah.
And he's clearly a prophet, or at least he has some vibe of being a prophet. Also, he has a ton of guards there. And if you're strong enough to have an ambassador from both empires, and you're bad ass enough to be like, oh, invade. Hold on, let me get my peeps in here real quick.
Yeah.
You guys sit right here. It's like having your
Listen to this.
It's like having your children sit down while one of the child's you just got told oh, a rock just went through the window. Timmy, tell me exactly what just happened in front of your 2 siblings.
Yeah.
A rock just
He's gonna say that your people just attacked.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Really? Okay, why don't you 2 bitches go talk it out in the back? We're gonna write everything down. I'll read it later in a memo and an email.
Well,
okay.
I thought y'all
Doc
were
had no
they were
reason.
in on it. He was in.
Also, Akamar doesn't like political situations.
Neither does Doc. So he was not
Akamar
trying
is
to escalate.
famously opposed to
Novgorod are
political
very
discourse.
Did you
political
not
people.
hear me talking with my buddy? I hate politics.
And Novgorod are very political people.
And I was trying to just calm you down, man. I saw the way you attacked my little dragon friend.
But yes.
Well, that homie was getting close to getting banished.
I saw you.
So what do we want to do?
The places you still have heard about is
arms dealer.
Hammer and Head, Wyvern's Whisper.
Wyvern's Whisper. Okay.
What's the Wyvern's Whisper?
That is the arms dealer. You got a tip
brothel in
off.
town is what it is.
And then the Hammer and Head.
Yeah.
Or Hammer and Hand.
Hammer in hand.
For those of you who don't know, actually, let's go through the vendors and then we can address if anyone's doing anything over downtime. Is everyone still okay for about a little more?
Oh no, absolutely.
Yeah. But no.
Well, I know a couple. I saw a couple of people like.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Brendan?
I'm good. I'm just kind of lost in.
I'm gonna be honest. The reason I freaked out so much is I zoned out on that wall, and then I registered the question, and then I was like, "No, I'm good. I must be dead on the inside."
So. Yeah, we're still doing good. Who would y'all like to attend first?
I feel like we should go last.
Fine by me.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Actually,
Like the
it
two
would
of
work
you?
better if y'all went first.
The list of people.
Fine by me. Nathan Daniel goes first.
Oh my god.
Well, we're gonna do blacksmithing together.
Oh, you guys
so
were.
Yeah, I was gonna say
We have 2 different metals we need to work with, but I also want
Do
to
you know
see
how
the arms
downtime
dealer.
works?
twice the metal, twice the fun. I always say.
Get to do whatever you personally want to do.
Personally want to do, but it's also where if you want to work on leads, work on investigation, work on building something, train for something. So like things you could do is you could spend time in the library looking for a specific subject. You could spend time going around town getting rumors, maybe about trying to find movements of the Headhunter Guild. You could do that. That is certainly a thing. You can try and smith stuff. You can try and go to the buy things. Whatever you. It's like no one has time in D&D because things move so fast. To actually like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. This is downtime to do it.
Doc's main thing is he just really aggressively brings Russ to the shop and starts tauntingly telling him the names of shit.
Okay, well, we'll say you can go through the market and some of the days and just like berate him with English lessons.
Okay.
You see this right here? Points at a pickle. This is a green boy.
With semi-okay English.
Green boy.
I would
would like 5 green boys, please.
Give me 5 green boys.
Bring out goblins.
That's an
8
abundance.
yellow lengths. I point to the bananas.
All right, man. Okay, I'll get that bagged up for you.
Anyway.
I'm assuming you're heading to the smith shop.
Yes.
So you head to the smith shop for brevity's sake. You get there. It's a very stone hovel. You meet the person there. The person's name is Arhen Vendor Keteman, and it's kind of like, hey, how can I help you?
Are you able to? We have materials. We have materials that we would like to use.
Sure, yeah.
Are we able to use your forge?
Sure. It's a gold a day tax to use forge.
Perfectly
I
fine
got
with
3. I need 1. So
we'll just take up 1.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that should be fine.
Iron, do you sell iron ingots and steel?
Sell most of it, actually. If you wanna look at it, I've got iron ingots. I've got so some of the services that I offer. Pretty much all the weapons and armor. I got it. I can seal the weapons. I can technically make you a Niflheim weapon. I have limited supply on that, so it's a little bit, but it's gonna run you 4 times the cost of the actual weapon.
I grab a big old sack that has all the Niflheim bars, and I slap a bar on the table. We would like to hire you. Assist us. I put 350 gold on the table, and I push it over to him.
Oh, wow.
7 days.
7 days.
Yeah, I think I can have the other ones run off of our supplies. Come on back. Okay. He kind of comes back and you walk in. It's just like
have all the money.
You too.
Because Rust is actually about to make like 10,000 GP worth of
Rust
stuff.
and Ingram.
And I need him to speed up the process.
As you walk in, it's like heaven. You walk into this room, low hanging ceilings, which is not the best for you. All stone, vented. The wall is covered in weapons and armor. There is not a single square foot of the wall that is not covered with smith spot, and all of them actually look fairly well made. Not the best make, but well made. And he's like, here's the shop. Let's get started.
All right. So,
I take green thing.
All right, so you have the player's handbook. Sorry, this is gonna get a little tedious.
Players. Does anyone who has the players? I just had a
handbook.
Table. Nope. Did it get moved?
Was it something tedious?
Yeah.
Like that?
I loved it. I honestly have no idea what I'm gonna do with my downtime.
Me neither.
Where did we? I thought it was like right there, and then
I know, man. I helped you riz up that bartender. I think you finished that off. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I want to do.
Can we just borrow yours?
I want to plow the bartender all 7 days.
You know what?
Am I crazy?
He makes it through 4.
No,
Like I really.
you plan what you want. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some water.
How dare you? Okay. Bro, it was right here. It was between me and Brandon.
Find the book. Find the pillow.
Oh, let's go. Cool.
Thank you, Pierce.
Hey, Pierce, that's what I say. Let's go fuck yourself.
God, you shut up, Reed!
What was this? Because I had a drink.
I was gonna spam down B.
You see how high I got? I was the dude. I was gonna right there. He's getting my 17.
Shane, man.
Just like
I didn't want to kick you. I was going to push you with my foot real hard.
How much weight? How many bars do you have?
I have 10.
How much bars? 10. How many bars? So you have 50 pounds
Correct.
of Niflheim.
How much?
So that's enough for 1 attempt at full plate, I believe, if you wanted to.
It's not enough for full plate.
Full plate is 42 pounds, dude. I think.
No, full plate is 65.
Never mind.
Shit.
Brandon's just telling him that
Change my mind.
him looking down at me, I'm not used to it, right? I'm sure it's normal for you. But
We can get you some nice weapons.
that moment when you say someone's taller than you and then
Does
you
he-
do that
does
one
he-
time,
what?
Pierce was like, we're not the same height.
I don't think I can't do that.
That's like an artificer right there.
That's it. Yeah,
what you need,
that's an
artificer.
That's an artificer. But I do want to make some stuff for him. Does he have any Niflheim?
could talk to an arms dealer.
Yeah. Does
We'll get to the arms dealer next, but
does he have any Niflheim steel to sell?
How much you drank for real?
But that's pretty pricey stuff. I'm gonna run it at.
Fucked.
You know, I get a hold of a bar is something else, right?
Blame role playing being
I'm just staring at
Never
it.
thought about this before. How about that's 300 per gold per box?
for what?
Bar.
Me and Nathaniel
Okay, I
got
heard
it.
box, and I was like, that doesn't make sense.
300 per box.
Help, strength,
Yeah,
probably safe.
you double your proficiency.
Yeah, so that's probably fine. Okay, so 4 bars.
1,200 gold. Sure. I have 6 more. So,
Boom. All right.
Empty.
first thing.
Are you gonna give him any blessings or something?
Give me blessings.
I have inscribed a fire rune onto a gauntlet, or like a glove, that I give to him, so his proficiency bonus is doubled. I'll also provide an advantage because I'm proficient in smith tools, if that's okay.
That is okay. What are you attempting to make?
I am attempting to make plate.
Plate.
Yes.
All right, so that is enough for plate. So
I'm doubling my proficiency.
you're
bonus and
doubling your
adding
proficiency.
strength.
You're adding strength. You have
plus
you need
13.
3 successes.
I need 3 successes.
And you have advantage. That's like basically, I mean, if you do stats,
It's
that's
my luck.
plus 18.
It's my luck, dog. All right. 5 plus 8. Yeah, 13. Okay, so first roll. Natural 20.
Okay.
Natural 20 counts for 2 successes.
So 33.
33.
Let's go. Okay.
So, no, that counts for 2 successes. No. Sorry, my brain stopped. I never set the DC. So I'm glad you made it.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Alright, that's gonna be a higher DC, so I've got it.
All right.
So you got 2 successes.
33. Let's go.
And another one on the wood. Yeah.
Oh, I have a funny story about what he just said.
Okay, that's good. That's 29.
No, I think a 33 and a 29. That will count. Yes, so we'll say that takes you
Try to upgrade weapons.
2 days
But I really just used
to make a full plate suit.
That's great time. That's
All right,
some
are you
great
ready for
time.
the benefit of a Niflheim plate armor?
No.
Don't worry, it's not hard. It's very, very simple.
Okay.
It is a non-magical +1 armor,
It's non-magical plus 1.
which means magical can stack on it. That is the benefit to Niflheim. They provide bonuses that magic can stack on.
Cool. Still disadvantage on stealth, right?
No,
depths of the
Niflheim steel is light, so I'm saying it actually will remove the stealth. I hadn't thought about that, but its whole deal is it is lighter. So that would make sense if you were going to make it for armor.
That serves as a +2 to my AC because I've been in split. Nice. I have spent
I think the goal was we're like
L bars.
Oh, well.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean.
Did it get any benefit from being pickled?
Because we're like, basically, if this is like.
No.
Dang it. Gotta help. You can't blame a man for trying.
No, especially with big
So,
Well, green boys.
green boys.
Green Boys, yeah, Green Boys. Then,
Yeah, we probably.
I'm gonna take, and I looked it up, the weight of a hatchet and dagger together doesn't add up to 5 pounds.
Okay, so we'll say it's 1 bar. Yeah.
1 bar of, and I'm gonna make a hatchet and I'm gonna make a dagger. First roll for the hatchet, I guess? Okay, that's gonna be a
I'll say you
20,
mark off another thing. I don't know how many uses you have, but this will be a second die.
31.
Or you'd have to do it daily.
Yeah.
This is the hatchet. 31,
As on
26.
Hatchet?
Yeah,
Okay.
31, 26.
Successes.
I feel like we're fine.
You were like
15.
That is the DC you needed for hatchet. So
Roll a 2.
As long as I don't roll. Nice.
well, that's
Okay.
a hatchet.
For a hatchet.
That's a hatchet.
Yeah.
The DC was higher for the plate.
Cool. And the dagger. Oh, I know the DC was way higher for the plate. 20 for the dagger is 23.
Success.
Better. 30. 28. Yeah, and then there's another 23.
Okay, so 3 successes.
Hatchet
So you
and dagger.
That'll say. I'll take that. That takes a day. Hatchet and dagger are pretty easy to make, but since it's 2 weapons, I'll say it takes a day. Between the two of you, y'all are pretty.
Do you need anything?
Making that armor for Pierce.
Yeah, I could.
So technically, at that point, hey, broskies, I need y'all one question. That if you want to do that, you will have to stay longer.
But no, it's just been 3 days.
You have 4 days of downtime because you had the first day. So if you want to, if you're all okay staying 2 more days in town, that would give you 7 days of downtime.
I'm attempting to make Pierce's armor.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't care.
All right, cool.
All right, so
It's not like the moon's falling or anything.
Yeah, it's not
we
like,
got
it's
time
not like
to
the end
kill.
of the world.
It's fine. I'll roll natural 20s and it'll be okay.
Dude, if you fucking
So we stayed there for 3 months, waiting for us to roll high enough to make this shit.
I've already succeeded twice. Shut up.
Okay, there you go.
okay, there you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
I need 3 successes.
All right, so this I will say this is a harder DC because
This
of the metal you're using.
Push it to the
Do you want?
limit.
What is your dex? Wait.
Yeah.
I would ask this. Do you want medium or heavy?
I guess heavy. I'm not really a like.
Do you have a lot of dexterity?
I'm like 0 dexterity.
Yep. Cool.
So I'm not a dexty guy.
Not a Dexty boy.
I like moving, but I'm not that much.
27.
Say it.
Yes, that's
Say you're a dex.
You say you roll your eyes. I'm smithing for the roll
13 is
bronze.
impossible.
Oh, okay.
Remember that?
Goddamn. If only you could let.
16.
That's a failure.
That's
So-
a 2 and a 3. Oh,
So that is 1 success, 1 failure.
come on.
And filled with the magic of the gods.
That's way better. Okay, that's like 20, 31. That's okay.
2 successes, 1
We're
failure.
succeeding. Dude, I love your abilities. This is great.
Now, just know if you roll a natural, well, I guess if you roll 2 natural ones, it's broken.
I still have enough metal.
So yeah.
That's cocked, but it won't matter. Nice.
Wow. Mid-course.
20,
Yeah, that's right.
30
So
actually.
that will take 5 days to make all of that, but I'll say you can get the details and the look and everything. You can get
Could I
that
add
whenever you
some
want.
engravings and add
Yeah.
All that stuff. We'll say you can have part of that.
I'm a dexterous boy.
Dexterous boy. Okay. Well, is there anything else y'all like to do in the shop?
Chicken. If you were chicken's head, I'll be
I don't really need it.
Oh my gosh, y'all. Come on.
Hey, we're done.
We're done.
Oh, sorry.
That was hey, we're done. No. What do you guys do?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just telling Pierce about the ways of the world.
Oh my god.
We got your armor, and it has even like the Mogus's runes on it.
The Mogus.
From your boy, truly.
What is? I feel like Nathaniel used to try to make himself sound more like old-time Englishy, and he's just like, my boy.
Well, Ingemar, that was an Ingemar talking, so you know.
I know. Just earlier, like, well, fellas, I can't lie. I don't think this is the right thing to do.
That's what my brain told me to say. I don't know what to tell you, man.
No cap. Ingemar does not think this is a good idea.
I'll say at some point y'all would have taken a break in the evening and joined them if y'all would like to go shopping. Is there any common supplies you'd like to pick up?
Shopping.
Nothing common.
I mean,
50 pounds of beef jerky.
Holy shit.
That's for him alone.
however many booze I can realistically carry.
You're pretty stocked right now because of what you got at the bar, so you don't need.
I'm gonna go back to those knocks.
And then I'd like to spend some
How much for a set of these?
downtime checking the town, seeing
It's
if
very
anybody-
supple.
Sorry,
You know.
seeing anything about ashes.
Ashes. Okay. I'll say roll 3 investigation checks over the course. Dust to dust.
There you go.
So,
Natural 20.
hey! Hey!
So after we got our permission slip from the king, we decided to go straight into fucking around for 7 days and not go into the Reverend Mother at
Well,
all.
canonically, we can say that happened afterwards. It's just for the way the game flows and having fun. It's gonna be
natural 20 minus 1.
So 19. Dirty 19.
6.
You can do it again. Another natural 20.
19 to 18.
Yeah.
All right, so you were asking specifically about what?
Ashes.
Just in general?
Asses.
Well, with what Lawrence said, I assume.
Yeah.
Clarence.
So,
Whatever that means. Rumors, herds of
Can
rumors.
you give me a piece of gum? My voice is going. Lame. So, you talk around town, and actually, you gain a pretty good sense of some of the rumors and things going around. You get a sense of, unfortunately, the first bit of it, thank you. The first bit of it is like, it kicks in your old job. Like, you find a bunch of leads for possible, like, that's contract. That's covered. You don't find anything specific about ashes. What you do hear is, I guess, I'll say on the day you get a natural 20, there is whispers, there's a couple boring whispers of, there's talk of invasion, that Tiamat is in the Isles. It kind of bores you. There is something interesting along the lines of, you hear one conversation, that goes, these two guys are, he's like, yeah, with all the dragons about, I would have expected the Phobian Empire to be doing something by now. What do you mean? Well, think about it. When was the last time you saw a garrison of Phobian soldiers? The last time we saw any of them, they were all heading eastward, away from the border. I say it's strange they don't do anything right now. Maybe they're just abandoning us to the dragons. Who knows?
I don't know, man. I mean, like you think about it, like the dragons. I mean, they haven't killed us yet. I mean, they might not be that bad. I mean, come on, they might not be that bad.
Instantly killed.
Who the fuck is that?
The rest of it is mostly boring. You don't find out about ashes. So you do pick up those rumors. Yeah. You gain the sense that the ashes itself is something deeply rooted in whatever the process is going on with that prophecy you saw, which is not by any means information in the public. That is one of your strong advantages, is that you have that information no one else does.
Okay.
Especially since you have the book.
So in the day following the day when is it like...
This is downtime. We'll say
No,
this
I mean...
No, is the book open?
Is it re-locked or...
The book open, we'll say y'all could have seen this the first day when you talked to the king. It is able to be unlocked.
Well, Helen figured that out, I guess.
Helen reads it alone.
Helen, pretty much, Helen will say, met up with y'all, was like,
There's not a lot of reading going on in that library.
so the
Wait,
book,
what?
the book is open. I think I opened it a little bit.
Friar Cug, am
Read it.
I right?
Should I read?
I guess.
I mean,
Only lead
can't get any worse than it already did.
Okay.
Open it.
Goes off and goes into her own room with the book.
Wait. She reads alone? Okay, cool.
I just opened it. Don't worry, she's not alone. Closes the door again.
Oh, drenched in sweat.
Damn it. Okay. So
We're shipping.
After a minute or two of like y'all were in the tavern and when the evening was down, she comes up and then she comes back down and like, every time that's a really big burden. Okay. And she begins to don't you dare. She begins to relay the information. The information she relays to you is, I don't know where I put the card, but I remember the gist. The book speaks of, and she doesn't give the specific language, but the book speaks of the fact that it specifically references the Fel, and the Fel only. It talks about when Gein's sword, Gien,
Gain's sword pierced the heavens. The first messengers to fall turned and were separated from life in some metaphorical sense or literal sense, and they waged war against the heavens, and they were cast down into a deep prison, awaiting the hammer of Gassiak. And she's summarizing, she's like, it talked about in the context of the end times, it was all that is done shall be known and done in the daylight, and those that dwell in the dark shall be consumed. It's actually rather almost sadistic, if you think about it. Don't go out at night. It didn't say whether or not they're weakness. I got the sense that they were very lonely, but with what we were talking about and what we saw, it seems that they can't enter shelter. It seems that whatever this spell is, it is forbidden to enter any form or some metric form of shelter. Which is why the house, the outpost, this village, people are safe within the walls. But if you're outside the walls, you get consumed. Whatever that means. I don't know if you can make shelter or whatnot. That's the general gist. So I guess that maybe fallen Celestials, I don't know. We'll say that happens. On the trip y'all take to the, because I'm assuming y'all are going to the Whispering Wyvern.
Whispering Wyvern. Hell yeah, Whispering Wyvern.
You all kind of take a journey. It's about 5 p.m. towards the end of the day.
I feel like we're busy.
No, Rust and Draco are, I'll say y'all are sweaty, but y'all bring along because we don't want to split the party.
I'm here to buy some.
Yeah, why am I sweaty?
Oh, you're doing jumping jacks.
Rust and Ingemar.
He's been working out, dog.
Yeah, me and Russ are sweaty for no reason.
Really
It's
no
hot.
reason.
No, okay.
No, it's not.
So,
I'll fucking say that.
Somewhere in between Lytus and Helen in the book, me and Russ were in the mix somewhere there.
so
Room next door providing cover noises.
you make your way to the marketplace, and you're wandering around, and it takes you a little bit to find. And you had talked a little bit over the course of the time with your old compatriot, and you got the directions, and you follow the street, and then about 3 minutes after you get off of the main ferry, you're just walking and walking until you hit the wall, and you make a turn, and you see this small, finely made house with this beautiful porch, non-splintered wood of any kind, well painted with this deep dark brown paint with torchlight inside, and out on the front hanging is a curled emblem of a dragon-esque figure with the phrase Whispering Wyvern.
Already got a fan.
Don't worry, it's not a dragon.
This is your expertise. Go get some black market weapons.
Okay,
You have 10,000 gold.
we're here to see your finest equestrian animals.
You come in, and the first thing you see is a beautiful, beautiful interior. And it's like,
What's up, interior? Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
it's a wonderful, it's decorated, but it balances between workshop and living room. Like, it's a very, very comfortable, well-lit workshop. And you come in, and you see tables and these weird apparatuses, and you see a smithing shop. It's every single form of craftsman. You see an alchemy station. Every single form of craft is in here in some place. And you walk in and you see two individuals. One is in the far back facing away from you in this very tightly wrapped black cloak that kind of has sleeves but an over part. One is in front, and you see this man, a little bit older, a little bit grayish blonde hair, kind of just short, tucked in the back. He kind of looks up. Hi, how can I help you?
Howdy.
We're here to take a look at your wares.
Absolutely, I can try and tell. I am not Ziegler, my lords. It is a pleasure to meet you. Call me not. Though. How may I help you? What are you in the purview? I can show you the daily bundle. It shifts by the week.
What are we looking for?
Anything interesting?
I can show you the purview of the display case. I can show you. We could possibly do custom. I can maybe place an order if it's a well-known artifact. Also, we do requests. Custom, as you can see, we have quite the craftsman shop. So if you, excuse me, if you ever have a request, feel free to come by. We're rather talented. I myself, not. I am the runic master. I deal with runic enchantments. Not arcane, but runic. Although we do deal in arcane objects. Back there is my brother Jochum. Pay no mind, he doesn't talk very much. But Jochum is possibly the finest craftsman of every single craft you see in here that you can ever find. So, shall I start with the display case?
Yes.
Please.
Very well. First we have here this, and he pulls out this shield. It's kind of three-pointed at the top. Just looks like normally a basic shield, but on the front is carved this rune that is made of bow arrows. That is kind of like the weaving into it. Any kind of. This is a arrow catching shield, if you would like. It's rather helpful against if you are dealing with an opponent at range. It's a little bit an advantage. Fairly standard combat. Sets it down. We have here. This is a ring of feather falling. This is an arcane object. It pretty much will come in clutch if you're in a fall and you'd like to not go splat. Very, very nice. This right here, and he kind of picks up this weird-looking oak stick, like this oak log, and he's like, "This is a wand of enemy detection. This is a runic piece. I made it myself. It will pretty much point you intuitively into the direction, not how far, not who it is, but in the direction of your nearest foe. Maybe give you a bit of insight."
Points back at you.
It doesn't. Usually, that's more popular amongst our political customers.
Yeah.
But you know, there's certain niche applications in adventure. There is. I have 3 of these, very common right now, but very, very viable. Rings of cold protection. They will also take away some of the bite of winter. And I have this, but that's not generally for sale. And he points to his back, and you see this large-handled, thick sword. Like huge, like it's a broadsword, but it's only about that long. And he said, "But to give you a perspective of how the limits of our runic magic can go." And he snaps his fingers, and the sword stands hovering at his side. It wields as fast as a dagger, and it's a great sword. That is how fast, but that one's not really for sale.
Well,
I have, would you be interested? It will be 45,000 gold.
No. Yeah.
He said,
No, my friend here is not interested. But
No.
thank you.
Gold is a rarely useful commodity. We do also barter. Just throwing that out there. If you ever find yourself in hands of a magical item you don't really see the application for, please. There's always someone to be the right buyer who can find them. I also have a couple vicious charms. They're runes that you can apply to your weapon and give it a little bit of a bonus on a good hit, but not very much. And that is currently the stock for the display case. Was any of it of interest to you?
Rings. ¿Cuántos? How much?
The gold protection or the feather falling?
Cold.
Gold protection are very simple, 1,500 gold apiece.
he said,
how much for the wand of...
The wand of enemy detection, unfortunately for you, is usually a higher demanded, especially in times of war. It's going to cost you 3,000.
Or a magical item of equivalent value. Very well.
How much is the ring of feather falling?
Ring of Feather Falling is actually one of the simpler arcane instruments we come across. It's only 1,000 gold pieces. Perchance, do you have any other magical items I could possibly trade with you?
Do we want to keep a wand of lightning bolts that no one is using or is ever probably going to use? Because I don't think anyone can use it.
I don't think anyone can.
Can you?
Can I use it?
Can you use it?
I mean, what?
I thought it's an arcane focus.
I have no idea. I just know he's given it to
It
me.
is an arcane focus, but you can cast lightning bolt through it.
So he can cast lightning bolt through
It's
it.
useless.
But yeah, you
Can we appraise it?
You bring out arcane. Have you used it?
No.
Good. That will help your price. I would say that will give you 4,000 worth of credit. It's actually a rather powerful item, especially since this far west arcane objects are in a bit higher demand.
The music kicks up 4,000.
So with that, if you'd want, I would exchange that for the wand of enemy detection.
I think that wouldn't be a bad play.
Do you want the wand of
Should
enemy
we
detection?
try and negotiate?
There's always enemies.
I will throw in the ring of feather falling,
Go
making
what?
it even 4,000.
Oh.
It'd almost be better just to get like 3 rings of cold protection with that.
We can also just buy those.
Yeah.
Because what's the point of hoarding onto money?
If y'all want to, I mean. Also, by the way, is 1 platinum 100 gold or 1,000?
10 gold.
Oh, just 10. Okay. Okay.
Well, this, just to be clear, the stick works in it doesn't matter the distance.
No, but in this time, it's not generally very hard to find someone who's your foe.
Well, what if you didn't know who they were?
That's the point. That is why it is not a $65,000 expense. If it can point and give you the identity of your nearest foe, that is a very hard enchantment to come across. This one is a little bit more simple. And generally, what you find is in courts of law, if the seating is placed well enough, you can generally find which ones of a jury or which ones of a court are your foes and work accordingly. If you can sneak it into court, but you didn't hear that from me. So,
He personally doesn't think that's a useful item in the scenario that we are, but
I now realize what the item does.
So does it just randomly? It's like whoa, enemy.
it
right
points
there.
that direction.
Oh.
So it points the direction of your nearest enemy.
But
we have enemies everywhere.
Yeah.
That's
We're
why he said it's not
adventurers.
usually popular with the adventuring crew. It's more popular with the political parties.
It's more of like if you're Julius Caesar, it points at
Brutus, yes,
before
exactly.
you
That's
get
exactly
Because
its
we
use.
could do 2 cold rings and the feather falling for the same price.
Yeah, how well does the feather falling ring work?
You're gonna just cast feather falling on you.
It gives you a couple casts, and I can't remember if it recharges, but a couple casts of feather falling if you find yourself. The way the feather falling spell works, if I remember my arcane studies, is you are slowed in your fall. You still fall. It's not flight. And you will continue to fall until you reach whatever bottom is. So if you cast feather fall over a bottomless pit, you will still float to the bottom of the bottomless pit. Yeah. But you will not die instantly at the bottomless pit.
And how many uses do you have?
1 ring of feather falling, and I have 3 rings of cold protection.
well,
We're gonna have to be trudging through snow imminently.
Yep. I don't need cold protection.
I also don't.
Yeah, does my
rest-
character have
wait, why do you
acclimation
not
to the
need
cold or
cold
not?
My fur.
It's still,
My race actually says I'm resistant.
yeah. If you do not have official resistance to cold, the bitter cold will either require more extensive garments or something to protect.
I say we get the
You
rings.
technically still need something, but at least 3 of us will.
How much is would a custom weapon?
It depends on what
Depends
you
on-
would, what you want.
What if I wanted a throwing knife?
What would you like the throwing knife to do?
Go towards my nearest enemy.
Come back to you after you throw it.
Oh.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Boomerang.
I really just kind of want a good quality throwing knife. That maybe I can like tie some rope onto.
Oh yeah, this is a bad time for this. But I hand him the axe and the knife that I made.
Oh!
I hand him a Niflheim. You have a Niflheim hatchet and a Niflheim dagger now.
They are +1 weapons.
You have +1 weapons now.
May I?
Yeah. Sell them right now.
No, he just takes the hatchet. If you want, I can take this weapon and have it enchanted with runic abilities.
It'd be cheaper that
We
way.
do custom. You can bring the product, and I mean, you, no offense, but Jockum's skill is unpeered in my opinion, but you can bring in your own.
How much would that be?
How about I make you a deal, and we make it a little bit more extensive? What is your budget?
What can I get for $50?
High five.
Handful of
Yeah, I would say like
Depending on what it is.
2,000,
Yeah.
3,000.
3,000? For 3,000, you can hit the upper range of the rare magical items. So, how would you like a all-purpose hatchet?
What?
It's a hatchet, but it can do
Define
everything.
It slices, it dices.
What about a
Oh, wait,
hatchet
there's
that
more.
can?
It fillets fish.
Is it you prefer the light effect of the hatchet as opposed to heavier weapons?
Yes. Oh yeah.
How about I enchant it to be wielded with a... It's very hard to say in common, but it is a weight enchantment. And the weight enchantment pretty much allows you to increase and treat your weapon as a weapon bigger than itself. For a 3,000 gold, I could say I would enchant it for you to metagame. It would deal 1d8 instead of which is the damage of a normal axe.
As opposed to a hand axe.
And for 5,000, I can make it come back.
Ooh, 5,000, it does a D8 and it comes back. That's pretty good. It is half our funds, but
I'm in.
pretty good.
Trade him the
Yeah,
$1,000.
I'll do 3,000 for both if you give me the boots.
The boots of climbing?
No, you keep those.
I can't do that. Yeah, I can't do that.
I can't.
You've already used them so well.
I feel like I'm on Pawn Stars.
I'd say,
if you
bro,
also
I'd
had
say if you don't do it, why not?
Guy.
Have a returning axe and a poison dagger and another +1 in the side.
That's true.
Like, a hand axe that returns is extremely useful.
Deals the
Yeah.
battle axe damage.
Also, if you get the Ring of Feather Falling, use the boots as spider climb, you accidentally fall off for some stupid reason, you'll live. So I feel like that's a beautiful combination there.
But
Do it.
We're
Metagaming
gonna
the
get that.
veil.
We're gonna get that anyway after we sell the wand.
Yes, but that was something
Just
else.
get it all.
I just added it.
Okay.
There's no point in saving in D&D.
Get it.
When we come back here, we'll have more money.
Shall I write it down?
Or we'll be dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very well.
Okay.
So what's the final tally here?
Well,
Final tally. I pull up. You are giving me the
protection?
lightning bolt. You are giving me the rod of lightning bolts. That will give you 4,000 store credit.
correct.
After 4,000 store credit, you're going to get the wand of enemy detection.
No.
No.
You are going to get the rings of cold protection.
Yes.
All three will cost you 4,500, which means you are at $500 debt.
Okay.
If you want the ring of feather falling, it will be 1,500.
So we're at 2,000.
On an additional 5,000 for the
1,500.
project of the hand axe, 6,500 in total.
That leaves us with like tons left over.
Really?
Yes.
I think that's worth it.
Yes.
Very well. How long are you in town?
7 days.
7 days? I can have it to you in 5.
Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Since we only spent half our gold, do you have potion?
I do not deal in potions, I'm sorry. Most of the potions we use are for... we have a potion side of the business. It's bulk. When we do it. It's bulk to organizations. Is there anything else? Actually, I was meaning to ask you. I see some runes carved upon you. Do you dabble in runic magic?
I do, but not nearly to the expertise I see from your works.
Oh, you flatter me, sir. I'm more asking along the point of if you are interested in labor. I have a hard time finding people that can wield some of the creations I try safely. People who are experienced in runic magic have a much higher probability of not having issues. So if you ever be interested in labor, please come on by and I'll give you store credit for it.
Store credit.
Is there anything else I can get for you?
Should be good.
Well,
3 times 2 rounds, so.
I think that's good. Thank you so much. I will see you. Hambrick is the name?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
I'll put you down.
Good to meet you.
I'll put you down for it.
All your weapons are +1.
I know.
All right.
I know. I'm excited. Thank you, guys.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Double digit that shit.
You turn around to leave and you hear, excuse me, just as you're at the door. My lord, and he looks at you. A moment, please.
I stop.
Go get him, Tiger.
Sure. I step
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. One moment. And he kind of goes over to his brother, who now looks in y'all's direction, and you can see he's got a metal mask with very thin slit eyes, a metal mask that goes around his entire lower jaw, with this long, tied black hair. He kind of just looks at you, looks at his brother. You see the brother kind of stand up straight and turn around. And you see Joachim kind of look at you and kind of come up to you and turn around.
Please, turn around. Please, turn around.
Oh, I turn around.
Turns around, goes down into the shelves and pulls out this box. It's covered in dust.
What? I'm getting the deal.
And it's a language you don't understand. But the brother starts to translate. My brother Joachim says, 2 years ago, a man came into our shop. The man was foul of nurture. We didn't know it was wrong, but he felt wrong. He came in here and he commissioned a mask. A mask made of ivory bone. A mask of ivory bone. And he commissioned a second mask. And he said, he places this piece of paper on the ground, that if ever a man should come in bearing that symbol on your shield, he should give this mask to you. And you look and it's the symbol of the Bastions.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
And you watch, as you see, opens it, and you see this very finely made paladin's helm with a chain hole front, wings on the sides of the helms. It's beautiful make. And on the front of it is the Bastion symbol with the mace hand going down the nose with the stars on the forehead. And pulls out another piece of paper and puts it on the ground. This was the mask the other man requested. And I'll give you the picture because I have it. But it's this twisted ivory bone smile scrabbled in this weird ink. And you see the man go,
This man, he is sure I will give it. So if I ever saw him, he made me promise. And he made sure I would not forget.
and he pulls off, he like unclicks his mask and pulls off the mask. His entire lower jaw is gone. All his teeth, his entire mask, and it looks cut off.
Dang. Oh shit, homie.
I have no malice to you, but I feel it's my duty to let you know. You are one to friend, my man.
And he kind of turns around and goes back to his work.
just left with a picture of this bone mask and the helm.
Okay.
On the bone mask is a fairly familiar symbol on the forehead of an eye with surrounding iconography.
Yeah.
The heralds.
Yep. That's what they are. Cool. I'll roll up both pieces of paper. And take the helmet. And walk out.
Oh. Glad that's over. Coming back to the other bits of downtime.
Wait, did he give me the helmet? I take
So you took
okay.
the he just kept the case. So you are left to stew over that however you see fit. For details again, in case you didn't hear, that was 2 years ago. Is when that happened.
Yeah.
Which is roughly in a timeline.
A timeline of...
What was the timeline for when you first started?
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. That was 2 years ago.
It was a little bit after you started, about 3-4 years ago. So, coming back to it, we'll say at one of the end of the days, you all gather and you have a seal. Unless anyone else has anything else they'd like to do over downtime.
I was just gonna kind of try to meditate a little bit and kind of, I don't know if there's a non-Star Wars Force ghosty way to do this, but just working on the knowledge that there's still some spiritual form of Mogus that exists on this realm, trying to see if I can concentrate on that and have any kind of, connection with it.
We'll see if that will impact your focus in the long run, but that is noted.
I would like to write to my wife.
There you
A love
go.
letter to my wife.
Okay.
A love letter.
Easy enough? Yeah. You do? We'll say you know how to get there.
I make.
Also, for perspective, Brandon, I will get you the stats. Pretty much, here's how it works. Because you paid a hefty sum for the hatchet, 5,000 is not a small amount for magical items.
No.
So you're going to have a +1 hand axe that deals a D8 damage, is ranged or melee at command. There's no command to call it back. If you throw it to attack, it will return by the end of the attack, and you can multi-attack with it.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow. So it just boomerangs. You have God of War axe now.
Okay. So I would change the D6 to a 1D8 plus.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, that was
a hefty sum of money.
And it's +1, so you can make that a +10 to hit and +6 to damage.
All right. Thank you all for bearing with me for the weird retcon time skip jump. Are y'all ready to, or y'all wanting to do anything with the?
Nope.
No, the permission slip to go to the Reverend Mother for healing.
Now we're just gonna do that, right?
Yeah, let's do that right now.
All right.
Did y'all succeed in forging the armor?
Yeah, you got it. Oh yeah. What is his armor? Is there anything special with his armor that we made?
Oh
that would
yeah.
look weird.
I turn over the completely brand new bronze plate armor. Gives you an AC of 18, just for wearing it. So 19 plus your cloak.
It doesn't give a magical aspect, but it is. You can get the description from it later to because you should have some time to think about that because I'm all about video game
aesthetic.
Aesthetic.
It's got all cool inscriptions on it.
All the cool conscriptions. You all, again, at the end of one of the days, gather together. This weird relationship that keeps going on. Helen is making progress in learning stuff about these plagues or whatever. But you go there one evening. You approach this. It looks like a much more or less a cathedral and more just church building. And you kind of enter, and there's tons of stone tables everywhere. The first thing that it hits your mind is it's almost like a hospital. It's almost like a hospital. There's lots of sick people lying down, some with worse ailments, some with fine ailments that are healing. You see some with battle wounds, and there's walking around these women in these very fine linen robes that, with the robes covering the tops of their hair and their head, pretty much exposing only their face. They walk around. You see one approach. How can I help you today?
Howdy. We're looking for the
Reverend
Mother.
I shall send for her. Do I give a reason?
Happiness from the king.
She turns around and comes back. A few minutes later, please, will you come back?
Thank you.
Follows through the back rooms. And it's that weird feeling of, you know, at the doctor's office when your name gets called and you have to walk past all the back rooms?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of that weird feeling. You eventually come back to a very warm lit, like, dining room. There's a very fireplace in there. And you see in front of the fireplace on a chair is this older woman, very gray skin. You can't see the hair. Wrinkled skin. The robes are black. It looks almost like a black clothed nun. And she kind of just sits there. May I help you?
Howdy. We were sent by Clarence. He said you might.
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Why did Lawrence send you?
He said you might be able to help. They have some memory loss. A very important event of some sorts.
Please fill me in.
I'll just say for the sake of the video.
Fill her in.
It's a cool montage.
So she kind of goes around each of you and kind of looks at your eyes and everything. And after about 10 minutes she kind of sits down.
Well, your condition is very deep-seated. And in fact, if not for the evidence of past amnesia, I would actually say you were perfectly fine and healthy. So...
Your mother is calling you.
Pierce your mother's calling.
Oh, God.
The whispers start.
I was like, what is this?
Do you want to pause real quick?
Yeah.
We'll pause real quick.
Sorry, Frederick's cousin.
Patrick. Everyone else saw it, so you might as well see it. That is the helm that the other figure.
The jaw-dropping helm.
The jaw-dropping helm.
Dang.
Man,
Whoever that is.
This was a good execution of my joke.
Man, how strong you gotta be to just... Oh, these dudes, these magical dudes? Yeah, your jaw, mine. I'm making a point. Not even to you, really.
Mine.
Give me just a second. Just a second.
Second granted.
Allowed.
No!
You've taken up 2 seconds. You shall be sent
There it is. Okay, thank you.
You've taken many,
to
many
Wadrinsburg.
seconds.
To Wadrinsburg.
Dude, I cannot tell you how nervous I was when he's like, my uncle runs a town south of here. I was like, fuck.
They got ransacked.
Yeah, they got ransacked. Someone stole all of their gold. I was like...
And he's like,
And then adventurers help them, and I was like,
Yeah.
See, I got your hopes up with Mogus and let him down, so I had to let you down and then get your hopes up again, you know, so it's a perfect balance. Okay.
That was diabolical.
The trauma season.
The way you
Mogus
did that
is
description where he's like, you see a figure sitting on the throne. He's wearing this armor. He's wearing this axe. He's not alive.
he's a skeleton.
He's a skeleton.
Like
He's
more
been
so than
dead for
usual.
ages. The rats have picked away his flesh.
All right, so the deal is that if you have these deep-seated memories, they need to come back in time, so what I'm going to perform on you, it will put you to sleep for the night. You will sleep here, it will be comfortable. But it should not be painful, I think. So, if you all please, follow me out.
She takes you to the room and puts you all... It's very awkward. You just kind of have to sit on these large stone chairs.
They have like the crinkly plastic.
And you see a couple of the nurses. It's like you're almost about to go under surgery as they kind of go closer to you. You also see the nurses kind of pull this very, very shiny dust, and they look at you, open up a chest, and you see a whole chest full of the dust. Each of it is kind of sprinkled a little bit on your forehead. It's very sharp. It's like very, very sharp.
What? You could have done this, but you didn't take the spell. How dare you? I snorted.
So, one by one, we'll say she performs the healing spell upon you. She kind of puts her hand on your forehead and kind of presses in. And it's not a jolt or something, but each of you, every time she goes to each of you, she starts moving this way. She puts a hand, and you all watch, and it's a little bit comforting. The hand, you see the figure kind of just fall asleep after a small prayer she utters. Each of you.
Best sleep of your life.
Yes. So,
I'm just chilling.
Oh yeah, you aren't getting.
I don't have any memories.
Maybe she could cure your.
I'm
alcoholism.
standing in the main hall. I'm like
He's flirting with the
I'm like,
nurses.
yeah, I'm like,
No, he's making sure his alcoholism doesn't get cured.
I'm sitting there. I'm like, none really. You ever,
so
you
the
sold on that?
four of
You
you.
were in sex with a rabbit before.
You've heard the rumors. It's true.
Rust. Actually, no. Hembrick.
Betrayal.
First
Hembrick,
pick for the dodgeball.
you start to dream, and it's
I also thought of that. Shut up.
it's almost like you're witnessing a dream, but a little bit later you start to realize these are memories coming back. Everything was going normal and fine. You had a new job, a new contract. Some rich prick was hiring you to find his 3 abducted children. But you didn't get the sense that he was treating the children right in your intuition and gut. You were given a tip that the 3 children might be taken to a small village in the woods below Chaos Reach Forest. And you would track them there, to a town called Buckingsdale. You had arrived at that village, and you were scouting the place, looking at any children matching the description you were given. That was what brought you to Buckingsdale. Rust. Your wandering had continued. There was no greater will, you now realize, that had moved you towards Buckingsdale. Merely the fact that you were traveling south from helping a fishing community in the Lake Succession dealing with some night creatures. Nothing that was new. Draco, your pilgrimage, you realize from your memories now, you had actually decided that you were finally going to go to Mogus' throne. You had danced around it for a while, but you were going to finally go there. You had to stop for supplies and for rest, and you found a small village in the hills, one that seemed friendly enough. But Ingemar, you remember, almost to the account of what your fellow Crow's Watch member said. Except you remember the conversation you had with the old man. You remember dealing with the old man. The old man was frantic. He wasn't angry. He was panicking. He was a man of prophecy. At least he claimed he was. And he claimed that he had been sensing long some evil brewing and culminating. And he said he sensed danger that was going to arrive that day. He said he felt the presence, or he saw in his visions, something about a Nothagoni. A Nothagoni, he explained to you, and you kind of known about it a little bit, is a very, it's a mythological being. It's incredibly rare. A Oni,
is a demon, not demon, but it is a very creepy, child-snatching, monster fairy tale breed of giant, and specifically of ogre. A Nothic is a Phobian creature. Onis are from the Isles. Nothics are eldritch creatures from Phobos that were used in councils to literally pull the secrets from people's minds by force. A Nothic Oni was something bred between the two. And no one really knew how that myth started. It seemed impossible that the two could be bred, but it still started. So you took your men, and the battle went just as you had been described. The flame hit the forest after you had been skirmishing, and you followed to the village. Where the rest of you, alerted by a ranger that had come to town and raised the alarm. You all had taken up arms, some for survival, some for a sense of duty, some because it was in their way. You took up positions, and the siege was rather fast. They broke through the front gate, and they spilled in. They were tactical. They were not random. Large figures, 6 foot, bronze armor, but bronze rusted armor with tinges of purple. You couldn't see any of their faces. Remember, it was only, you just couldn't see it. They wielded swords. They almost felt lifeless, but you remember them bleeding to some degree. The battle raged for about 10 minutes, which is interesting because you looked around and you were all caught off guard. During the battle, you can't recall a single person dying. Rust, you remember a citizen being stabbed in the shoulder and left crawling in pain. Hembrig, you had seen a man with his leg and kneecap sliced and began to crawl into his house on the mud. You two had seen multiple instances of blows to the helmet knocking an individual unconscious, but still seeing life in their eyes. You saw very few people die. Some of them did. About 10 minutes into the battle, you heard a very loud, deep chanting voice, followed by one singular yelled word. And you can't place your hand on the word. You heard it, but it's not you. What you heard is not the word that impacted you. What you heard is you don't even know. It was a word, and he spoke it, and you watched as all of you, maybe by destiny, moved to a town square by the encroaching forces. Watched as all the townspeople fell over and hit the ground. Unconscious, dead, you didn't know at the time. Now you remember some of the faces you saw, woke up. You remember it impacting you, and your vision was swaying, and you eventually fell all to the ground. But for some reason, it was taking its time to reap its full effect. You felt like you were being dragged into sleep by force. It was against your will. You fought it, and you fought it. But you couldn't fight it well enough. It was pulling. The darkness was closing. But you remember the fighting stopped. There were about 3 minutes you had in passing before you fully passed out, and the soldiers were walking through the village. Eventually, they stood in the center. Many of them, again, couldn't see their faces. These large horns coming out of each one, these antlers. Eventually, you see stepping into the mix a cloaked figure. Big. Yotun maybe. Big. It kind of pulls his hood back, and you see this bald head with these tattoos on it. The graying beard, not fully gray yet. You see him stand there with a staff in his hand, a huge, heavy-set sword spear, if you've ever seen it. It's virtually a giant, large blade attached on the end of a spear pole. But he just stood there. After a few seconds, a man was brought out and thrown into the center of the village and thrown into the dust. An old man with a beard and bald. You remember this man. The old man was thrown to the ground. He seemingly resisted this sleepiness. And they held him. And there was some questioning. You can't really hear it. But a couple of you heard. Where is it, old man?
I'll never tell you. You'll never get your hands on it, whatever you want to do with it. Don't you know what happens if that thing gets out? The omen?
I don't care about omens, man. Where is it?
I'll never tell you.
You see one of the swords cut across his shoulder, and you see one of the armored individuals throw him to the side. He slides closer to you. And then, in a weird turn of fate, you hear a memory you have had. Oh, Father, guide us. And you remember looking up, and you see him look at a couple individuals before his head sunk to the ground.
Could it be 4 of them? Maybe more. There is still hope.
At which point you see one of the figures walk up into his back. At which point you hear the man. That was unnecessary. And you see the figure that stabbed him appears to be some sort of, not armored, but like a squire. But a face also covered. You can't see it.
My lord, do we not have time for this?
We need it. If we're going to stop her.
What use is it?
I have friends in Shireden and Kingsfall who can make use of it and hopefully put this to a stop. If we are not successful, you know the consequences. The Master's error will ruin all. Come now. I do not want to keep the liches waiting. Sire! And you see him turn, and the squire has pulled kind of a note out of the individual, and they talk for something, and he points up to the mountainside, and he begins to walk off, the soldiers following suit. Just as he is walking away, he turns around and looks, and you can see these bright, vibrant, almost glowing, iridescent green eyes scan all of you.
I hope it's not too late.
He turns around and walks away. And darkness takes you, and the connecting dots to an adventure now had maybe not as many answers as you thought. More questions of a fourth or a new player involved. One with mysterious intentions. And that's where we're going to leave today's session!
Dang it. Saying if we had Savrog's memory, everything would be clear right now.
Oh my god. Yeah, if we had Savrog's memory.
If we did, man, everything would make perfect sense.
Yeah, and you'd be a lot closer to a lynch.
4 of them, maybe more.
I remember Savrog saying something about animals and people coming.
Oh no! Listen, Savrog would have the entire DM screen in front of him. He wouldn't be able to convey any of it, but he would have it right now.
He would have it.
I am the greatest wizard. I'm the greatest wizard.
I'm the greatest dungeon master of all time.
I'm telling you, man.
So these guys rolled up to like siege the town.
Looking for something. And, okay, does everyone remember kind of how that first one went? Because y'all did find something that was taken.
I mean, I don't remember that well.
So to give you a little bit of a recap, and you were there, so Blaine still remembered.
Yeah.
What you all did was, you didn't know what they were looking for, but you tracked them to a watchtower that was nearby. The watchtower was above a burial ground. The burial ground was a temple to Sigrheim, who is the giant of prophecy.
And in it was said that, at least in the descriptions there, was said to be a cloth that could heal any disease or ailment.
And it was gone.
And it was gone. And you also found the cloth that was gone, and you found a weird body that should not have been there, that was from far to the east, way hundreds and thousands of miles away from where it should be.
Why did we think it was from the east?
You found it was from the east because it had a letter of notification. It was a soldier's body, and it had a posting. And the posting was to the wall that I can't remember the wall's name off the top of my head, but that wall is the eastern border of Phobos, which is not on the map I have. It is the eastern border of Phobos.
He was the one with all the maps. No, we got those later.
No, he was the one who had a weird plant growing inside of him.
Oh, I took a piece of the strange plant, I think.
I think y'all burned it.
No, we burned it.
Zach metagaming pigeon. Is the eastern
It's not metagaming, this is players.
Is the eastern place where the warriors were all going from the rumors I heard?
Which warrior?
The rumors?
Yeah, you heard Phobos, the soldiers were all going eastward. Eastward is New Phobos. So the rumors were weird because with an oncoming supposed invasion, all the troops were pulling out of Midgard.
Got it.
Or that was their assumption.
There was a lot happened that session.
Yeah, sorry about that. I know there was a big lore drop, but y'all just kind of stopped and y'all, and not y'all's fault or anything, just the way the game has been flowing. Y'all have been fire hosing information and not any time to process it or any of the evidence y'all have actually had time to analyze. And this was that session.
Now where do we go?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because,
you now
Mogus.
have many leads.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Also, if it is any curiosity to you, because I know it might affect your conversation of where you're going, or if you want to, you are right there.
Dang.
That is Beumont Keep.
Yep.
That is Shireden, and that is King's Fall. Those were the two parts he was describing.
Oh, shit.
So he's to the east, or his interest was to the east.
The people in those two places could make use of the thingamabob he was trying to find.
So.
And then did he say back to the liches?
He said, I do not want to keep the liches waiting.
What are the liches?
Liches
You don't know.
with an L.
Huh?
Liches with an L or with a W?
Liches.
Witches.
L.
Okay, just making sure. It sounded like Pierce said witches, and I actually...
No, it is not witches. Thank y'all for
That's
playing with
completely
a
different.
long session. That was
6 hours?
Thank you for the session, Zach. It was only 6 hours?
This one says 20 minutes.